Hi, if you want to watch exclusive content with hot girls that is not on YouTube, namely, where Naruto roasts Kushina Mikoto and many other hot girls without restrictions, then visit my channel Busty and subscribe. By the link in the description. The Legacy of Yuzugakure, Extended Summary. During the Second Shinobi World War, the small country of Yuzu. It was destroyed out of fear of the precious fusing jutsu of its hidden village. Its inhabitants were massacred or scattered by the wind. However, what would happen if the members of the famous Uzumaki clan weren't so scattered as people were led to believe? What would that mean for someone like Uzumaki Naruto? An opportunity, some. They would even say that a predestined encounter between the lost Uzumaki and the last descendant of the chiefs of the clan will shake Konoha to its foundations. Yari smiled at the shopkeeper. Upon entering, he pushed aside the flap that marked the entrance. It had been a while since anyone from his clan had. He had come to Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village, but he was glad to be there. After all, his contacts. Their clan had informed them that the village might have some of the medicine they had been searching for. Even so, they hadn't. He was going to end his business abruptly, although some members of his clan would certainly have been more efficient in searching for medicine. It was the first time he had left the clan compound on such a mission, and he had There was no hurry to return, especially since their relatives were usually noisy. The mere thought of his relatives made Ikari place a hand on a nearby wall and lean towards. He stood wearily, a dark aura forming around him as he sighed at the bowing of the men in their family because of their stupidity. Unfortunately, the women were not exempt from the typical family celebrations. Yari knew perfectly well that her cousin Nabuko enjoyed it very much. By getting his own father drunk, somehow proving that his liver was made of steel, or a medical miracle. Then, of course, there was Kimiko, on whom everyone depended to maintain clan discipline. Despite her short age knife specialist, she was so skilled that she was considered one of the clan's elite, right behind her father. Nobuko and Raiden's son, grandson of the old man Keisuke, only the old man Keisuke himself. Even at the astounding age of 70, he surpassed them in strength, which explained how he had kept the clan, although even that didn't stop them from practically destroying the heritage of the clan every time one of its groups got out of control, which unfortunately happened every 2 days. Unaware that she was causing a scene, Yari cried silently, comically complaining about her misfortune of belonging to a clan full of imbecile fighters. Just looking at the young woman stood in that corner, murmuring to herself. The shop assistant wondered silently, even with a drop of sweat trickled down her face, wondering if letting the weird girl in had been a good idea, especially considering the uncomfortable looks she was getting. Other potential clients were calling her. What, miss? He tried to get the girl out of his self-induced mood. Excuse me, but you're scaring the other one. Ha! Ikari's expression when he turned around made the shop assistant squeal in fear, just like the rest of the clan when who cursed. Ikari had inherited an irascible temperament and an aversion to being interrupted in her reflections. That's why, as she turned her head to face the shop assistant, a dark shadow covered her face and she looked at her with contempt, like a yakuza, completely contradicting the cheerful and joyful image he had projected to enter the store. Did you say something? He asked slyly, a tone that easily conveyed that any answer other than negative would cause her pain. The employee shrieked again in fear and shook her. She quickly headed back before running towards the safety of her cashier, though one wondered how much safety there really was. I could bring the piece of metal down on the angry young woman in the corner of the store, finally emerging from her dark musings, some of them about the best way to punish his excitable relatives. Carrie noticed the male gazes she was receiving and quickly realized that the employee had been asking her. I suspected Laura would lower her voice. I assumed she was a murderer who had been projecting her image. Sighing and blaming her family once again for this disaster, Yari went to the medicine aisle to see what was available. In the store, humming a clan song softly, she looked at the labels with curiosity. Medicine for headaches, for colds, for hemorrhoids, she wondered distractedly. She wondered if she should take one to Elder Keisuke, but then dismissed the idea, as he would probably reprimand her for it, having hinted that he needed her. Nara, 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 she murmured, ceasing to. She hummed to remember the brand of medicine she was looking for. After all, that seemed to be how she organized the products. The store, so far I had seen Yaka headache pills, Akimichi soldier pills and Yuga eye drops. Are you looking for something? A young male voice asked. He turned Ikari tilted her head to the left and blushed almost instantly upon seeing a handsome young man smile charmingly at her. She'd hit the jackpot when she asked to go to Konoha. Who would have thought there were such handsome guys out there? Ha! Who is that cow-breasted monster who now lacks sex appeal? Mariko, with his most charming smile. Ikari gave a brief bow in greeting. Oh, I'm sorry, he apologized. Extra sweet, and her posture is adapted to highlight her attributes. I'm new to the city and I heard that Nara's medicines were the best. He made a pout as cute as he could already judge from the young man's eyes shone brightly. But I can't find them. 3, 2, 1. Let me! Cried the young man, suddenly much more exuberant than his former calm and serene charm had suggested, almost hypnotized by the delicious feminine morsel he possessed. In front, it was just as his aunt, Nobu's mother, had said before she died. Men are weak before the power that is the feminine form. Damn Mikari. He stood with his arms crossed and watched as the young man checked almost all the shelves, selecting products. Medicinal plants of the Nara clan, always asking if that was the one he was looking for. After almost 15 negatives, he exclaimed with joy at seeing that he had been lucky and had provided her with the flask she was looking for, after rewarding the young man with a kiss on the cheek and subtly suggesting a time and place for a date the next day, if he was interested. She quickly stocked up on the particular medicine and went to the cashier, who looked at her cautiously still, recalling the dark aura he had emitted just moments before, when he finally left the shop. Ikari. She smiled radiantly, happy to have completed her first mission off the estate. Pouting, she remembered how the elder Keisuke had argued vehemently against the idea of the men and women of the clan abandoning the farm before turning 18, even knowing that children of 10 or 11 years old, they left the great villages like ninjas. Man's tenacity had not diminished. In fact, Ikari could say he sincerely admitted that the reason he had left the clan compound was pure luck. The old man had remained incapacitated by an illness at 70, which wouldn't seriously demoralize him. And therefore the decision of whom to send to fetch medicines fell to his uncle Iry, who was much less strict with the rules. That's why he had easily allowed Ikari to leave the compound, trusting in his skills and knowledge to keep her safe, even while she made her journey to Konoha. Well, perhaps it hadn't been so easy. He had to convince his cousin Nobu to give his uncle a good dose of alcohol and then got him some rather daring company. After that it was just a matter of asking him for the favor and being indulgent with alcohol and women. He readily agreed. Yari shuddered at the thought of what the old Keisuke would do to his uncle once he discovered that his daughter and niece had manipulated him. Anyway, well deserved for not keeping his guard up. Even so, until now it had been a worthwhile trip. The world outside the clan compound had always fascinated her, Uncle Ir told her. The children of the clan told stories of their adventures when old man Keisuke sent him on a mission, and she had, having grown up listening to wonderful stories of ninja battles and the slaughter of wild beasts that they terrorized the countryside. He'd even heard of the Bijuu, but what children in his clan hadn't? After all, the Bijuu and their family had a special story, and as they grew up, they all had to learn it. Everything about them, so much so, in fact, that his clan treated the Bijuu as if they were just another family tradition. It's good to know, but nothing to really worry about. According to the old man, who loved to share stories from his youth, that wasn't always the case. There was a time he had told them that the Bijuu were fundamental to the very existence of his clan. He claimed to have personally known to Senju Shirama, the Shota and Okuji, whom the clan learned to respect as the first man who managed to defeat the greatest of all the Mihu, the Kubino Kitsune. This made Akari feel even more relieved to be in Konoha. As a child, she considered Shota and Okuji heroes, and strolling through the village he co-founded was quite a journey. Upon seeing the famous Okuji monument, he couldn't help but sighed with delight at the sight of the carved faces of the 4 Okage, even those carved in stone, their expressions. The 4 of them conveyed authority and power, and also the feeling that they watched over their village with protection. She smiled to herself as she gazed at the majestic stonework and checked it off her to-do list. In Konoha, unfortunately, that didn't narrow the list much, considering that her underage relatives had practically assaulted her to make her bring them memories of the world outside. While going over the list, thank God for my perfect memory. She sighed resignedly, leaning back against the wall again as she realized she would have to buy more sealing scrolls. Nabuko's order, containing just enough alcohol to make a drunkard nauseous for a year, would fill a scroll hole. Elsewhere in the elemental nations, a blonde with 2 pigtails. He sneezed just as he was throwing the dice on a dice table, causing the treacherous ivory cubes to fall. In doubles 1 and triple his gambling debt, Ikari sighed with compassion, wishing not for the first time that he could live in a village like Konoha instead of the clan compound. He fully understood the old man's reasons. Keisuke, one of the clan's main rules was that there should be no secrets among its members, but as she walked through the bustling town streets in her usual attire, she couldn't help but notice the strange looks that it was attractive. On the other hand, there weren't many people who carried a huge scroll to my back, and that wasn't an exaggeration. The damn thing was maybe 30 centimeters taller. That she, and the only way to carry it without dragging a rim along the way or acting like a walking barricade, was carrying it tied diagonally across her back. What she didn't know was that what attracted attention wasn't not the parchment itself, but the fact that a small girl could carry it without any apparent concern. It's not that. She ignored the stares she attracted. Ever since she set foot in Konoha, she felt watched and attributed that feeling to the alambitree that her uncle Hiroki had told her and her cousins about. She absent-mindedly wondered if I would get to know one of them face to face, or face to face with a mask, if the stories were true, although, of course, that would mean he was in trouble, wasn't he? Maybe it wasn't such a good idea after all. Yar. She sighed as she strolled down the market alley, her eyes squinting as she glanced quickly at the stalls that were passing by in search of something their relatives might need. After all, unless someone from the clan leave the compound on a mission, which they did from time to time to feed, house and clothe the clan, the family had no real ties to the outside world. A flash illuminated him. She glanced down and turned her head toward the stall on the right, recognizing that its products were jewelry made by IWA. Her eyes shining, quickly made her way to the stall, admiring the products offered as the young woman she was. To be fair, Yari had only she had seen this type of high-end jewelry in the hands of some of her aunts, and even then most of it had been melted down after the outbreak of war and his clans escaped from the Igwin ninjas. The same happened to everything else they possessed from Kumo. In fact, what little they had from both countries was now considered bitter relics. Family members, with eyes full of excitement, she picked up a particularly beautiful brooch, admiring it under the watchful eye and smile of the vendor. When he heard a commotion down the street, he reluctantly turned. He turned his head towards the source of the noise, much to the vendor's disappointment, and was surprised to see what appeared to be the young clerk whom he had intimidated before rather rudely throwing out a young man dressed in overalls. The most hideous orange Ikari had ever had the misfortune to see. Seriously, just looking at him made her want to tear out her eyes and purge them through an exorcism ritual. Even so, something wasn't. It matched the way the shopkeeper treated the young man, as if he were some kind of street trash. Undesirable, sure, he seemed a bit rough, but she'd surely caused worse impression, wasn't it? Ah, it's that boy again, he heard the muse of. The merchant Iwakari blinked and looked curiously at the vendor. Sorry. The man looked at her for a moment. Are you from out of town? He asked, shrugging as she nodded and sat down behind his stall. I've been seeing him around here for a couple of days now, he grunted before taking out a pipe and lighting it. He's a bit troublesome, huh? Yari didn't know what to make of the man's verbal tip, but it was starting to irritate her. Even so, she found the information about the boy interesting, although from what it seemed like the plague of the town. So bad? He asked, resting an arm on his enormous scroll container. Again, the AI native shrugged. It didn't bother me, he said. Without committing, Yari grunted in acknowledgement of the comment, but otherwise remained silently, keeping her eyes fixed on the oppressed child as she walked away from the store. I guess even Konoha has its rejects, he mused privately. Naruto had said it today, officially. It stank. First of all, the academy tutors had practically kicked him out for the day due to a barely acceptable technicality. Well, barely acceptable in his opinion, since he did not consider what to do. Jokes were grounds for suspension, even if it meant teachers were covered in dust. Itching Iruka hadn't been there to stop her suspension, as she usually did. To make matters worse, there had. He forgot his lunch at school, and since he wasn't allowed to stay on school grounds until the next day, this meant he would go hungry, given the meager food rations he had at home. The child The blond man in the orange dress sighed sadly as he leaned against the wall of a nearby alley, his last. Her attempt to window shop had also failed because of the prim and proper cashier. Naturally, she insulted him. The harpy in every possible way while he was about to be expelled, although that served to reinforce his belief that the people hated him. Then he mocked him. What did he? Did it matter? Someday he would prove it to everyone. His gaze almost instinctively turned. He posed at the Awaken monument. Whatever jokes he made there, it was a simple truth that he practically worshipped the village leaders, from Shota Okaji to the prematurely deceased Yandame Okaji. He saw the great leaders of Konoha as an inspiration, hence his dream of following in their footsteps and thus earning their respect and recognition from his peers. Naruto had learned long ago that not even for too much crying and shouting wouldn't earn him respect. Jokes, of course, he loved them. She did do them, and they did catch her attention. However, she was also very aware that it wasn't the kind of attention he was looking for now. It kept him afloat, but it had never occurred to him to settle. With that, she shuddered at the feeling and hearing of her stomach growling. Ideally, this would require a visit to Ichiraku's ramen stand, the only place in town that would gladly serve him, but he hadn't yet managed to scrape together enough to pay for it. Of course, old Tsuchi would probably give him something free, since it was great. But Naruto hated charity, he really did. A man, he believed, needed to be able to fend for himself. Even so, perhaps sitting in an alley wasn't the best way to ignore the rumbling hunger pangs. He got up and slowly walked out into the street, deliberately ignoring the looks of disdain and disapproval that disfigured the faces of many citizens of Konoha. He had grown accustomed to them long ago, and although they still bothered him emotionally, he got his revenge by playing pranks on the worst offenders. Oh, look, it's that kid, tch brat. Always causing trouble. I can't believe they let him into the academy. The comments. They always seemed to follow him wherever he went. They were usually gossipy women, since the men of Konoha, they preferred more direct forms of contempt, such as tripping him, accidentally throwing trash in his face path and other similar insignificant actions, from time to time, if Konoha. As October 10th approached, he had to be on the lookout for drunken revelers who wanted to give him a lesson, whatever that meant. Honestly, what was wrong with these people? Their only consolation was that when mobs formed, the bulls, they quickly neutralized and dispersed the drunks, writhing irritably each time they threw derogatory comments. Naruto finally felt like he was breaking down when he heard one particular civilian's remarks, calling him the forbidden word, damned shrimp. Turning around, Naruto planted his feet wide apart and pointed at the offender with wide, pupilless eyes. Who are you calling? A tiny speck of dust? Aha, naturally, this earned Naruto a chase through the market street. The hands of the offended civilian, whom Naruto greatly enjoyed mocking while staying out of reach. Having finally lost the civilian with violent tendencies, Naruto felt a smile spread across his face as to come down from the adrenaline rush. Yes, that's what I needed, a good chase. The old way to accelerate his heart rate, having eliminated it from his mind. No trace of hunger, Naruto chuckled as, from the safety of his dark alley, she began planning who to prank that day and how. Perhaps it was time to revisit the shops of food supplies for Kimichi. Last time, the poor, burly bastards. They had introduced laxatives, which caused the entire nearby area to be quarantined, and somehow, a massive shortage of toilet paper swept through the entire village. Naruto chuckled as he recalled that week. Pleasant, not even the bugs from Abirame came near the quarantine zone. Of course, Choji had given it to him. He got a beating when he bragged about a stupid joke during lunch. To be fair, he deserved it. Naruto liked his burly classmate, at least. He didn't give him nicknames. Sometimes he even joined in with Kiba and Shikamaru to play pranks on him. Of course not. They were friends in the strictest sense of the word, but they tolerated each other quite well. Of course, it was also incredibly easy. Bribe Choji to do anything, give him a bag of chips and you could probably get him to do it. The burly guy would fight the Kyuubi. Speaking of classmates, Naruto wondered if perhaps his new adventure. The jokes should be directed at Konoha's beloved boy, Uchiha Sasuke, the top candidate for Rookie of the Year. He was someone who really drove Naruto crazy. He was always frowning and had a certain atmosphere. Melancholy. Naruto couldn't stand the arrogant superiority that the short-haired boy exuded every time he. I saw it. a fact made worse by the fact that all the girls in the class thought the emo boy was in mysterious and wonderful reality. Honestly, if I continued listening to them praising the altar of the Sasuke's greatness made Naruto swear he would vomit. It was also one of the few points of an agreement between him and his male companions. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, Naruto. He wondered if perhaps there was an excellent opportunity to play a prank there. After all, the emo kid. Maravilla felt so confident in his superiority that he'd probably overlook someone like Naruto, laughing. Again, Naruto didn't notice the sweaty passerby staring into the dark alley as if someone were crazy was about to appear. Unfortunately for Naruto, his brilliant calculations had omitted one. A tiny detail, but unequivocally crucial: Sasuke was the favorite to Rookie of the Year because he deserved it. Cursing the horrible entity known as logic, Naruto jumped from roof to roof while a couple of clowns who had gotten in the way of the masterful joke they were chasing, courtesy of an equally masterful escape by the aforementioned emo wonder boy. Duck hair, both covered in pink paint and glittery body glitter. Just wait until you. Let's put our hands together, roared one of the sexually threatened Chunin. I'll kill you, roared his vital part. I mean his colleague. Naruto grinned over his shoulder. You know, denial is an unmistakable sign of, he yelled while barely dodging a Fuma shuriken that was trying to decapitate him. Hey, that could have killed me, that was the point, screaming. Again, while dodging various sharp implements of death and mutilation, Naruto cunningly. He evaded the couple by throwing himself up in a twist to resemble a trash can, which the enraged Chunin passed by. He jumped foolishly while on a rooftop, releasing the arrow. Naruto. He smiled as the gay pride parade continued its fruitless search in the opposite direction, laughing with. Mischievously, Naruto headed to his apartment, which, although decrepit and barely suitable for human habitation, it was their home. It also helped that no one else lived there, since nobody wanted to share even a building with him. In fact, he often wondered why the building was still there, considering that the manager himself. She had left a long time ago. Oh well, at least she didn't have to pay rent. However, as he approached his house, he began to notice what appeared to be a glow coming from the street, the kind of light often seen from a fire at a distance. Frowning, the young man stopped his walk on the rooftop in front of. He climbed into his building and stole his courage. Experience had taught him that the less he stood out at night, the safer he was. He was there. Naruto didn't regret that decision one bit. Outside his a group of local black people were crowding into the building. He knew that was the right word, drunks in there. The majority, but also a few sober ones who simply enjoyed hurting people, in groups. He saw them vandalizing the building's facade, painting gang graffiti on the walls, and breaking windows. Why? He never quite understood the reason when Okiji told him, but as far as he could tell, they were simply idiots. Making idiots, unlike the idiots in the posher part of town, who simply refused to. They would sell him things or overcharge him just because of who he was. Luckily, old Tsuchi didn't mind buying from his. The place, provided Naruto paid up front. The man was kind, not stupid. Naruto watched silently as the mob wrecked the outside of their house, no longer caring about anything. Luckily, they had left a long time ago. They decided to invade the apartments, as they had realized that no one living there owned anything of value. They lived there. Perhaps half an hour passed before the group grew tired and began to leave the building, and Naruto could see they seemed a little disappointed at not having left with anything of value. That said, he was. I'm pretty sure that if they had caught him at home and tried to rob him, they wouldn't have had the nerve to do anything more extreme than insulting him, although many thugs had threatened to seriously harm him in the past. Naruto. He had noticed that after the first two occasions, these individuals had practically disappeared. Content to make her life miserable without ever laying a hand on her, she never understood why. They changed their minds about causing serious harm to a child, but had decided not to look at his teeth. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's just say those were the days when Ikki Marino, head of torture and interrogations, she had been happier, and let's leave it at that. Once the last. They left the building and began their journey home. Naruto finally jumped out of his hiding place and started the final stage of his journey. He was about to climb the first flight of stairs to his apartment, but felt a unbearable pain in his chest and he was thrown backwards, falling heavily to the ground, almost breathless. I knew I'd catch you if I waited long enough, declared a youthful voice. No, not that kind of emerging youth. From the shadows of the staircase, Naruto's attacker was a handsome young man with a cruel expression as he stared. To its victim, after all, rats always return to sound Naruto. Normally, someone who gives as much as they receive couldn't answer, as they were still having trouble breathing. What? What's going on? The young man mocked as more assailants began to emerge from their hiding places. No provocation. Presumptuous, no defiant statement, he dug his boot into her stomach. Naruto, throwing the little boy several meters away and further complicating his problems. Respiratory problems, that garbage should disappear. The young man mocked as he and his classmates approached the fallen boy. Maybe the adults don't have the guts to do it, but I do. For him, guys. With laughter, the group began to laugh against Naruto, who instinctively. He curled up in the fetal position to avoid being hit in sensitive areas. It should be noted that the blond young man refused to. He screamed in pain. He absolutely refused to give his attackers the pleasure of seeing him writhe. After a moment, the young man raised his hand and the group stopped the attack. Crouching down, the ringleader He grabbed a lock of Naruto's hair and lifted his head. That's enough, trash, he mocked. Naruto, finally able to control his breathing, simply smiled pained in response. Come on, idiot. He challenged with a challenge. He was rewarded with a brutal right hook to the face, which further aggravated his condition. Tch. The young man clicked his tongue as he sat up, noticing the redness of his knuckles. He almost ripped my skin, he complained before delivering a swift kick to his victim's ribs that, apart from making Naruto shuddered, but it didn't provoke any reaction from the boy. Hey, what's going on now, boss? One of them asked. Less intellectually gifted members of the group, the young man stared at his subordinate as if he were an idiot. Which, to be fair, it was. What do you think? He sneered, this one of him, this one. The town won't miss him, and Dad can finally get rid of that monstrosity. He added, pointing with the thumb the decrepit building. So that's how it is. Yari had trouble too. She couldn't fall asleep once she returned to the hotel. She didn't know why, but seeing that oppressed child had bothered her a lot. It was strange, since he wasn't by any means the only street child she'd seen, and it was enough. Realistic enough to understand that he couldn't do anything for them. That boy, however, remained etched in his memory. Mind, even as she packed the medicines in her suitcases, it wasn't that she was leaving. She was going to make the most of this visit to Maximum. I couldn't stop thinking about him. There was also a feeling in him of a familiarity that unsettled her, as if she were seeing someone she should know, but couldn't quite recall. Clarity, she knew instantly that he wasn't a member of the clan who had escaped. There was no such thing in their compound. Everyone, those who had left during the Great Exile, remained, as he understood it, within their assigned groups. None. The other cells hadn't reported any fugitives, and to top it all off, the boy was blonde, not the typical redhead. Unable to fall asleep, Uzumaki did the following. He went for a walk, actually. That wasn't accurate enough. Instead, he started jumping off the roof. He'd always liked them. Jumping from heights and leaping from rooftops was a natural way to clear his mind, as it simply focused all his energy. Thoughts on the next jump and the one after that, in addition to the benefits of physical conditioning and through constant practice of chakra control, she had discovered an ingenious and healthy way to calm the mind. Unfortunately, her habit also led her into problematic situations. For example, once she accidentally slipped while landing and fell on her 5th grade cousin, Amaya, who was trying. He courted his cousin Yuki and his aunt Nana's Jastro. Suffice it to say, the water user was very displeased and left him very clearly. He used his techniques to drag her into a stream, leaving aside the possible homicide and death. Due to hypothermia, Ikari had learned to be careful. Unfortunately, she was also prone to forgetting those lessons. Jumping from the roof, which led her to the situation she was in now. Just as he was about to take another leap, he returned to reality quickly enough to realize. She realized she had reached a dead end, so to speak. Below her, there was only a street, and the nearest rooftop was several floors higher. Sighing, she was about to change direction and continue her journey when she heard the familiar sound of a beating. Then she sighed in despair. Realizing how bad things were, she could instinctively recognize the sound of a beating. Damn cousins and her childish temper. Coming out of another infuriating daydream, she blinked at the sound of a voice. Familiar, and looked towards the street, frowning as she recognized one of the people in the group, the young man who I had helped out at the store that same day. What on earth were they doing? Training at night, the question is. He responded quickly enough when the small group of thugs backed away, revealing a boy. Brutally beaten, the sight was enough to make him gag with disgust, and he immediately turned his head. She was instantly struck by the young man she had found attractive just hours before, just as she was about to get into the fight and teach those idiots a lesson. He heard the exchange between the boy and the young man. She smiled despite herself as she listened to the boy defy his attacker. However, she shuddered when she saw the young man. He brutally punched him in the face and thought he had waited long enough. Raising his hands and forming a familiar seal, he heard the young man order the thugs to get rid of the boy and his reasons for hurting him. His gaze became even more ferocious as he realized that he was just a cheap dandy who he probably lived off his father's money. That's just how it is, he announced aloud. She stood tall, catching their attention and diverting it so they wouldn't continue hurting the child. What? One of the bullies began. While everyone was looking up at the ceiling and saw the redhead girl standing there with a very displeased look on her face, however, they didn't have time to say anything more before a wave of chakra flowed through her, and she separated her hands from in front of her face to strike the ground on either side. From her knife jutsu, she shouted, forming circular hand seals around the area where he had struck with his palms. Yamenu, Kerberos, I invoke you that. That night, twin howls were heard in Konoha, while puffs of smoke announced the successful execution of the Ikari's smoke summoning technique. Just as he was about to launch himself at the thugs surrounding the boy, two appeared. Enormous wolves, one with gray fur and the other midnight black, with their jaws open, ready to kill. Damn! A kunoichi! One of the thugs shouted in alarm as they fled from the wolves, who unfortunately they missed their targets. However, the duo managed to position themselves defensively. Facing the fallen boy and his mistress, she quickly joined them, leaping from the roof and landing gracefully between them. The young man, however, remained calm, even as the two canines growled at him with barely perceptible ferocity. He had recognized the woman as quickly as she had recognized him, and he was certain that her charms would win her over. They would conquer, especially considering who she was guarding. I remember you, he called her with a mischievous smile. The girl from the shop, right? Yari kept her gaze fixed on. She watched as her hands fell upon the heads of those she had summoned. Without flinching, the young man reached into the pocket, which made the wolves and Ikari stiffen, and then he pulled out a piece of paper that Ikari recognized, the date proposal that I had passed on to him, a little early for our date. Isn't it? He asked playfully, although Ikari now she could see the evil that hid behind that thin veil of charm. About that she said with an ironic smile. I'm afraid I have to cancel. I don't date losers who abuse their children. Come on, there's no need to be so aggressive. The young man downplayed the insult. If you come right now and leave. The brat is fine, I promise you'll have a great time. Ikari raised a thin, reddish eyebrow at the proposal. Apparently, the idiot thought you could get away with using soft words to avoid trying to kill a child. You're joking, right? The young man looked at her, blinking once, then twice, and finally sighed. While holding her head in her hand, she shook it in disappointment. Oh, what a shame, she mused aloud. I guess this will have to happen the hard way. Guys, bring her in. Fortunately, the mass of less than admirable knights hesitated to do so, for now they knew she was a kunoichi. But, boss, she's... The man clicked his tongue in irritation. She's just one person with her two pets, are you sure? What can they do? Or do I have to ask my father to evict them from their useless houses? He reprimanded them. That sealed the battle for the thugs. With a somewhat hesitant roar, the group of muscle-bound idiots charged against her and her unrestrained invocations, without noticing the trio who rolled their eyes at the absolute the idiocy they displayed. Yamenu, left, Kerberos, right, ordered with calm. Both wolves growled in agreement and ran to their assigned side, leaving Ikari alone to defending himself against the vanguard of thugs. While dealing with petty thugs wasn't beyond his capabilities, he couldn't leaving the boy unprotected, so he hit the ground with his hand, smiling at his attackers. Knife jutsu! Shiva shouted. I summon you. Another howl pierced the sky as the third of the wolves summoned by Ikari, of the Shikoku race, shot out of the column of smoke rose, and he stood firm just a step away from Ikari. Siava, protect the child, I've got these idiots, he ordered, receiving a growl in response, jumping on Shiva, just as the The wolf retreated to protect the boy. Yari smiled at his attackers as he withdrew his fist and punched him. She punched one of the thugs in the chin, knocking him down like a stone. Then, spinning on her foot, she used her leg free to deliver a roundhouse kick to another pair of thugs before using it as a pivot to strike with his free leg. The nose of a third thug, meanwhile, Yamenu and Kerberos, two of the most aggressive attack wolves of Ikari, they had launched themselves against a mass of thugs from the sides, quickly sowing panic among them. While the duo clung painfully to the legs or arms and only let go when their prey he began to flee, while Yari and his wolf pack attacked the thugs. Naruto slowly regained consciousness and regretted it as quickly as the pain had made him feel it. It tormented him. He was happy for once, his healing factor seemed to be working tirelessly. Keep him standing. Naruto opened his eyes, startled by the sound of a fight. The thugs were fighting amongst themselves. Well, they seemed pretty stupid, so he figured it was a possibility, and that's when he saw the wolf staring at him. Paralyzed, the blond boy looked at the wolf with wide eyes, as if he expected the lack of movement to make it choose another prey. Meanwhile, he maintained a constant mantra in his head. Please don't eat me, please don't eat me, please don't eat me, he repeated to himself, almost hysterically, and then the wolf licked her face. The residents of Konoha would wonder. For days they tried to pinpoint the source of that piercing scream. The Ambu, in particular, deployed forces throughout the village, hidden in case of an invasion. Suffice it to say, the experience was enough to make Naruto return to faint. Meanwhile, Ikari was having a great time, because he finally let loose and This caused great harm to these evildoers who beat children at home. He could only train or fight with his family members, and none of that gave him the satisfaction of a real fight. This time, without no old man nearby could tell him to stop. He could beat the enemy and adapted like a fish in water. Ducking to avoid AJ, he twisted his agile body slightly, and then delivered a screwdriver-like upstroke to the chin of his opponent, lifting him off the ground and practically knocking him unconscious. Then, seeing in that split second that two more thugs were about to flank her from both sides, she turned around and launched a roundhouse kick, pinning them both and leaving them, as they say, unconscious. Landing in a crouch, she extended her leg, knocking down some idiots, making them easy prey for Yamenu and Kerberos, who rushed at them like fallen deer. By the time the fight was over, calming down, Ikari grabbed one of the thugs by the shirt. The man had been unconscious for some time and his fist was covered in blood, but otherwise perfectly fine. Hell, not even her outfit was damaged in the fight. Of course they were civilians. I'm sorry, he mocked the ringleader. You didn't say they were going to catch me, for. So, the young man was fully aware of how out of place he was. At first, he had dismissed her as a mere aspiring kunoichi without a village, but her 3 summons and she herself had eliminated her best thugs. Who the hell are you? He demanded, backing away from her and her invocation. Ikari sighed as he released the unconscious thug and stretched his arms above his head, feeling a pleasant cracking sound in the joints. How tiresome, he complained. You're that type, a little fight and you're left crying like a little kid. Then he clicked his tongue in irritation, pointing and hitting what the young man assumed was just some embroidery customized just above the left breast of her low-cut white and purple yukata and short skirt, which revealed a black mesh shirt and black miniskirts peeking out from the hem. The symbol, however, was unmistakable, a spiral. Uzumaki. Ikari proudly introduced himself before he pointed it out, urging his summons to slowly approach. The young man shrieked from. He was afraid of being cornered against the wall, even though he recognized the surname she had given him, of course. Knife specialist of the Uzumaki clan, Yuzu whispered, aware of suddenly how much she had if she hadn't told him that. The gleam in the eyes of the advancing wolves. Yes. She looked at the boy who had fallen behind her, then at her impending fate. You are his family. That single comment froze the 3 wolves, and Ikari tilted his head back to observe the boy unconscious, who by the way was also foaming at the mouth from his very close encounter with Shiva, and her eyes widened when she realized that this boy could be one of the members of the Uzumaki clan or descendant of one who had disappeared years before the Great Exile. Feeling a fury never before seen, she slowly turned her gaze back to the young man she had once deigned to go out with. There was nothing left trace of that impression. He saw only an enemy of his clan who needed to be destroyed. He raised his index finger and he pointed with a cold, vengeful glint in his eyes. Grab him. The loud screams They soon attracted the attention of a nearby ambush squad who quickly arrived to investigate. Then, however, they only found numerous seriously wounded civilians lying in a heap, a young man. Disfigured man muttering hysterically to himself next to a wall, and a note left on the pile that made him sweat. To many veteran ninjas, there was so much trash in the street, I took care of it, remember to recycle. He said the fact that he also had a small, impromptu drawing of what appeared to be a red-haired girl. Short and smiling, making the peace sign only served to increase the absurdity of the whole thing. In the end, the ambush squad simply decided to do what they always did when something like this happened, inform Lukokic while they were cleaning up after their exciting escape when Ikari took the boy and silently led him to his room. From the hotel, after deducing that his protege seemed to be the object of contempt from most of the village, she left him in his bed, sleeping there, and sat facing the futon against the wall. She drew her knees up and rested her head in them while she watched the sleeping, bruised child. In fact, she hadn't stopped since she had laid him down in her. He had put him on a futon and left him to sleep so he could recover from the beating, the disappearance of clan members. Uzumaki was well known within her family before the Great Exile. As they grew up, the elder Keisuke took charge to instill in young people respect for their deceased or missing members. Every year, on the anniversary of the first day of the Great Exile, the entire clan would literally go to the family temple and offer prayers to the hundreds of names inscribed on a huge stone plaque, an eternal monument to the sacrifice of the Uzumaki clan of Yuzugakur. The problem was that it had been years since any member of the Uzumaki clan had been seen living in Konoha. Certainly, there was a time when her family populated the ninja village, and she knew all about Lady Mito and their relationship with Shota and Okaji. He even knew Lady Kusina, the chosen successor of Myth. When the time came to pass on her burden, however, according to what the clan learned, she had perished during the Kyubi's attack 13 years ago, and the great Bijula disappeared with her, and with the death of Kusina, the last of the Uzumaki clan chiefs, also died. Originally, Lady Mito had been designated for succession, but her marriage to Senjua Shirama removed her from the succession and transferred the responsibility for the clan leadership passed to the son of his father's brother, Kusina's father. After his death, the responsibility fell on Kusina, and just as the Uzumaki were about to meet to agree to settle in Konoha, the Kyubi attack occurred. For days, the Uzumaki elders, they had waited for Kusina to arrive at the meeting place only to discover her fate through word of mouth. The old man Keisuke always told the story of how the elders despaired upon hearing the news, but according to him it wasn't not a moment of failure or surrender, but of perseverance. Ikari still remembered how he recounted that when the meeting failed, he vowed to keep the Uzumaki name alive and urged the clan to divide into cells manageable to protect themselves and their legacy from the prying eyes and jealous greed of the big players. Nations that had destroyed his homeland. Ikari was only 3 years old when it happened. The division, throughout her life, she only remembered living in the complex, but she never forgot Lady's story. Kusina and how the Uzumaki came so close to settling in a new home. Her steady gaze never left the young man. Could Lady Kusina have left an heir they knew nothing about? Was it really an Uzumaki? His bright blonde hair seemed to defy his ancient seal, but she knew of several cousins who shared this boy's lack of red hair. Iari grunted in frustration as he scratched his. He stared angrily, not knowing what to do, if the child was a long-lost relative. After a long time, it was clear that he should take it to old Keisuke. On the other hand, he wasn't very clear on given the child's circumstances and bringing a complete stranger into the complex, it would undoubtedly cause an aneurysm. That meant Keisuke had to go with the young man. There was no other option, he knew. They could send Hiroki first, but of course, he was Lady Kusina's third cousin, so they weren't exactly close. She gently tapped her forehead against her knees, hugging them against his body. It was old Keisuke. He'd been with us long enough to know what to do. Even so, he couldn't help but break into a small, excited smile. If this went well, perhaps the Uzumaki they could finally call a proper village home. When he woke up the next morning, Naruto had no idea. He was in a panic, as they say, and the first thing that came to mind was to panic right away. After all, if the last place you remember being conscious was a dark street surrounded by thugs, why on earth would you feel safe if you woke up in a completely different place? However, that attack of anger was quickly stopped when she felt something fall on her face. Frowning, she grabbed whatever it was and pulled down. Making faces, cursing and roaring, he ripped the tape off her eyebrow, taking several with him. Follicles, mother roared, rubbing his head furiously. In a vain attempt to relieve the pain, rolling on the floor as he did so, when he finally calmed down, after cursing every deity he could think of, he glared angrily at the paper that had been so lovingly stuck to his forehead and eyebrows. To his surprise, it wasn't the typical stupid "die in a ditch" speech. Damn, I had to. I'm leaving early, room service is available. Also, I brought your jumpsuit, appropriate clothing is available. The left side of the futon, I'll be back soon. P.S. Take off your protective goggles. Seriously, who wears goggles these days? Naruto blinked in confusion. He looked at the note, wondering who the hell had written it. The last thing he remembered was being beaten until death at the hands of a group of shady strongmen, and then, of course, there was that horrible nightmare about a wolf was licking his face. Trembling, Naruto realized he was only in his underwear and let out a scream of surprise, cursing the pervert who had done this to her. Her gaze immediately returned to the note, understanding why. Finally, what he said about his beloved monkey, disheartened by having lost his only companion under the sun and the rain, without. Regardless of the fact that it was a horrible fashion faux pas that miraculously didn't lead to his death from seeking attention, Naruto. She swore to find the thief who stole the clothes and avenge him for this despicable and diabolical act. It never occurred to her. Neither he nor his alleged kidnapper knew that the boy had managed to survive all these years and become an expert in stealth using that hideous garment. Then, once the foolish thoughts left her mind turned to her left, where, just as the note had promised, a complete set of clothes awaited her. Carefully folded, she awaited him, kidnapped, stripped, and now clothed. And food, Cammy murmured. I hope they didn't sell me into prostitution. Now, one might wonder how on earth a 13-year-old would know these things. Suffice it to say that if you spend most of your time on the street, you learn things. It's not the most pleasant thing, but you learn things nonetheless. Observing the pile of clothes as if it were a ticking time bomb, Naruto cautiously approached before touching it with caution, satisfied that nothing caught his attention, which brought back uncomfortable memories of his nightmare of the wolf. Licking his face, slowly unfolded the shirt and lifted it to inspect it. Gray shirt, well, not so bad, he supposed, and he did seem to have that brilliant reason. The orange spiral that I always saw on Konoe uniforms sewn right above the hem of the sleeves. Shorts. The trousers weren't too bad either, he supposed, although they had their appearance was decidedly bland, being completely black. In fact, in his opinion, he was going too far. Dangerously in the world of emo attire, and by emo he meant Sasuke, but what else was she supposed to use now that her monkey had been diabolically kidnapped by a strange lord? Reluctantly putting on her new outfit, she also noticed the presence of some combat bandages with a note that he instructed her to use them on her legs instead of her hands. Sweating, upon seeing the new note, with a smile, the red-haired girl, giving a thumbs up, wondered whether to ignore it, still quite angry about being robbed and kidnapped against their will, although how much free will an unconscious person could have is a matter of debate. Flirting with the roll of paper, he pouted thoughtfully as he reread the note, turning it over. If anything, apparently his benefactor had also considered that, simply adding an explanation of why should I listen to her? Apparently, as indicated, the main characteristic of ninjas was there. The need to remain agile and nimble at all times, with minimal chances of getting stuck in any obstacle, including their own clothing. Loose clothing, therefore, used to be one of the biggest dangers of the ninja profession, since a simple slip or pull could end their life. Therefore, bandages were essential. Designed to hold his trousers firmly to his body, preventing him from ever having the misfortune of his pants would get caught or trip over when he stepped on the hem. Looking down, Naruto could see that the hem of his trousers reached just above his ankles, which he didn't think meant he would trip. A lot, of course, as the card said, prevention is better than cure, and the bandages. They would help him avoid cuts in exposed areas, as they were resistant ninja-grade bandages. When he finished dressing, feeling a little strange about having to take so much care of his appearance, Naruto approached at the table mentioned in the article and found her breakfast a little cold, considering she had just gotten up and it had taken her so long to get dressed. Even so, although it wasn't ramen, it was quite good. At the very least, I didn't think I'd ever tasted food of this quality, cold or not. Savoring the food, And of course, excluding vegetables, Naruto sighed contentedly as he patted his belly. Once full, he drank slightly to show his appreciation, even so, putting food aside and all in all, he couldn't help feeling a little, well, a lot, concerned about how he'd gotten there, and what was more importantly, he still didn't understand why someone had undressed him and left him there. He thought that since no one had entered, even if they demanded services from him, or something like that, he wasn't a prisoner. Well, if he was, he had to admit that this was the nicest prison he had ever heard of. However, he interrupted. His thoughts were interrupted when someone knocked on the door. Panic gripped him again, convinced that this visitor was some pervert who had finally come to claim his prize. Quickly went to the window, pleased to see him. He saw that it wasn't closed. Looking around, he immediately recognized the building he was in, one of the most elegant hotels in Konoha. To his surprise, he had been certain that his kidnapper would have hidden him in some dark, leaky warehouse. However, the blonde man, who wasn't one of those who look a gift horse in the mouth, did what any potential kidnapping victim would do and jumped. He quickly landed on his tiptoes on a nearby rooftop, much to the surprise of passers-by on the main street, and got out. Running, meanwhile, back in the room, the door opened and a young woman in a kimono and apron appeared, holding a feather duster. Room service. When Ikari finally Uzumaki returned to the compound and sadly admitted that he wasn't at all surprised to see his uncle Orochi hanging from a crossbeam from the ankles, completely tied up and with a sealed tag bearing the inscription punishment on the ropes, with a red face, but otherwise ridiculously jovial. Apparently, the elder Keisuke had finally decided to punish a minor from the clan for letting out of the complex. "Hello, Ojian," he greeted with a smile and a wave. Ridiculously, Orochi gave her a mocking smile and tried to wave, which made her stumble. Carefree. "Osui Kari-chan!" he shouted as he swayed from side to side, and then a small stone lodged in his temple. Ikari's head filled with sweat as he listened to his uncle curse. Enthusiasm. "Damn it, Nobo, what the hell?" he roared. Writhing in pain, the old man Keisuke said he wouldn't speak. He heard the man's daughter screamed immediately, although Ikari would have loved to say that this was an exceptional moment in family life. It would have been a lie, a sad, sad lie. Upon reaching the front door, he ignored the ongoing argument between father and daughter and made the necessary manual seal. Open it. After having spent most of her life hiding from jealous and greedy people, the Uzumaki clan's facilities were sealed until the 11th grade. Hell, even trying to jump the walls of the facility were just a way to earn a quick and gruesome death. Fortunately, everyone, members and women of the clan, were taught the proper hand seals to deactivate the door seals. After quickly checking the combination, he finished the 7-seal code with a clap, which caused the door to open. It would glow briefly before fading and emitting a distinctive clicking sound. Upon opening the door, Malara smiled as she saw the complex spread out before her once more. Osu and Toko heard Nobu greeting her from the porch of her room, the raven-haired beauty of the Uzumaki clan. Dressed in a simple, single-dyed yukata, she sat relaxed on the porch with an unfeminine air, She held a sake glass in one hand, smiling and blushing. Beside her was a brown bag containing what appeared to be stones. "How's Konoha?" Ikari was really looking forward to sitting down and chatting with Nobuko. Spoke about his travels, but unfortunately his message arrived first. "I'm sorry, cousin, I can't stay and chat right now," she replied with a wave of her hand. From looking at Orochi, who was still hanging there, "I suppose Ji-chan found out, Nobo." She nodded happily as she set down the now empty cup. "Yes," she gestured. "Peace, a little drunk. She told me to take care of Dad's punishment, and all that." Apparently unaware that she was also the one who had given him the drinks and the women for his father. He relaxed. Well, that explained the hanging, Yari surmised as he watched his uncle, his face red, as he swayed in the air again. Being a specialist in genjutsu, it would have been easy for Nobuko to catch her father off guard and humiliate him in this way, one of his pastimes. Favorites, not that Uncle Orochi cared much. He was so calm it was ridiculous. "Where are the guys?" he asked as he walked past the porch. Nobu shrugged. "Yeah. You know how those idiots are," he said casually before taking another drink and laughing. "I'm sure Natsu is going back to fighting with Yuki or Raiden." Yari sighed wearily at that. Although he continued walking past the porch, ignoring the fact that Nobuko was still throwing stones at his head. His father occasionally cursed him, triggering a series of rather extreme curses. Peaceful and foolish, walking through the streets of the clan district, Ikari smiled and greeted the various members of the clan who lived in the small, village-sized compound, approximately 150 clan members. The Uzumaki lived there, and perhaps a quarter or a third of them had never even seen Yuzusaiokure. As for how, having managed to keep so many clan members hidden, the Uzumaki refugees relied on a combination of his legendary kenjutsu and simply not standing out, knowing perfectly well that proclaiming himself a ninja would only attract the note that the elder Keisuke simply ordered the complex to emulate a walled peasant village, therefore, no. There were clear indications that the inhabitants were highly trained death traffickers. There were no forges for that purpose, at least none that were visible. Instead, there were butcher shops, confectionaries, tailors, repair shops, restaurants, everything any normal town might have. It was true that no one visited the complex, as the clan's Zenjutsu established several highly sealed protections that subjected the victim to a disorienting genjutsu. However, the old man Keisuke had noticed that Yuziogakure. He too had been so protected, but still fell to the power of the great nations. Thus, to avoid taking unnecessary risks, the clan members lived their daily lives like anyone else. Another peasant, keeping his ninja activities strictly secret. "Oh, Ikari-chan, welcome from." She heard one of the clan elders call her with a smile and a wave of her hand. "Thank you, Obasin!" she shouted. She smiled back, her expression the same. The sound of children's laughter brought a smile to her face as he continued walking along the path toward the main house where old Keisuke lived. He hesitated to admit it, but he missed the sounds of the Uzumaki compound. Konoha had been pleasant, save for a few unfortunate fights. But there really was no place like home. Yar-chan heard that someone. She was shouting ahead and smiled when she saw him. Her older cousin, Akemi, apparently. She had gone out for a walk, and her brother Daisuke was probably accompanying her to ward off any suitors. At 18 years old, Akemi was one of the members of the Uzumaki clan who were allowed to leave the compound in missions. Unfortunately, she wasn't usually assigned missions, as she was too conspicuous, however, not through any fault of her own. Hers was simply too beautiful not to stand out. On the other hand, Akemi, he didn't seem to mind. Instead of going on missions, he seemed perfectly happy staying behind and taking charge of teaching the Uzumaki children and working in the clan's only bar. For Ikari, Akemi was her favorite cousin. Between her kind nature and her skill, natural as a ninja, and with his impressive appearance, he was undoubtedly their role model. "Osu Akemi-chan Daisuke Kunda." She greeted him with a broad smile. Her older cousin smiled kindly as she stopped her. They stood side by side, their hands shyly pressed to their chests. "How was your first mission?" he asked kindly. Yari smiled nervously as she scratched the back of her neck. "Well, I don't know anything about the mission," she began, knowing perfectly well who had practically broken all the rules by leaving the complex at his age, regardless of whether the acting boss he had authorized it. Daisuke grunted. "Oh, stop being so indecisive," he scolded him roughly. "Cross your arms. Real men should be proud of their accomplishments." With beads of sweat forming at the audacious declaration, neither of them dared to point out that Ikari was, in fact, a girl. Instead, they chose to ignore him and continue the conversation without him. "Even so, it must have been exciting, right?" she insisted to Kemi with a knowing smile. "I remember my first mission." She was trembling like a leaf. "Yes, exciting." Yari nodded, a little disappointed. "Let's just say Konohan wasn't exactly what I expected," she decided to say diplomatically. At that moment, an idea occurred to him. "Tell me, what's up? Do you remember when the split happened, right?" Her older cousin pouted thoughtfully with a finger gently resting on lower lip. Not much, but a little. I suppose. Why did Lady Kusina still have family when she was going to bring us to Konoha?" Ikari asked dismissively, tilting his head towards on one side. While remembering those dark days, Akemi remained silent for a while, still ignoring her younger brother. Before shaking her head with a sad smile, she said, "No, not that I recall, I'm sorry. I believe Elder Keisuke would be the only one who would know for sure, if anyone knows at all." Ikari sighed after having missed the opportunity to confirm their suspicions before speaking with the elderly man in question. In that case, he only had the word of an attempted murderer and his own suspicions. "How is this possible? Did something happen in Konoha?" he asked Kemi after deducing that something had. Kusina's lineage worried her. Perhaps Akari replied without committing himself. First I have to ask Keisuke-ji. I see, that's all, Akemi said in her sweet voice. Her smile was still intact, although a glimmer of something crossed her gaze. Then you. I wish you the best of luck, Ikari-chan. Ikari bowed to her older cousin. Thank you, Akemenid, he said with a certain enthusiasm, happy to tell. With their approval, a few minutes later, he walked past another pair of faces. Family members, although one of them seemed to be sleeping, while the other looked with some envy at the first one's cushion. Amaya greeted her almost sister, avoiding using honorifics, the girl from dark-haired. She looked away from her object of jealousy and smiled as she saw her best friend approaching along the path. Land, Ikari waved, though he tried hard not to shout, considering her future boyfriend was asleep next to her. What's the outside world like? It's scary. Yari shrugged, not so much, really, but a lot, and a lot of people. She said it almost like a broken record, considering how many people asked her that question. To be fair, the most clan members were unable to leave the compound. Amaya nodded wisely before smiling. Mischievous, did you see Uncle IR? Ikari asked. He smiled back. Yes. Nobo. He enjoys throwing stones at it. Amaya raised an eyebrow seriously. Then she's improved. The last time I saw her, she was using him as a target for her cards. She must have gotten bored of that, she laughed. Yari starts cursing every time she hits him. I think I do too. I'll do it if you two don't stop chattering and let me sleep. The two girls heard a male voice complaining. Looking at Amaya, Yari saw Yuki glaring at her. Seriously, what's wrong with them? Can't they just let a boy? Will he sleep peacefully through his nap? Ikari raised a defiant eyebrow. And what about you? What's wrong? Can't you break that habit of yours of undressing? Yuki blinked before looking at themselves and noticing, as Ikari had rightly pointed out, that they had somehow lost the summer yukata that he was wearing it, leaving him in his underwear. Amaya was right, he had long since gotten used to the boy had an unconscious habit of undressing, although sometimes it got quite ugly. For example, this time in a clan dinner, forget it. Anyway, Ikari had to suppress a. I sighed wearily as I watched Yuki panic at having lost her clothes while wearing them. He slept lying down. Sometimes he really felt sorry for Aunt Nana. Something unusually, Ikari looked around before blinking in confusion at Amaya. Hey, where's Natsu? Nobuko said he's probably around here looking for a fight with Yuki. He tried, she confirmed. Maya, but Yuki-kun kept waking up for no reason, so he left. They'll probably fight with Raiden and will try to snatch the title of First Dragon from him. Ikari put his hand to his face upon hearing that, knowing. How would it end? The 4 dragons were the 4 strongest defensive shinobi of the Uzumaki clan, each in his own way. Each time they mastered a specific element, dragons naturally fell into categories. According to his strength, Natsu, despite all his flaws, was the 2nd dragon, while Raiden was the first. However, that didn't mean he was stronger than all the members of the Uzumaki clan. The elder Keisuke could still knock him down hard, and after challenging Akemi once, Natsu had never dared to do so again. He even trembled whenever someone mentioned him. Of course, he was also Kimiko, who practically surpassed everyone in the clan, except for Raiden, the elder Keisuke, and Uncle Irimi. The point is that being the 2nd dragon was a great honor, but by no means a confirmation that he was more stronger than everyone else. Furthermore, the difference between Raiden and Natsu was ridiculous. At least they're going to kick his ass again, Yari groaned. That's what stopped him. Have you ever? Asked Yuki, who had returned with a modest yacht. Do you know who challenged Kimiko while you were gone again? He asked wearily. Amaya nodded with a smile. She left him exhausted in 10 seconds. I swear I'm going to put that kid on a leash. Ikari grumbled irritably. Like their parents and Natsu's, they had sadly passed away long ago. They had lived together almost their entire lives and people generally expected Specialist Knife to keep Natsu in check. Perhaps it would be best if he. What would you do? Yuki said sarcastically before noticing someone passing through the front door. Hey Sora, look who's here. The woman from the Uzumaki clan returned. Sora looked at her and smiled broadly upon seeing her. Ikari, he ran to her and hugged her tightly. Irene, you're back. He laughed nervously at the girl's sudden display of affection. He could hardly believe this 14-year-old girl. She was potentially much more powerful than her being the fourth dragon of the Uzumaki clan. Yes, yes, she said weakly. While patting him on the head, you've been good, haven't you? The girl nodded fervently. Yes, she replied proudly. I have cured Natsune 4 times. Times since you left. The other 3 clan members sweated when they heard that. Sadly, none of them admitted. Not even remotely surprised. Maybe you should prepare for a 5th time then, Yuki murmured. Meanwhile, Yari looked comically on the verge of tears at the news that Natsu was causing trouble. Sora glanced at Yuki, blinked and tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean, Yui? She began. She was only to be interrupted by a loud explosion from the center of the compound. In any other, that could have been cause for panic, but considering how tense the air was, all the members of the clan deduced what had happened quite easily. Ah, was all Sora said upon realizing what had occurred. Natsune, I fought with Raiden-sama, right? Amaya chuckled as Yuki. He shrugged. Of course he'd learned his lesson by now, grumbled the dark-haired teenager, then shuddered. I mean, I hate it when Raiden explodes like that, all this electricity in the air. It makes me feel terrible. Meanwhile, Ikari was leaning against the fence with. She looked dejected, knowing Raiden would scold her for letting Natsu get so out of control. Then, of course, Kimiko stared at her with that hard look, like a form of silent punishment, which, because unfortunately it worked quite well, there wasn't a single member of the Uzumaki clan capable of intimidating Kimiko, not even. Neither the elderly Kisuken nor Raiden, nor even Mariko, a specialist in offensive genjutsu involving eye contact, were present. She dared to match the gaze of the strongest girl. You'd better go see old man Keisuke now, or you might see yourself involved in this last fight? Maya said to her best friend with a comforting smile. Ikari sighed again and nodded in appreciation. Yes, you're right, we'll see, Yuki. Amaya, she said, waving goodbye and heading for the entrance. She only stopped to dedicate a moment to Sora. Gave her a look of compassion. Could you heal that idiot's wounds for me, Sora-chan? The young woman asked. She nodded. Tiredness. Hello, Ikari, he replied. Fortunately for Ikari, the rest of the walk to the main house didn't lead her to encounter any more troublesome relatives, although she did stop at a candy store to buy some sweets for later. However, when upon arriving at the main house, he felt a disquieting premonition that he couldn't shake. The old man Keisuke, despite he wasn't the clan chief, nor did he want to be, he was the leader of the refugees, and she was very aware that her little one. The raid had broken almost every one of the clan's security rules. While he couldn't question the legitimacy of the Iroki's permission, yes, he could make his life miserable for having deliberately manipulated events to obtain it. At the gate of the main house, she was received by one of the last people she would have wanted to see. Raiden himself, seemingly unharmed after his brief skirmish with Natsu, the blonde teenager appeared. Bored, in fact, although that expression quickly faded as he saw Yari approaching. So you're back from your little stroll, he remarked indifferently, his hands in his pockets. Make sure. I told him to keep that pet on a leash. That bastard challenged me in the middle of a training session with the kids, he said. As he passed by, without even glancing at her, Ikari said nothing. The monstrously powerful clan member walked past her, simply glad to be away from his presence. Even out of combat, Raiden emitted a low-intensity, but distinctly tactile, electric field around him, causing the tips of her hair to stand on end slightly, trembling at the uncomfortable sensation. He mustered his courage and went to the perimeter of the main house, taking the polite precaution of removing his shoes. Entrance as he stepped out onto the porch and opened the door to the main hallway, walking carefully as required by the old man. Keisuke slowly made his way down the corridor to the room at the end, which served as a parlor. The elderly man's private study audiences, kneeling by the sliding door. She was about to strike the wooden frame when she heard the old man call her from inside. Come in, Ikari. Swallowing nervously, she obeyed his order, sliding the door open and quickly entering before he closed it, turned around, and bowed respectfully while standing in seize before the elder of the Uzumaki clan. Returning from my mission, Keisuke Koro reported with a formal bow. The old man grunted at his proclamation, telling him exactly what he thought about the legitimacy of his mission. Exactly, Ikari reported, swallowing silently to calm her nerves. She nodded, though she remained bowed. Koro-sama, my trip to Konoha was fruitful, as I have returned with the medicine you requested, he declared, simply by placing a bag containing the aforementioned medicine in front of her. Furthermore, I have verified that, as our reference/context suggested. Intelligence. The stores there offer the best prices on medicinal supplements, much better than Kuzotaki's. The old man let out another grunt as he continued with his brushstroke, without not to stop even once to focus more on her. Is that all? He asked. Abruptly, his displeasure was reflected in every word he spoke. Ikari grimaced. I think I stumbled upon something important during my mission, Koro-sama, he said modestly. But before acting, I thought it would be. It's best to advise him. It's a wise decision, for once, the old man grumbled. The sectarian, finally putting down his paintbrush and turning to look at her, the great leader of his cell, Uzumaki. Keisuke glared at her with a frown that was as strong as his diminutive frame, barely 20 meters tall, aloud, in any. Another person might have found it comical to see her sweating so profusely in front of such a small person, but the imposing Keisuke's presence made one quickly understand that he was a man to be reckoned with. Did you see what happened to Hiroki? He asked. Yari swallowed hard. Yes, that's right, he confirmed. Keisuke frowned before nodding. Good, no? Don't let it happen again, she said before the tension in the room lessened considerably, and he sat cross-legged in front of her with a kind, fatherly smile. Now tell me, what did you see that made you? Are you so nervous, child? She said gently. Ikari slowly raised her head and had to suppress a deep sigh of relief at having escaped unscathed. If it had been Natsu wouldn't have doubted for a second that Keisuke would have punched him through for his stupidity, however. As she sat up, she sat in Saiza and looked thoughtfully at the old man, frowning. Before she began, chore started. But Keisuke's hand stopped her. Call me like always. And Kari-chan said with a smile, I hate formalities. Except when they're necessary, you know, although stumbling over the. Ikari nodded and continued. Hello, Ji-chan. He obeyed. As I was saying. First I need to confirm something, she declared, and mustered her courage to continue when she saw him gesturing for her to. She left. Lady Kusina had living relatives when she died at the hands of the Kyubi. Keisuke blinked at the question. Honestly, he hadn't expected it. In fact, he'd been expecting Ikari. She mentioned something interesting, since she had been so protected all her life. In fact, when Raiden and Akemi, upon returning from their first foray outside the complex, they expressed some confusion regarding the outside world, which he had to correct. Family, as far as I remember, didn't murmur while scratching himself. His fabulous gray mustache, sun or a touch of red here and there indicated that he once sported the famous red hair, which his clan was famous for. It's a shame Raiden didn't inherit it. I think he was still dating that guy. Namikaze, when she died, Ikari was paralyzed, for she had never heard of that aspect of the Kusina's story. Namikaze, how? The fourth Hokage, he whispered. Keisuke blinked after having done so. He muttered it without thinking. Even so, he shrugged, as it wasn't particularly important at that moment. Yes, exactly the same, he stated indifferently. A boy. A little, __, for my taste, but there's no accounting for taste. Ikari looked at Keisuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Mrs. Kusina had. I've been watching Yandame Okage. Goodness, if only they'd ever had a son. For the second time since entering the room, Ikari froze, having reached a conclusion in the one she had only briefly thought about upon returning. That boy could be it. She approached. He quickly unrolled his giant scroll and ignored Keisuke's curious questions until the paper revealed the matrix of a storage seal. He raised his left hand on a partial ram seal, and the right one over the array of seals, and shouted Kai, after a burst of smoke that she rejected. With a gesture, Naruto's old orange jumpsuit lay on the tatami floor of Keisuke's personal study. The old man, the person in question, simply raised an eyebrow at the striking garment. Your tastes have changed since the last time we saw you. I saw. Kari-chan reflected. You call this being fashionable? Yari se. She blushed before shaking her head. It's not mine, she protested. It belongs to a boy who. I met him in Konoha. If that were possible. Keisuke's eyebrow rose even higher. You know, I always enjoy talking to you, Yari-chan, but aren't you a bit too young to be bragging about your trophies? He asked. Somewhere between amused and horrified, isn't that right? He blurted out, stubbornly remembering Octusa, who could become his family, and how unfortunately it was genetic. I rescued this boy from being killed right in front of his house, she recounted. He was wearing this outfit, a crime against the fashion, and I took it off before coming here. Keisuke didn't need to say a word. Her expression reflected what she thought of that hasty explanation. For the last time, I didn't sleep with anyone, she almost shouted, causing a loud bang outside the window. Surely someone. His nosy cousins wanted to hear an important mission report. I believe you, Keisuke told him, in a tone that made it clear he didn't believe in such a thing. Had he really earned such a thing? Reputation enough to deserve that treatment. Anyway, he grunted, and the tension he felt. The prospect of arriving home disappeared completely, however, it was replaced by a growing frustration. I have suspicions about the boy's lineage. I think he's a long-lost Uzumaki. The joviality vanished from Keisuke's face as he processed that statement. What did you say? He asked cautiously, not entirely sure he'd heard correctly. At 80 years old, it wouldn't have surprised him if his hearing would have collapsed. I think he's one of us. Ikari pressed before hitting the monkey with his hand. I brought this to confirm it. We have tracking kinjutsu to determine the identity, right? This monstrosity. You should be able to tell us yours. This is no laughing matter. Keisuke warned, frowning again. All members of the Uzumaki clan were counted before the division. As far as we know, the 4 cells are the only Uzumaki left. What if Lady Kusina had a son? A son she kept secret for some reason. Ji-chan insisted. If he's a relative, shouldn't we try? Claim him to help him? He demanded. Ji-chan was almost killed by some scoundrels who said no one would miss him. We can't let a member of the clan fall like this From Keisuke's expression, Ikari knew she had touched a nerve with the old man. Keisuke had lived so long that he had witnessed the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, the first of which destroyed his village and his country. From the beginning, losing many members of his clan in the process, he had also witnessed how his homeland, his country, and his family were being torn apart by envious nations. From then on, he had sworn to protect the clan no matter what happened, and the idea of leaving a clan member, even a potential one, abandoned to their fate. It was terribly contrary to her promise. Yes, if the boy is an Uzumaki, we will intervene and protect him, he decreed, provoking a look of joy from Ikari. However, he quickly silenced him with a frown. But, Ikari-chan, remember that if he is Lady Kusina's son, it means it will be our duty to promote him to leader of the clan and move our entire clan to Konoha. Do you understand? Ikari asked. He nodded seriously. Yes, Ji-chan, after staring at her intently for a moment. Keisuke. She sighed and nodded. Very well, leave the clothes here. I'll have someone check them. If it's one of us, I'll announce it later. Until then, not a word. This to no one, understood? She asked seriously. Crystal. Ji-chan confirmed. Okay, you can leave. Keisuke waited until she was gone before focusing his attention to the orange jumpsuit, a little torn by this revelation. While he had never longed for the position of as the leader of his clan, Keisuke could only feel apprehension at the idea of handing over control to a young man. Possibly younger than Ikari. However, as the clan elder, it was his duty. The dilemma lingered in his mind. On the head for 15 minutes before sighing and scratching the bald head. Did you understand all that, Chan? He asked calmly. A ripple in the air behind him soon followed. I went to Kemi. Yes, Koroama, she confirmed with a smile. What do you think? She asked. Akemi, although she may not have participated in as many missions as the rest of the clan, she was one of the most highly skilled agents. Keisuke trusted her. She was only entrusted with missions considered too difficult for Reito Kimiko. Normally, when Hiroki was not present, he had succeeded at everything so far. Ikari-chan has good intentions, but perhaps she's overthinking this, the experienced woman opined. Kunoichi, on the other hand, she seems quite confident and has provided you with some evidence. Honestly, I don't think you. It would hurt to investigate this lead. I agree. The octogenarian shinobi nodded sharply. He calls Ei and Maki and tell them to seal the clothing with an identification tag. Make sure they don't talk about the results. I want as few people as possible know until the results are announced. Oh, with the sound of a gust of. With the wind blowing, Akemi left. She took the monkey with her, leaving Keisuke alone with his thoughts. Back in Konoha, Naruto was discovering something incredible about his new clothes. They made him invisible. Okay, fine, maybe it wasn't that simple. Clothes were just clothes, and certainly not. She was imbued with the power of invisibility. it seemed the townspeople were so used to it. To his orange jumpsuit that most seemed to ignore as he walked the streets in his gray shirt and pants. Black, damn, now that he wasn't wearing the jumpsuit, he didn't look so bulky either. Some stores didn't even realize who I was until it was too late, needless to say. Naruto discovered how much he was being overcharged when he managed to leave a store with his arms full of much-needed supplies at 3 times less than the cost I used to pay, although I still felt some resentment towards her. Despite the mysterious benefactor who had taken away his beloved monkey, Naruto couldn't deny that his life had improved. Little, at least they didn't catch him as often, and he realized he could get away with much more. Jokes, now that hiding isn't so complicated anymore, you try hiding in an orange jumpsuit. He even praised his new look, making the preteen blush with embarrassment. However, when he cautiously asked if he should also take off his glasses, she dismissed the idea upon seeing how much she appreciated them. However, she recommended that she wear them around her neck. When she did, she had to restrain herself from getting overwhelmed with him at that moment, telling him that he looked very handsome in it. Loose hair, Tucci had to intervene at that moment so that the poor boy's chastity would not be threatened. The ramen chef, however, told her that he approved of her change of wardrobe. Feeling a little more confident in his image, now that his 2 precious people had acknowledged him. On the positive side, Naruto practically entered the academy, proud of how he looked for once. However, curiously, Irika apparently had trouble finding him among the students since she had lost that precious orange beacon that always told her where Naruto was, although the look was enough. A few brief, appreciative glances from some girls, but her school life didn't change much to her disappointment. The girls continued to fawn over Sasuke, the boys ignored him, were indifferent to him, or ostracized him actively, and only Irika and Mizuki seemed remotely concerned about their education, although, to be fair, Naruto had long since given up, since the other teachers were practically determined to disapprove of it. However, something strange had recently begun to happen. About a week and a half after waking up in the elegant hotel room, he started seeing people. She stared at him strangely. Normally this didn't mean anything to him, because people always stared at him for one reason or another. This time, however, there was no orange monkey to blame, and the stares weren't hostile, at the very least. Naruto felt watched. In short, like his classmates, he sometimes looked at a stuffed frog or an anatomical model that Irika. Sometimes I would take money for anatomy classes. At first, I felt like I was only. He saw things, but as the days went by, he couldn't help but notice that someone was always watching him. Outside was a pretty teenager having tea in the dango shop, and a rough-looking young man with nose piercings. In the armory, or even a complete stranger watching him whenever he thought Naruto wasn't looking well. He ate in Akira. No matter where he went, he felt watched, and frankly, it was driving him crazy. All his instinctive alarms went off. However, the Konoha ninja never seemed to react to the strangers. For some reason, they simply went unnoticed by most, once he had come across. One of them did it on purpose, just to provoke a reaction, but the big man simply growled at him and muttered something about real men watching his every move, even as he tipped his straw hat forward too. He hid his face, and even tried to play a joke on one of the strangers watching him, but mysteriously, his plan backfired, covering him and his new clothes with a rather bright shine. Extravagant, to be honest. Naruto was starting to panic again. The worst part of the situation was that they didn't do anything about it, if they were like the thugs who almost beat him to death. He could handle that situation. In fact, he was quite good at dodging and evading his pursuers when he couldn't. He was either joking or fooling around. However, standing idly by and waiting, knowing he was being watched, wasn't the answer. It was by no means one of his most proven skills, nor could he exactly confront them. He had. Having tried once in a vain attempt to make people aware of the strange creatures that were stalking him, he waited until he was sure that one of them was following him, and then he turned majestically with his arm outstretched and he pointed his index finger accusingly, only to find someone behind him. Aside from a squeal coming from a nearby shop, he couldn't even notice anything out of the ordinary. However, the townspeople who witnessed his extravagant gesture stared at him in confusion, disgust, or a combination of both. Both, unfortunately. I had tried to reason with the Okage once about the strangers, but the old man's skeptical look told him his complaint wouldn't be taken too seriously. Naruto didn't. he blamed, considering that he had no proof of having stalkers, except for a certain shy heiress Yuga, but he didn't. I knew nothing about it, however. What I didn't know was that the third god, Sarutobi and Ruin, if they were to take the complaint seriously, couldn't risk not doing it, anything they could. The fact that the life of Minato and Kushina's only son and the living Jinchuriki of the Kubino Kitsune was endangered warranted investigation. Background: unfortunately, despite the old man's attempts and his deployment, when police were called in to search the village for suspects, the investigation proved fruitless. Even the visitor log at the main gates showed no evidence of suspicious individuals, and the censor division had not notified him of illegal entries into Konoha through the walls that they were found within the numerous barriers erected to control illegal trafficking. He had even asked Aikienko to investigate possible security breaches, but so far there has been no response. They had obtained no results, which meant that Naruto was making it up. Stories to attract attention, or that someone was able to elude even their best forces and infiltrate the village was without their knowledge. Not even divination with their crystal ball had managed to find any suspects viable, unfortunately, although his advisors and many ninjas wouldn't hesitate. Iruin, who accused Naruto of lying to get attention, believed the opposite. The boy was a troublemaker, that was undeniable, but he wasn't a liar. In fact, Iruin suspected that few things. He hated them more than liars, too many dangerous situations that almost got him killed by civilians. Hypocrites had provoked it. The problem with the natural conclusion then was that it meant that the village had been infiltrated under their surveillance, and no one could find any trace of these infiltrators. What Irusen knew was that they had come to kidnap the Jinchuriki and perhaps even plant explosives in an attack. A coordinated terrorist plot to weaken Konoha. While the third Hokage debated these possibilities, Naruto felt even more panic set in when she realized nothing was being done about her watchers. Wherever she went, she felt their gaze upon her. He was going crazy, even at the academy, which was so close to the Okage mansion that not even the thought of spying on him wouldn't even occur to her. She felt watched. Once, she glanced out a window, seemingly at random, and he saw two figures standing under the tree with the swing, and felt their piercing gaze fixed directly on him. What the hell? What was happening? While Naruto and the third Hokage were on the verge of panic, the Uzumaki clan shinobi were working. They worked diligently to gather information about the boy who, they had been told, could be the next boss of the clan, not just a ruling figure, but a true clan chief, a descendant of the very clan chief who he had been side by side with Senju Shirama, the Shota and Okage and husband of Lady Mito herself. After lifting due to the travel ban for minors, Keisuke sent an entire platoon of the Uzumaki clan's rising stars to infiltrate Konoha and investigate the young man, led by Raiden, whom Keisuke trusted to keep him calm. Despite their aggressive tendencies, the team broke through the sensory barriers of Konohagakure as if it were a game of children. On the other hand, with Maki among them, it really had been, since the two expert specialists in Fukinjutsu had opened a hole in record time by working as a team to the barriers. It was a great help that many of Konoha's barriers shared the same configuration. Basic to those used in Uzuzukure, having the same basic plans meant that the engineering, the reverse maneuver to clear a path had been quite simple. After that, he tried to hide in plain sight, something the clan had long excelled at, thanks to fleeing of very powerful enemies. Daisuke, Takes and the third dragon, Yuki, Amaya, Nobuko and Mariko dressed in civilian clothes and stayed in shaded areas, trying to go unnoticed. Meanwhile, Raiden and Akemi investigated the young man's residence, whose address had been provided by Ikari. Ei and Maddie, for their part, simply kept the team's chakra signatures a secret with their sealing techniques. As far as any attentive observer could see, they were just another group of travelers. What a mess! Raiden commented coldly as he glanced around the apartment where the boy lived. He absent-mindedly picked up an empty container of instant ramen that was on the floor. Are you sure this kid is from? Right. Ei and Maki seemed to believe it. He pointed to Kemi as he carefully rummaged through the boy's drawers. With their gloves fastened tightly so as not to leave any forensic evidence, and if Keisuke Koro believes them, so do I, that the old man always lets you trust him. Raiden commented as he checked the boy's refrigerator. He picked up a carton of milk and smelled it, and made a face of disgust. Expired, it hasn't smelled in ages. He added as he put the carton away. Seriously, how come this kid hasn't died of food poisoning? When you live on the streets for a long time, you adapt to the harsh conditions, I suppose, he replied to Kemi from the boy's room. It doesn't seem like. I have no memories of family or relatives. It doesn't surprise me considering where he lives. Raiden pointed out, no self-respecting parent would let their child live in this hole, not even for a second, much less that he ate a barely edible poison, he added, looking at the pile of dirty dishes in the sink, nor can I say a lot about her hygiene. I think Akari-chan is right, Akimiya said as she left. Into the small room, this boy seems like an orphan and survives completely alone, she concluded. There isn't a trace of affection. There's a branch here, and it seems like nobody's even picked up a brush to clean. Raiden clicked his tongue. Me. It would be infuriating if this guy could be our boss. But this is depressing, he commented. Even the furniture is made pieces. It makes you wonder what hell she's been through, Akemi. He hummed in agreement before looking out the apartment's only window, the one in the boy's bedroom. Ijukin. Something to tell? He asked from outside the window, standing on the windowsill. The red-haired, taciturn member of the Uzumaki clan grunted in agreement. Daisuke says the boy is back, he reported briefly. We have 5 minutes to evacuate the place. Raiden clicked his tongue again. TCH, what's that big guy doing? He's supposed to keep the brat away for another 15 minutes. Daisuke is doing what he can, Raiden-kun reprimanded Kemi, his colleague, before looking around anyway. I don't think we can. Gathering much more information is for now. We'd better go, Raiden simply. He grunted in agreement, and with the sound of a breeze blowing, the two left. It's worse than we thought, Nobo informed the group as they gathered in what looked like a truly wild forest. So far, his fin traps had managed to kill a dozen deadly snakes, 5 enormous slugs, and what? It looked like a giant earthworm. Suffice it to say, even Maki and Eiji were surprised at that boy is not only an orphan, but he's being rejected. Deliberately. Nabucco continued gravely. I recall at least 15 occasions where they were rejected in some opposite store for the most absurd reasons. I can confirm that report, Mariko interjected. It doesn't seem to be very well received anywhere, except in 2 places, the mansion Okiji and this little ramen stand near the main street, Ichiraku Ramen, Daisuke added, not bad. Although his meals are not balanced enough to keep a real man healthy. Speak for yourself, Takeshi grumbled. It's delicious. Just as Daisuke was about to counterattack, Raiden released an electric spark between his index and middle fingers as a warning. Enough? He reprimanded them with a withering glare that brooked no argument. What else? It seems she has a very poor diet consisting mainly of cheap food, she replied to Kemi, providing. She gave the team the information she and Raiden had obtained in the apartment, if this is all there is to it. Having eaten in recent years, I wouldn't be surprised if he suffered serious growth problems, in addition to a deteriorated metabolism. He's quite short, that's for sure, Yuki commented from her position on a branch tree. Inexplicably, it seemed as if he were missing his pants, although he seemed to completely ignore it. It's the shortest in his class. Where are your pants? Nobo asked. Drenched in sweat. Damn, which wasn't good either, Amaya said, with a pout as she recalled her observations throughout the week, ignoring the disappearance of the clothes of Yuki and her subsequent nervous breakdown. Most of the children seemed content to ignore it or to intimidate him, she recounted, and the girls are even worse, most of them just. They belittle them at every opportunity. Well, except for one, Yuki interrupted after. To get her pants back, but of course, I don't know what to think of her. I'm sure she'll hide from him, Amaya said with a dismissive gesture. You already saw her. She couldn't even utter 2 words when he was so close from him, and every time he looked at her, she blushed and ran away. She could to be in love. Leaving aside her love life, Raiden interrupted again. Irritated by all the tangential remarks, what conclusion can we draw about the boy? Is he Uzumaki or not? There was a moment of silence among the group as they pondered that question. Everyone. They knew how much it depended on it, because Keisuke had told them unequivocally that the results they obtained would influence directly in their decision to approach Konoha or not. I can only speak to what Ejiken and I found, but our seals were clear. He has Uzumaki blood, Maki ventured, raising a hand and offering a nervous smile. Raiden always intimidated her immensely, and he's not a distant relative. He's a genuine first-degree descendant of a member of the Uzumaki clan. Yae nodded in agreement with his assessment. He watched Raiden for any sign of approval or disapproval. Unfortunately, he received none. Neither of them, as the team leader's expression was expressionless. It's tough, Nobuko admitted. Few people can endure so much deliberate isolation without snapping, but this boy. She acts like she doesn't care about anything, she added. She craves attention. Yes, but less is constructive, I agree, Mariko chimed in, adjusting his glasses. Index finger also, I have the feeling that it's important to someone important, although not important enough to. So that his benefactor will openly show him his support, he pointed. Explain it to me, Raiden ordered irritably. He has. She's been living on cheap food and lives in her own apartment. Yes, Mariko asked Takemi for confirmation. Who? He nodded. And where do you get the money to buy them? He asked rhetorically. No. He has a job, nobody turns to look at him on the street, except for that ramen vendor and his daughter, so where does he get the money? Money? The others realized that no one had considered that question. Good idea, Raiden admitted. Causing the young woman to rob her. So someone's paying the brat's bills. It's tough, she added, nodding. Nobuko, in recognition. And he's a survivor capable of eating almost poisonous food, unfortunately. Aside from Eiji Matty's skinjutsu, that doesn't tell us a damn thing about whether he's one of us or not. Language, he muttered. Akemi gave him a light tap on the shoulder, which he ignored. Except for her name, Takeshi remarked, crossing his face. Arms outstretched, looking gravely at his clanmates. Wherever I go, they say the same thing about the boy. They call him the Uzumaki child. Anyone can adopt a surname, especially an orphan, Raiden pointed out. And to Queemand. We found no trace of family belongings in his house. Even if he were an orphan, there should be something to prove to its origins, especially if it can afford to rent an apartment. Either way, it's a clue. That's enough, isn't it? Takeshi replied. We have a name, Uzumaki Naruto. We have techniques from Maki and a fanatic that confirm that identity, he added, provoking a grimace of disgust. Inai, I say we go back to the old man and tell him what we have. I'm not sure we'll get much more, Raiden. She watched as the rest of the team exchanged glances and nodded slowly at the suggestion before. Do the same, okay, Eiji Maki confirmed. Take care of the protective gear. Sensory, we're leaving in 10 minutes. Oh, I see, Keisuke reflected as I was listening to the team's report. This is really worrying. I don't understand why Natsu complained, sitting among the clan members, a little annoyed at having been left behind and understandably so, considering it had the subtlety of an electric jackhammer in a glass shop. It's one of us, right? Let's catch him. Bang! In an instant, Natsu was in the floor fell as Keisuke withdrew his hand after having cut off his head. Silence, he reprimanded him as he pondered, absent-mindedly puffing smoke from his pipe. The evidence remains circumstantial, but I agree with which perhaps deserves a more direct approach, he judged. With all due respect, Koro Sama, said one of the adult members of the clan. Wouldn't it perhaps be wiser to proceed as Natsu suggested? We don't know. How will Konoha receive us? After so much time, judging by the way they treated the child, it seems they no longer. They respect our name. It was a valid concern, and one that, according to Keisuke, had many supporters. Whatever the boy's parental circumstances, there was no reason to disrespect a clan that, for so many years, he had supported Konoha through thick and thin, until his own destruction. I agree with the idiot, Takeshi growled, ignoring Natsu's indignant shout. That brat. They've treated her practically like an animal, apart from her mysterious sugar daddy, the ramen chef and his daughter, and perhaps his teacher. I can't name anyone else who supports him, not even someone his own age, Takeshi's opinion. It sparked a wave of debate in the packed room, all members of the clan, aged 14 and over. They discussed the team's findings after receiving information from Keisuke. The old man, for his part, observed in. The silence was palpable as small discussion groups formed, some with opinions threatening to become heated. For one thing, Keisuke had a theory to explain the treatment the boy received, although it barely justified it. Comparing what he knew about Kusuna's journey to Konoha with the fact that this lost clan member probably it was his son, there was only one logical explanation. Enough. he declared, raising a hand. Almost immediately, the room fell silent. I understand your concerns, but perhaps you know why. They've treated him so badly, he announced. Perhaps not many of you know this, but before Lady Mito married Shota and Okaji, she became involved in a fight between the founders. The original Konoha residents, Asarama-sama and Uchiha Madara, informed them and were very pleased to see the various expressions of dislike for the name Uchiha. The Uzumaki had a long history of animosity toward that particular clan, and they deeply detested the Sharingan's infamous ability to copy techniques, for a clan of specialists. In Enjutsu, nothing was more abhorrent than plagiarism. Everyone knows the story of the Valley of the End, Jiji Gimiatsu. Look at the good stuff, bang, another blow to the head. He silenced the boy, causing the room to fill with sweat as they watched the irritated old man withdraw his hand. Time again, what those who haven't reached the third degree in Fuinjutsu don't know is that the Shodan not only defeated the Nine Tails when Madara summoned it, but he also sealed it away with our techniques. He continued as if nothing had happened. She had just inflicted physical harm on a clan member with a small smile, and Lady Mito, dropping that. The bomb had the desired effect, as almost everyone present who had not chosen to become an expert in the sealing techniques were astonished, although the Shodai's access to the Uzumaki's sealing techniques wasn't so surprising. Considering he was Mito's lover, the fact that his revered ancestor had been a Jinchuriki was significant. The act, for obvious reasons, would have remained hidden. However, for a clan of kin specialists, most of them were banging their heads for having overlooked such an application of their techniques for explaining the sudden disappearance of the nine-tailed fox. And that's not all. Another member of our clan was chosen to succeed Lady Mito as her life drew to a close. Finally, he added, enjoying the growing looks of astonishment among the members of his clan, not all. The days were getting so unnerved. Mrs. Kusina, she whispered to Kemi. With her eyes wide open and her hands covering her mouth, Keisuke watched her for a moment, somewhat grateful that he continued playing along. Despite already knowing, Keisuke nodded, provoking another a wave of whispers. Raising a hand to silence the crowd, he continued. Due to his special chakra, even among our own kind, and his ability to create chakra chains, his father, the head of our clan, decided to seal the Kubi in Kusina when Lady Mito's life was nearing its end. In the end, he struck her. She pressed her pipe against the tatama and unclogged it before taking another puff. We succeeded, and she left Uzagaku to become in the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails of Konoha. Although I love the history lesson, Grandpa, grumbled Ridden, because I already knew all this. What does that have to do with anything? A mark appeared on Keisuke's. His forehead frowned at the rude interruption. However, unlike Natsu, he didn't raise his hand to his grandson, not favoritism, really, but because Raiden wouldn't shut up even if he did. He was already on that path, he grumbled. Seriously, I'm old, I like to take my time, signal for sweat drops. Massive, coughing slightly, Keisuke looked both ways with caution before. Continue anyway, where was I? Oh right, Kusina became. In the second Jinchuriki he died. We're screwed, he summarized, causing more beads of sweat to form. Nevertheless, he began to smile with a mischievous grin. But I have a question for all of you. If he died and we know he did it, where did Kubi go? Silence. Keisuke enjoyed the way they were looking at him. Honestly, I hadn't thought about the most terrifying disappearance of the Vigilith 13 years ago. Years, I admit, I hadn't thought about it until now, like most of you. I suppose I assumed that perhaps Kusina sealed the Nine Tails inside her when she died, taking it with her, she admitted. Keisuke, but that leads us to wonder, doesn't it? The Vigila can't be killed, Seal Masters. We know, he saw that the relevant section of his clan nodded. Even if he had, say, died, it would have regenerated at some point, and the only way to keep beasts of that level out of harm's way for longer time is spent sealing them, but not all objects can contain a Biju, and even fewer the Kubi, so naturally we must conclude that it was sealed within another person. He paused again to savor the moment. He took another drag from his pipe. And who was it? He asked calmly again. The silence reigned in the room until Akati stood up, trembling and looking dazed. That boy is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. That makes sense, right? Keisuke said with a smile. Accomplice. While the room erupted in shouts of surprise and denial, we know that the fourth Hokage was the one who defeated the Kyubi. Konoha has been boasting about it for years. which prompted some murmurs of approval. Over the years they had encountered many Konoha ninja who boasted of the fourth Hokage's victory over the fearsome Ninetales, and now know that, like Asarama-sama and Mitoama, he had access to our seals to Kusina. It is logical that he used it to seal the kubi inside a child, the best possible host for such a beast. That's why Konoha will never let him. He's leaving the village, he's too important a strategic asset to let go, demonstrating. Because he was in charge of the Uzumaki exiles, Keisuke saw how his logic drew them all to his side. That said, Konoha may not have honored our sacrifice, but we honor our loyalty to the family, Keisuke reminded them, making more than one of them straighten up. And their family? That boy in charge of Lady Kusina's burden is family. We are the Uzumaki clan of Yuzio Gakakure, which means we support each other mutually, or if I do not urge you, we will all fall as one. He listened to the audience recited the traditional call to action that served as the clan's motto. Keisuke smiled. Satisfied, with the pipe in his mouth, he nodded as he crossed his arms over his small chest. Of course. Now we're going to look for a missing clan member. Naruto was having a bad day. No, that wasn't the word. Enough to describe how I felt today. In fact, if I had to describe how I felt, I would have said I was a mixture of anger, helplessness, sadness, and resignation. What had happened to cause such a thing? A change in the child's state of being? You might ask. The graduation exam. For the third time he had failed the damn exam, and always in the same section, the Bunsen. Naruto didn't. He could understand why, but he had never been able to produce a decent Bunsei in his life, not even when he trained at home or at the training ground. No matter what he did, he had never succeeded, and a large part of him felt it was clearly unfair that one of the requirements for graduation was the ability to do so. After all, he had never needed it to escape his pursuers before, so why was it so important for him to learn it? Unfortunately, he knew that she would never let it go unnoticed, no matter how much he protested. Sighing in discouragement, she watched as the parents came to collect their children, congratulating the deceased, all except him, even Choji's parents, and Shikamaru had walked by and congratulated them enthusiastically. Kiba's mother had patted him on the back, affectionately patted his head before giving him a congratulatory tickle. He grimaced when he saw that some of them. They glared angrily and began to murmur, knowing full well that they were belittling him once again. Some even spoke openly about how brilliantly he had failed. Naruto felt a dark pang upon hearing that. They ridiculed her, but she ruthlessly suppressed her. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing her break down. No matter how tempting the idea was, she was about to leave, without. However, when he saw Mizuki, Iruka's assistant teacher, approaching him with a smile and a greeting to Naruto. He liked Mizuki. Unlike Iruka, he seemed willing to lend a hand. "That's too bad about your exam, Naruto," said the kind professor with a compassionate smile. "You know, I tried to convince Iruka. I wanted him to give you another chance. But you know how he is." Naruto lowered his gaze sadly. "Yes. He's so stuck up. Why won't he give me another chance?" she demanded somewhat angrily. But it was also sad because the man who frequently invited him to eat ramen didn't even understand that he was asking for the impossible. "I think he's being harsh with you because he sees himself reflected in you. You know?" Mizuki comforted the boy, making Naruto look up, surprised. After all, it wasn't the very same model teacher he is now was your age. Hell, I think he would have beaten you to a pulp, not even close. "Speak!" Naruto exclaimed with growing astonishment. "And Iruka so serious a demon!" "Like him, an inconceivable path," Mizuki confirmed with a smile. "You know, he's an orphan too. When he was younger, pranks were his way of getting other people to pay attention to him. Listen up, so don't be so hard on him, okay? He's probably trying to guide you down the right path." Naruto lowered his gaze, absorbing this new side of his upright teacher. Even so, he muttered dejectedly, "That would have been great if I had graduated." Mizuki remained silent and looked at Naruto intently. "You know, if you really want to impress him, maybe I know how." Yari cursed as she leaped from rooftop to rooftop. She had just returned to Konoha and she was met with bad news. Apparently, the young man she had, the man who was saved from being killed, was accused of stealing a rather important village relic, and so she could hear many expressing their desire to kill him. Naturally, this was unacceptable to her. She, both on a personal level and as a result of Keisuke's orders, as much as the old Uzumaki wanted. To claim the child, he first needed to consult with the other elders of the cell, something that could take time. Despite this, knowing that the boy was having a hard time in Konoha, he ordered an advance team to be assembled to keep an eye on the potentially lost relative, while the necessary paperwork was being handled. Ikari was one of those members. Raiden, however, was not, and that had caused some problems. The first dragon had been recruited to keep an eye on Keisuke along with Kimiko in case it ever leaked that they. The 4 remaining elders of the Uzumaki clan were gathered in the same place. She shuddered at the thought of what they would do. The Kumo ninjas. Kiryu was going to capture the elders if that happened, unfortunately, with Kimiko. Raiden was absent on other matters, and Akemi was forced to stay behind to attend to clan affairs. Meanwhile, Hiroki. He was also absent, leaving very little room for proper field leadership. Agi had been an option. Potential, but everyone dismissed it just as quickly upon realizing that the teenager was an expert teacher of seals, but not exactly a field leader. Natsu was also ruled out. Despite his status as the second dragon, if he were ever given a leadership position in anything, it was likely that his a bad temper would expose them. Takeshi was also ruled out for the same reason. In the end, by elimination, Ikari was assigned the role of field leader, while the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, those worthy to participate on the field, lined up behind her. Thus the things, he chose Amaya, Yuki, Takeshi, Sora, Natsu and Maki as reinforcements, thinking that having the 3 remaining dragons on their team would strengthen the otherwise immature team. Something doesn't add up in this situation, Yuki observed as she skillfully landed next to Ikari while he was giving directions. Our observations don't suggest the boy has a thief streak. Amaya landed behind the 2 and nodded. It's too unusual, he confirmed. Never mind, Ikari said as the rest of the team landed on the rooftop. Whatever our conclusions may be, the people of this village. He seems to distrust him enough to believe he's capable of high treason. We have to catch him first. That they'd kill him out of spite, she said firmly. You don't really think they'd kill a child, do you? She asked. Sora's eyes were wide. Takeshi clicked his tongue in irritation. If it's a Jinchuriki like the old man thinks, wouldn't surprise me, he said, sounding annoyed. Isolated or no, Uzumaki had seen and heard of numerous cases of mistreated Kiki Jinch. Maddie, Ikari spoke, choosing not to answer Sora's question, even though she was thinking the same thing as Takeshi, although she didn't need to say anything more, as the seal master anticipated her by kneeling before her roof and banging her hand against the concrete. I'm already on it, said the redhead with a somber look, while raising his free hand, forming a half-rammed seal. Bien, he intoned, making a spiral of black characters spread out beneath his palm. Saiskafin, before the eyes of the seal master, the spiraling characters merged, forming a circle that then began to harbor bright spots in its circumference. At first glance, there were quite a few, but only one shone green. Luckily, he had remembered to bring a sample of his long-lost relative from when they made him test on the monkey. It's 1 kilometer northeast over there, he concluded, pointing in that direction, which appeared to be the eastern entrance. There are perhaps 3 dozen more contacts heading that way, and 2 of them. They're approaching the boy. Yari clicked his tongue in irritation. Never. We'll get there before those 2, but at least we can keep the others entertained, he judged, observing his group that was ready to receive orders. There's nothing to be done, Amaya, Yuki, you 2 take care of half the approaching ninjas. Takeshi, Natsu, you 2 take care of the other half. Entertain us, we don't need the problems a couple of body bags will bring us, he told his relatives firmly, knowing that they were likely to be defeated in a fight. Then she turned to the 2 remaining girls. Maddie, Sora, come get me, let's go. Save that boy, Sora, prepare to heal him if necessary. Oh, the group responded to the orders and dispersed. She was relieved that no one had challenged her authority, although she assumed the urgency of the situation played a role, leading his group towards the east gate, knowing they would have to. They needed to hurry if they wanted to reach the boy as soon as possible. Unfortunately, although he had great faith in his fellow ninja's ability to contain the furious ninja, but he couldn't risk going too far either. Overlooking the possibility of failure, Maddie, he said as he landed near the door, taking a brief second to. He looked at the imposing wooden doors. Seal this door, he ordered. Take? Maddie asked, surprised. Natsu and the others are strong, but not. We can rule out the possibility of anyone surpassing them, Ikari explained. Seal it off, don't let anyone succeed. Go ahead. Maki nodded firmly. Understood. She nodded before passing an impressive number of hand seals. We'll want to be on the other side once the seal is lifted. He pointed as he continued passing the stamps. Without further delay, the trio jumped through the gates, and Yari looked back just in time for Maki to turn around mid-land and hit the ground with both hands. Fuck! She yelled, causing hundreds, if not thousands, of ink-black characters to sprout from the ground. His palms formed a huge spiral. Yakujura's Somen Fujo raised his hands. She pointed with her palms facing upwards and her fingers like claws towards the open door, then brought them together in front of her. In applause, as if by magic, the doors creaked as they were forced open, to close at an unusual speed, slamming shut before their eyes. However, this was not the end of Maki's technique, as the two large spirals of characters in front of him launched a line of ink-black characters extended toward the doors and then traveled along their frame to form a large X. Maki. She was breathing heavily as she finished the technique signaled by the green glow of the cross. Io should keep them at bay. For a while, he said, swallowing hard. Even though they can still jump over walls, I can't help it, no. Sinijukan pointed, falling heavily on his rear end and barely able to support himself. Honestly, if she had sealed with her partner, she wouldn't have been so exhausted. However, performing such a sealing was difficult. Playing at such a high level alone was incredibly exhausting. That'll be enough, Ikari said earnestly, noticing the emaciated state of your cousin. Escape and rest, Maki, she ordered. Sora and I will finish the mission. Nodding wearily, unable to muster enough strength or with the willpower to respond, Maki slowly complied with his orders, crawling into the nearby foliage. Confident that no one would actually find her, given her rather low chakra levels. Meanwhile, Yari. He looked at Sora. We're already running late, he told the young woman. We'll have to go one. I'll take it a step further. Can you handle that? The 14-year-old girl nodded firmly. I'll be fine, Ikari-chan. She promised, nodding contentedly. Ikari imposed the pace in the final stage of the chase, leaping towards the furthest tree he could reach, almost vaporizing the branch he landed on with the amount of chakra he had deposited in his feet. To the credit of the fourth dragon, landed on a branch directly in front of the Likari and didn't seem too affected by the pace. The accelerated pace to which they subjected her, Ikari smiled, perhaps they could reach. It's been a while. Remember when Naruto said he had a bad day? He took it back. Today was a day. Horrible. Mizuki, that traitorous fool, had manipulated him. No, he hadn't just manipulated him. Not just manipulated it, but had used it. Following the instructions, he took the forbidden parchment from the mansion. Okuji even went so far as to use his patented Oiroku no Jutsu against the old man himself, although it was fun. At the very least, he was surprised at how easy it was to obtain the parchment, considering it was supposed to be a relic. Invaluable. Why hadn't more security measures been implemented? At that moment, Naruto ignored it. I put those concerns aside, thinking it was proof enough that it was a makeup exam. Legitimate for those who had failed the graduation exam. He took the large parchment and ran out. To be honest, he felt he had escaped unharmed, but apparently someone had alerted the village. Only now did Naruto realize. He realized that it had been Mizuki's plan all along. Following the instructions, he took the large scroll. Sighs, seriously, someone was overcompensating or something, and it led him to a clearing outside the walls of the village. Strange, but who was he to question a master? Where he sat waiting for Mizuki for exactly 5 seconds before Tsuruha activated, thinking I had nothing. There was nothing better to do, and the forbidden scroll of the wondrous lay beside him. He opened the monument to the overcompensated ninja and started reading it, only to find a couple of seals boring as hell. Some techniques that sounded silly, and then Kuji Bunsen won the jackpot. Upon seeing the name of his mobile and rejected enemy Bunin, Naruto felt his tenacious competitive spirit activate with full force as he promised to master this technique. Fists raised high, he would prove it to everyone. No technique could defeat him. Of course, Naruto was so obsessed with convincing his eternal rival. The enemy overlooked the fact that he wasn't actually attempting a bun, but a Kuji Bunsen. Thus, when he celebrated having mastered the technique, after surprisingly few attempts, and believed he had mastered the Academy's Bunsen. However, it wasn't long before he realized how much he had been deceived. Irika, the always reliable and good-natured, he arrived first, surprising Naruto. Grinning like the idiot he was, he rubbed the back of his neck and he asked Irika if he had passed the makeup exam, only for the teacher to look at him like he was a mentally unstable. It was only after mentioning Mizuki that Irika finally guessed, and just as he was about to reveal that Mizuki was a traitor when the traitorous prodigy arrived, immobilizing Irika against a nearby shed with Kuna and offering to explain to Naruto why everyone hated him, and well, between Irika's lecture or a juicy secret about why his life was hell, Naruto's choice was obvious, of course. He never expected to hear that he was the Kitsune Kubino, which was strange, really, since he had never felt like one before. Fox, he didn't particularly like raw meat either. Did foxes eat ramen? In fact, how did a demon of that size get so small? It shouldn't. It had been much more powerful from the beginning. Besides, it was a gigantic walking disaster of nature. Given his dedication to the destruction of all living things, was it really wise to antagonize him? Naruto didn't voice all of these concerns, but he found it to be extremely lazy reasoning. Either way, Mizuki had come in giving her rather cliché speech, in Naruto's opinion, about how everyone they hated him, even Irika, and how he would never be loved. Well, maybe he was a. It was a cliché, but it still hurt to hear it. In Irika's defense, however, the man. He was busy protecting the Forbidden Scroll, or so Naruto thought of Mizuki. Naruto, run! His teacher shouted urgently, just as Mizuki made his move. He moved and launched the enormous Fuma shuriken he carried with him, with predictable results. Meanwhile, Naruto. He was still stuck in place. Irika was forced to knock him to the ground only to receive a blow to the back with the enormous shuriken. Ow! Irika groaned in pain as he felt the sharp tool. The projectile lodged near his spine. Naruto, run, please! He begged the boy beneath him. I'm so sorry for everything. She apologized with tears in her eyes. I also lost my parents because of the Kyuubi. I also grew up alone. You must have suffered a lot, so I wanted to be there for you like no one else ever was for me. Naruto was moved, he really was. He'd never heard anyone say anything like that before. Thus, he couldn't even look at him with eyes that reflected only affection and honesty. Even so, all of this was too much for him. The boy quickly slipped away with the scroll, needing some time alone to process the situation. Jail! Mizuki exclaimed as she watched her prey flee. See Irika? She continued. A mocking smile. He's a brat, he'll never forgive anyone, he's the Kyuubi, I think. I'll do the village a favor and kill him now, since you won't be a problem anymore. Irika watched helplessly as Mizuki jumped, unable to keep up, striking the ground in fury. He cursed himself due to his weakness before slowly collapsing as the wounds began to take their toll. If the shuriken had hit within millimeters, that would have been fine, but as things stood, she would probably faint from blood loss within minutes without medical assistance. In fact, his vision was becoming blurry, causing Irika to think that he never thought he would end his life like this. Hey Sora, we got hurt down here, she heard a girl's faint voice in the edge of his consciousness. Heal him while I go find the boy, MGH. Irika tried to speak, but he felt quite weak from his injuries. He wanted to protest, to tell his rescuers. He insisted Naruto wasn't to blame, but his words failed him as darkness began to engulf him. Meanwhile, Sora watched her patient with concern as her hands glowed green, while the healing chakra worked fervently to heal the numerous wounds. Ayaya. They've hurt you a lot, Anai-chan, she murmured as she worked, and GGHH Yuka. He groaned in pain as they tried to keep him from fainting. Relax, everything's going to be alright. Anai-chan. She comforted him as the wound on his back began to slowly close. Don't move and I'll end up in a flash. Nah, Naruto. Irika groaned in pain. Sora's expression lit up. Upon hearing the name, she asked happily, Is that your name? As she continued working, then, Irene-chan. He'll make sure Naruto-sama is safe and sound, Sama. Irika grumbled, confused. He had heard people refer to Naruto in various ways. Ever since he was a child, Lockeiji had loved that nickname for his son. The figure of the grandson was even seen as a monster by the most idiotic members of the village. However, he had never heard him call him Sama. For Irika, it was simply inconceivable. Sora smiled radiantly at his protege, although Irika could clearly see the glimmer of sadness behind him. That smile, in a way, reminded him of the way Naruto sometimes smiled. "Naruto-sama is Naruto-sama," he said simply, without venturing any further information. Irika was doubly. I was surprised by the young woman. Not only was she quite young to be so skilled in using healing techniques, but she also seemed very aware of the need to keep quiet about the information, although not the. He was much older than his students, and he was surprised that he seemed far more skilled than any of them, including Sasuke, the genius of his generation. An explosion sounded in the distance, which it made Irika shudder slightly, and Sora smiled as she recognized the chakra signature. "Ah, it seems Yarchan has it. Everything's under control. How about we end up here to meet up with them?" Nyan asked with a smile. Cheerfully, all Irika could do was nod slowly. Ikari had no trouble finding the tough runner. Naruto, despite his inexperience, left a fairly extensive trail. This obviously made it easier for Mizuki and Kari to track him. Mizuki, however, was indeed trained, but still left a decent trail for Ikari, as he doubted anyone would interfere before he killed the blonde brat. Unfortunately for him, Ikari was in a rather bad mood. Circumstances, and therefore he was not in the mood to please the traitor while he pursued his objectives. Murderers, leaping from tree to tree, he reflected on the situation before. To leave the Uzumaki village complex, Keisuke had taken her aside to emphasize the importance of her mission, though it wasn't so obvious. Still, his words at that moment resonated within her, even now. Keisuke, dressed in his travel gear and smoking his favorite pipe, frowned at Ikari as he sat down. With her legs crossed in front of her on the tatame, "Tell me, Ikari-chan, do you know why? Even though many of we're still alive, hasn't the clan chosen a new leader since Lady Kusina's death?" he asked after. He exhaled a few puffs of smoke. Ikari frowned sincerely, unsure. The answer, although of course she hadn't asked herself that question before, since the most members of the Uzumaki clan simply accepted the status, in such situations, unless they truly. Those who desired power, few would question the way he led the group. No, he admitted ruefully. Keisuke smiled wryly as he held his pipe in one hand, the others. Nor did he say anything to comfort the girl. However, the answer is simple: none. One of us could become clan chief. Yari blinked at that answer, feeling more confused than before. "I don't understand, couldn't you become clan chief?" he asked. In fact, if Keisuke declared himself clan chief, I doubted anyone in the group would protest. After all, they all understood that the man who had kept them safe all these years, it had been him. Keisuke let out a short, heartfelt laugh at the question. There wasn't a trace of mockery in it. "Oh, Kami," she said, still laughing. Muttered under his breath, "What a bad idea. I, the clan leader, would rather tear off my own foot." With one bite, Ikari broke out in a sweat at the rather. The old man's sincerity. "Ik-chan, the Uzumaki clan chiefs are not chosen by no skill or influence," he said simply after regaining control. Taking a drag on his pipe, he exhaled a small puff of smoke. "If that were the case, any arrogant brat could challenge the boss, of course. Hell, I imagine that idiot Natsu would be delighted," he added with a snort. Sadly, Ikari couldn't deny it, which made him sweat profusely. "In our clan leaders are chosen from a different way," he said, although something in that answer piqued his curiosity. Perhaps he was keeping something to himself. It wasn't a far-fetched assumption, considering she was barely there qualified to lead this mission. "We didn't choose the most powerful member of our clan, nor the most politically savvy, because it doesn't represent all of us," explained a clan chief. "It needs to be strong, yes, but he must also be wise. He must be influential, yet down to earth, and most importantly, he must unite the clan behind him," he stated with a nostalgic and sad tone. "Therefore, no living elder of our active Niembro clan can become clan chief. None of us can unite the clan." Yari blinked again. "I'm not too bothered by that statement, but the clan members adore you," he protested. "If you file your claim, we'll back you up in an instant. And what happens to the clan members in the other cells?" Ikari was paralyzed by that question. Keisuke sighed as he exhaled a little more smoke absent-mindedly. "Yarchan, you're very. It's kind of him to say that everyone here will support me, but our clan members are only a fraction of it," he recalled. "Just as you see me as your leader, our relatives in other places see their elders as a natural choice for leadership, he informed her before contemplating the sunset through the window. We don't try to assume the position of clan chief, so, to avoid bitter power struggles, I have already. Having seen so many members of my family and Carrie-chan die, I don't want to have to kill any of them for a title that not even. I don't even want to. She sat there stunned by the old man's words for her. Embarrassed, he admitted to wondering why Keisuke hadn't simply claimed the title of clan chief. He knew that Raiden had wondered about it too, for he often complained drunkenly that the old man must have the courage to take what was rightfully his. However, looking at Keisuke now, Ikari could see every year of his life reflected in his image. He didn't look weak, not at all, but he did look tired. Very tired, judging by the way he hunched over and stared at the red sun with eyes that seemed divided between a present and a distant, comforting past. Why are you telling me this, Gigi? He asked, after giving him a moment to remember. Because this boy, if he is who we think he is, could finally change the things, Keisuke replied without pausing, a legitimate descendant of the ancient. The clan leader born outside our self-imposed divisions could unite the cells and rebuild our family. He added, turning to Ikari. I entrust you with the fate of our family, Ikari-chan. Make sure nothing harms him. Pass it on to the boy, no matter the cost. He understood why Keisuke wanted the clan chief's lineage to live on. With so few Uzumaki remaining, it wasn't the time to remain divided. Without the division imposed by the elders on the day of Lady Kusina's death, they would have been easily hunted by their enemies and their family wiped out. Even so, as Keisuke had said, a new leader of the clan could change all that. At the very least, it could be the gateway to a new village, at least until the day had come when he would claim Nishio-gakur. It didn't take a genius to realize that, despite his behind the facade of happiness, things weren't exactly going well for the clan. Beneath the smiles and parties, she knew that most of the clan members were simply doing their duty. I could tell just by listening to Uncle Orochi's stories from his youth. Keisuke's, even Aunt Nana remembered things from time to time, as did the other adults. It hurt her to see their clan suffer so much. Without Yuzio-gakur, without the clan leaders to guide them, the Uzumaki were gone, slowly disintegrating. If something wasn't done soon, he knew he wouldn't survive and that the Second Great the Shinobi War would finally claim its last victims. Stop running, demon! He heard the one shout. The last pursuer of her future clan chief was further ahead. With a furious look, the redhead quickened her pace. He was already thinking about which summoning he would use to bury the bastard. Meanwhile, Naruto was backing up against a tree, with the forbidden scroll literally taped to his chest as he stared at Mizuki, somewhat terrified. Any other he would have attacked blindly that day. After all, he was good at it, this time, without. However, he was clearly aware of how overwhelmed he was after having seen Iruka fall with relative ease. That's right, surrender. Mizuki looked at him mischievously, goading him into handing over the scroll. Just give it to me and I'll make sure of it. Make it quick. Mizuki may not have been a jonin, but he was still a trained ninja from Kanoikure. That's why, when he felt the dangerous intensity of his killer instinct, it suddenly sprang up behind him. Instinctively he tried to jump away, but he soon found himself immobilized, with one arm twisted behind her back and a kunai at her throat. Who's going to do it so fast? A female voice hissed in. A low voice, undoubtedly that of her captor. Mizuki began to sweat nervously, while he thought about every move in his arsenal, trying to find a way out of his current situation. Unfortunately, none came to mind. Naruto, for his part, remained staring intently. A stranger appeared out of nowhere, crouching behind Mizuki. And with the same speed, he grabbed Master Chunin, her bright red hair. It awakened something in Naruto, but what really convinced him was that he was trying to defeat the man who had. He tried to defeat it. Even so, he had already suffered a burn and wasn't going to let it happen again. Moving away from the two ninjas, Naruto figured a few more steps would give him a proper line of sight for his next move. An incursion into escapism. Wait, he heard the woman shout at him, still staring intently at her prisoner, while holding the kunai ready against his throat. Uzumaki Naruto? He asked frankly. Who wants to know? He replied, stopping despite his conviction to keep running. Damn, who the hell are you? For once, that demon asked a good question. Mizuki grumbled before wincing at the sight of the kuna and the woman to superficially cut her throat. Kami, woman. It's an official Konoha matter, he boasted. Unfortunately, Ikari was aware of it. His bluff was exposed. If that's true, where are your reinforcements, you idiot? He glared at him, although. If I were, you wouldn't have any luck, you idiot. I'm here for the kid Konoha can be. Rot for me now. Mizuki was completely panicked, she thought. That he had been taken prisoner by some strange passerby or perhaps a Konoha ninja to whom Irika had told the story. Happened, however, the woman's tone of voice betrayed no lie. He could gut the __ right there if he wanted, along with Konoha. Naruto, for his part. He was getting tired of being ignored. 13 years of neglect had caused his need for attention to become unbearable. Predisposed to mischief and completely lacking in stealth. Listen! Don't ignore me! She shouted at the two of them, surprising Ikari with the intensity of her shout. Mizuki, without. However, he was very used to Naruto's shouts and, like a trained ninja, quickly struck with the Ikari winced in pain as the kunai cut his throat a little further, though it only pierced it. The skin, as she cursed, he jumped away from Naruto and her, staring at them as he grabbed her bleeding throat. Bad move, bitch, he roared as he proceeded to perform various hand seals, Bunin no Jutsu, with a few dozens of smoke explosions. Mizuki disappeared from sight, only to suddenly reappear when the smoke. He distanced himself, but like a dozen Mizukis, staring intently at the new horde of imbeciles he was about to take down. Ikari jumped in front of Naruto and signaled him to stay where he was. Stay behind me, he ordered. I'll protect you. He swore fiercely. Naruto stared at the redhead, unable to believe what he was hearing. He had often read about similar situations in the few books he owned, but he never imagined he would witness such a heroic act. Who are you? He asked, astonished. Good question, said one of the Mizuki with. He looked disdainful as he began to twirl a kunai between his fingers. After all, I'll have to identify his body. When I hand them over to Okage, I suppose I'll get a medal for this, he mused aloud, looking very pleased with himself. With his gaze fixed on her, Ikari slid his back foot another centimeter as he was preparing his fists for hand-to-hand combat. I think you've got it backwards, he mocked. I'd only put my name so I know who beat you up. He roared as he charged at the clones, knowing he could only to inflict harm on the real Mizuki. A rash assault? Mizuki scoffed. Indifferent. How stupid! Indeed, Ikari pierced through the clone he was looking for, heading straight towards a tree that stood behind her. She wasn't a ninja for nothing, so. Despite Naruto's cry of alarm, he simply did a somersault in the air, landed on the log, and clung to it. Using his expert chakra manipulation, a wild smile was already spreading across his face as he raised the. She raised her head to meet Mizuki's gaze and placed her hands on the trunk directly beneath her. Sorry, idiot, but I forgot to mention I'm not a taijutsu specialist, he sneered just as his hands glowed. Of an intense green, Kyukalos shouted, making Mizuki open her eyes. She gasped as she understood. Mizuki cursed as all the clones rushed towards her with the kunai. He stood up, ready to kill her, to conceal his true self. Yamenu! Cerveros! He shouted, causing 2 puffs of smoke to rise from the ground near the tree. I summon you, twin howls. They pierced the night sky as the 2 great wolves launched themselves at the advancing clones, only to. They were momentarily confused as they passed through them. Meanwhile, the wolves growled in confusion, searching for their. Ikari, feeling trapped, sighed and slapped her face in exasperation as Mizuki and Naruto watched the wolves. Confused, they're complete idiots, he grumbled, despite his powerful. In the attack, the 2 were quite new to ninja fighting and had not yet learned to sniff out their opponents. Fortunately, the wolves had excellent hearing, so understanding the situation, the 2 biological machines. From death, with an attack mentality, they used the characteristic instincts of their species and began to hunt the real Mizuki. Unfortunately, things didn't seem so simple, since the wolves continued stumbling around, unable to find the real one. Frowning, Yari wondered what this could mean. What it means when he heard a voice shouting, "Bichan, about you." Working on instinct, Ikari lunged forward, rolling on the ground just as Mizuki attacked her from behind. Back, however, to his confusion, the sword he wielded had not harmed him, despite having been within reach. It was too late for her to realize she'd been tricked, unfortunately for Mizuki. Ikari wasn't that incompetent and quickly moved aside, sliding until he stopped just in time. Mizuki jumped up from the ground with a sneer. Damn brat. He growled. That was all he managed to say as Yamenu and Kurvero pounced on him, although Mizuki. He managed to dodge the two wolves. Ikari was far from defeating him. Finally, he grabbed his enormous scroll and he barely unwound one foot, Kai shouted, making Mizuki open her eyes. He opened his eyes wide as he saw a torrent of Urakensa kunai swooping down on him, causing the ground where he had been standing to collapse. Standing still, he looked as if he had been struck by a shower of metal, gently dodging Mizuki's attacks. He unrolled the parchment a little more as he laid it on the ground, quickly creating a tiger seal. Kai, this. Mizuki, in turn, got an unpleasant surprise when he encountered two torrents of fire and water rushing towards him. Apparently, when the woman had told him she was a knife specialist, she wasn't joking. Who knew what else that damned parchment contained? And speaking of parchments, every passing second, fighting against the girl, who was obviously quite strong, meant he was closer to being caught trying. Stealing the forbidden scroll, of course, this whole affair would have been over by now if that, woman hadn't interfered. In their little demon hunt, wait, a terrible idea appeared in the Mizuki's head as she dodged another barrage of sharp, pointed instruments. All this time she had been trying to take on someone who was obviously better than him when his weakness was all too obvious. With the perfect timing, he waited for the next summoned blow to reach him before bursting into smoke, replaced. Suddenly, a log fell on her. Ikari looked around suspiciously, considering that she was still surrounded by the Mizuki's harmless Bunsen clones. Even so, she had demonstrated considerable mastery of the clones. If there were, managed to control them so that they seemingly acted independently, something she knew It was incredibly difficult, and a testament to his chakra control. Where is he? She murmured to herself. I would never allow a man so determined to kill his future clan chief to escape, not under my watch. Listen. Where did that bastard go? Naruto shouted then, making her pale as she realized what Mizuki had said seconds ago. Naruto-sama uttered the honorific, unconsciously, confusing the boy. Jump! He shouted frantically. As he ran towards him, despite his confusion, Naruto's senses of self-preservation were on high alert. Attuned enough to understand that the girl was completely serious, he instinctively jumped towards Ikad, and just as the older teenager leaped at him towards where Mizuki was apparently lunging for, he plunged a knife into Naruto's back, raising a kunai from below, and smiled grimly as he realized who would evade his blow and finish him off with his own. The seconds seemed to pass like hours as he approached his heart, only for its grim satisfaction to evaporate as it passed through a Bunsen clone. Mieri began to curse, but the ground beneath her feet exploded, revealing two hands that grabbed her legs and they threw her to the ground, reappearing in front of her. Mizuki looked at her with contempt, but Yamenu and Kurvero, they threw them at him. Unfortunately, this one also turned out to be a Bunsen dogs. Stupid! He mocked them as the pack of dogs tried to separate from one another. They're wolves, Ikari growled. As she stared at the traitor, fully aware that she had been deceived, Mizuki dismissed the matter. Words. A dog is a dog. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a demon that to kill and a scroll to steal, he said as he approached Naruto, who once again seemed ready to go out. Running. Don't run, he yelled. It's pointing that way. As soon as you do, he'll attack you. Oh, just ignore him, Mizuki said with a mock pout. A chase would be fantastic. Besides, you know I'm not the real Mizuki, right? I know. Why don't we play something? He sneered with a malicious smile, only to disappear and reappear after. He held a kunai to Naruto's neck. Let's play a game of finding the real Mizuki, he offered in a somber tone. Before a stream of blood gushed from Naruto's neck, howling in pain, the blonde managed to escape just before the kunai severed his carotid artery. Damn, now he was just as hurt as that bastard. Wait. Wounded, Naruto looked at the Mizuki clones that still covered the clearing, paying direct attention to the neck of the traitor without blood. That was impossible. Mizuki had been wounded by Nei-chan. Captured before the fight even started, right? So naturally any of the Mizuki who didn't bleed. It was fake because of the neckline. Hey, Mekin! She shouted to the redhead who was following her, trying to escape Mizuki's trap. Unfortunately, she had managed to place paralyzing tags on him, her legs preventing her from using her arms to escape. The irony wasn't lost on her either, can they? She made a She paused, noticing the wolves' piercing glares. Hey, wolves are on the trail of blood. Yari glanced at Naruto, blinking. Without understanding where he was going with this. Yeah, right, why? That idiot asked. Mizuki was trapped when you captured him, right? But his clones are fine, eyes wide open, Ikari. He realized the brat was right and just as quickly wanted to bang his head against the ground because. How could she have been so stupid? After all, how could she have overlooked such a ridiculous detail? Yamenu, Curveros, let's stop that bastard, he ordered his summoners. Mizuki, for his part, was not happy with this turn of events, and his clones reflected this by obliterating them. With his eyes, what a cunning pest! He grunted before smiling mischievously and suddenly reappeared next to Ikari's head, kneeling beside her and pressing a kunai against her throat. Still, I've got the upper hand, so back off, dogs. He ordered the two wolves to advance, or their summoner will encounter the Shinigami. Ignore him, Ikari ordered. Catch that bastard? However, the two wolves could do nothing that would endanger their summoner. It simply violated the summoning contract, thus, with no other option, the two wolves gave Naruto and Ikari a look of regret before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Mockingly, Mizuki withdrew the kunai from Ikari's throat, rising to his full height to gloat over his victory. Unfortunately, I hadn't counted on the streak of unpredictability from Naruto. Before Mizuki could utter a single syllable, something large and heavy crashed into her face, knocking him down on his back. Blinking to dispel the stars, the traitor of Konoha realized that he had been given the forbidden scroll, just in time for Naruto to close the distance and launch himself toward the figure. Mizuki fell, landing a solid punch on the man's bruised face. Mizuki, however, was not a Chunin just because of his appearance. Unfortunately, pushing Naruto hard, he jumped to his feet and he glared fiercely at his former student. Little brat. However, before that he could react more appropriately, Mizuki stopped dead in his tracks when he noticed that the blonde had his hands forming an unknown seal. Unfortunately for him, his temper had run its course, which was now far beyond his usual caution. I'm going to enjoy tearing you apart, you little demon, he roared. As he charged at the blonde man who was waiting for him, who was only praying that his jutsu would work, Ikari shouted. Run! She frantically tried to fight against the seals that restrained her. Naruto shook his head, his gaze fixed on her. Firmer than ever, don't run anymore, he said with a strange, calm indifference, pumping out all his chakra. He could, thinking that the more the better, he pronounced the name of what years later would become his jutsu. Characteristic, Tajukage Bunjutsu, Sarutobi and Ruin. Sandaimyokage Dikikure didn't know what to do in this situation. Before him, with varying degrees of shyness, there was a group of foreign ninjas, in addition to Naruto and a somewhat healed Irika, who they had not only breached the village's security, but they had also put a good number of ninjas in the hospital. Through Naruto's head, even so, just seeing them standing there in front of his desk was starting to give him a headache. A head that I normally associated with bad days at the office. Think tons of bureaucratic paperwork. Most of the foreigners didn't seem remotely concerned about having been caught assaulting Konoha citizens after having illegally infiltrated the village. If this had been Kirikure, he had no doubt that his counterpart would have. He would have ordered them all executed purely on principle. From left to right, he examined the various shinobi who had dared to mock their village's security systems and had interfered so brazenly with his covert operation to find out who had commissioned Naruto to steal one of the most prized relics of his village. The one on the far left was a young redhead who seemed to have aversion to shirts, since he only wore baggy trousers and an unbuttoned protective vest. Honestly, considering he'd been caught fighting with many of Konoha's best, it was a miracle that he hadn't been more seriously injured. Frowning, the Okaji made a mental note to order mandatory reinforcement training in taijutsu for all active ninjas. In any case, on the scale, Frenetico didn't care at all, and Iruin certainly placed him at the bottom of the scale, considering how he looked around, bored, his hands clasped distractedly behind his head, in fact, straining his eyes a little. Hearing this, Iruin would have sworn the boy seemed to be humming. The Osage was divided between admiring the composure of the boy and wanted to strangle him. To his left, the boy's left, stood another indifferent individual. This one was much more eccentric. Steel studs adorned the bridge of the nose and the eyebrow, giving him a slightly punk and menacing air, aggravated by his long, disheveled, and unruly black hair. At least this boy seemed to understand the need to wear a shirt, even if it was just a tank top, with zipper, fortunately for Okaji's growing headache. The person next to this imposing figure was actually a little girl who seemed a bit restless and nervous, as a child often acts. When she knows she's in trouble, of course, it helped that she didn't look older than 12, it was at this point, without. However, he began to notice a peculiar similarity between the individuals, including those who followed in his inspection. They all had, both on their clothing and in what appeared to be a tattoo, a spiral symbol, placed prominently displayed where everyone could see it. This, in turn, sparked several alarms went off in Irusen, because he obviously recognized it. After all, the same symbol adorned the bulletproof vests of Konoha. However, before drawing any conclusions, he decided to end his impromptu inspection. After the girl got a little older, she seemed simply uninterested in the whole thing, though not as much condescending like the first two boys. That said, Iruin hoped he wouldn't show that attitude by filing down his absent-mindedly fiddling with her nails. The least she could do was show a little respect. Right. Then a cheerful-looking girl appeared who seemed to admire her position, which helped her to feed her wounded ego, although she didn't seem too worried about the consequences of her actions either, if the reports were correct. In fact, this girl was perhaps the most dangerous of all, considering she had outsmarted the village's detection barriers and had managed to seal one of the 4 cardinal gates with such a seal powerful that the Okaji was seriously considering asking Jiraiya to return to Konoha to be able to dispel it. After the astonished girl, another bored teenager appeared. Seriously. What the hell? The one they had escorted to the room fully clothed, but who now seemed inexplicably shirtless. However, unlike the first two, the spiral tattoo. The boy's injury wasn't on his arm, but on the upper part of his left pectoral muscle, just above his heart. It didn't seem to be evenly distributed. Then the girl who liked it the most arrived. It was intriguing. Well, after the ceiling girl, the one who had been found with Naruto, and who kept staring at the blonde at every moment with expressions ranging from curiosity, through scrutiny, criticism, and finally acceptance. Like the others, she too wore a unique outfit whose only similarity it lay in the spiral design that stood out over the shoulders. Thinking there was no point in wasting time, Iruin sighed as she picked up her pipe and indifferently unclogged it, tapping it against the desk. Before to begin, he said, capturing everyone's attention. Luckily, considering he was about to order the Ambutu. They'll force you to pay attention. Let me remind you of the charges against you, even I, Naruto asked. Pouting, excuse me, Okajizuma, please continue. Iruka apologized, his fist still planted on Naruto's head. The master knew Naruto would break free. Considering the mitigating circumstances, interfering with a report as important as this could to get the blonde guy into serious trouble. Nodding gratefully to Iruka, the Okage, he turned his attention back to the foreign shinobi, waiting to take a drag on his pipe before continuing. Accused of illegally violating Konoha's defenses, manipulating said defense systems, and reviewed the report. Open on his desk, sweating from what he saw, 163 counts of assault with injuries and assaults. Almost immediately, the girl with the enormous scroll at the end of the line turned to look. He stared intently at the two boys at the other end. Seriously, he demanded. The two boys seemed sensible enough to sweat profusely under the withering gaze. From the girl, they started it. The red-haired boy protested. They said my hair was pink. Apparently everyone in the room silently decided not to make things worse. And wisely not point out that it was actually quite pink, and that without counting the collateral damage. Yurin continued, not wanting to stray too far from the main point. Apparently, there were still some missing. Some buildings, bites of metal. He paused and reread that sentence in the report. Certain he was hallucinating. Unfortunately, he wasn't, and this was confirmed. He quickly shrugged when the boy with the cleats said, "What? I got hungry." He defended himself while the girl filing her nails prevented the enormous parchment from mutilating her compatriot. Then he eats a snap bar like a normal person, complained the striperific, who was apparently about to lose his pants. Why don't you stop losing your clothes like a normal person? The teenager retorted. To the boy's confusion, the younger girl said, Hey, Ni-chan, your pants. Hiding a blush behind her hands. Shit. Feeling her headache coming on. As this impromptu mass interview progressed, things worsened, and Irusen seriously considered doing what Ibiki had suggested. Simply handing them over to torture and interrogation, unfortunately, due to the fact that who had saved Naruto from a traitor, at least had the courtesy not to put them in the hands of Ibiki. That's enough for now, Iruin said firmly, adding a touch of her killer instinct. Almost immediately, the room fell silent again. Much to his satisfaction, these crimes are serious, and many of those injured have been relegated to the hospital. However, those pale in comparison to the gaps. Security, he stared at the cheerful girl who shrank under his scrutiny and the ceiling of one of the doors of our village. The normal protocol then would be to put them all in jail right now, he continued without not flinch. However, both Naruto and the Chunin instructor and Ruka pointed out. The aforementioned hard man has testified under oath that he was instrumental in saving their lives and protecting the parchment. Forbidden, a priceless relic of our village. For that reason alone, they are not in the hands of our squad. Interrogations. Iruin savored the sober looks on the teenagers' faces after having to deal with their carefree attitudes at 3 in the morning. Let's make it easy and easy, that way I can go back to bed, he offered while snapping his fingers, which caused a masked ninja to appear. He appeared beside her with a clipboard and pencil in his hand. Please state your names and affiliation for the record in the minutes, and we will proceed with the questioning. The group looked at each other for a moment before the one with pink hair took the initiative. My name is Natsu, he declared arrogantly, beating his chest. As for affiliation, I can't say without the team leader's permission. Irusen. He felt the temptation to strangle the boy right then and there, but grunted in acquiescence. Fine, he conceded. To the surprise of the ANBU, position on your team. Then Natsu appeared. Think about it for a moment before shrugging. A heavyweight, the guy who. He was beside her and snorted. Something funny, idiot, Natsu challenged. Whatever, he said his. My partner shrugged before staring intently at Okaji. My name is Takeshi, just like that idiot said. While nodding at Natsu, he caused the boy to try to strangle him. Both were restrained. Curiously, it was the cheerful girl who seemed to have placed a seal without anyone noticing and activated it with. She smiled nonchalantly at Ukaji, completely disconcerting him. Upon realizing it wasn't dangerous, she raised her hand to prevent the AMB agents hidden in the room from killing her there. And you, miss? He asked the younger girl kindly, turning back without. They realized his grandfatherly attitude. After all, despite the seriousness of the situation, he still loved the children. It's time, sir, he replied humbly. Medical Team T. Upon hearing that statement, some residents of Konoha arched their backs. Medical ninja were renowned for their difficulty in training due to the precise control of the chakra necessary for the profession. That such a young girl mastered it to the point of being able to practice as a doctor of combat was almost unthinkable. Amaya, combat support, said the girl beside her, anticipating the question. Uzumaki, a sealing specialist, introduced herself to the cheerful girl with a slight reverence, somehow maintaining the seal that had frozen Natsu and Takeshi as if they were statues from a duel. An epic moment was imminent. Irusen gave a subtle nod to the Ambu doctor who was recording, assuring him of his special presence. Consideration for her, Yuki, combat support. Then the stripper intervened. Really, is all this necessary? She complained only to receive a punishing slap from the last one. Member of the group, who put her hands on her hips and puffed out her considerable bust while staring intently at Lukaji, obviously very proud of herself. Ikari, leader of team, she announced in a tone that dared anyone to question her. We are the vanguard of the Uzumaki clan of Uzagakyur, and we are here to ensure the safety of the last clan chief, he declared proudly. At that moment, the Sandame Okage watched as a group of rowdy teenagers suddenly transformed before his eyes. Eyes on true shinobi, their worry and nonchalance vanished as if they had never before would have had. Even little Sora seemed to lose her nervousness. You could have heard a pin drop after that statement. In fact, the pencil fell to the floor. While all the Konoha ninja in the room stared in astonishment at the group, Irusen, in particular, seemed about to. He was about to collapse at that statement, and Naruto, for once, remained silent, as did Irika's mind. It was a whirlwind. After Kusuna's death, the Uzumaki clan was considered almost extinct or completely extinct. Sure, there were rare reports of survivors of the destruction of Uzumaki, but no one had estimated. It was truly a source of pride that a significant number of them survived. their connection to Konoha was also a source of pride. For veterans and at the same time a disgrace, after all, while Yuzuga was being destroyed, Konoha hadn't been able to, and some unsavory circles would even say it hadn't. He had wanted to send reinforcements to help his long-standing allies. In this way, they shared the burden of its destruction. Therefore, although it was encouraging to know that members of that prestigious and notable clan had, having survived, he knew that his resurgence was also a harbinger of difficult times to come. Uzumaki, Iruka whispered, immediately glancing to his side at Naruto, who seemed equally shocked. Ikari nodded once. That's right, under the orders of the Dane clan elder Noki-sick, we've been sent to the front of the clan to ensure the safety of the last clan chief. He repeated before. Point at Naruto, to everyone's surprise. Well, maybe not Okaji's, but everyone else in Konoha at that time was quite surprised. Absurd! Shouted the ambulance crew member, recording with the clipboard trembling in his hands. The Uzumaki were annihilated when Yuzuga-kur fell to the combined forces of Kumo, Iwa, Uni, and Kiri. Takashi grunted. Show what you know, he said, crossing his arms over his chest. Am I the clan leader? Naruto asked, reminding everyone that the group's mission objective was also in the room with them. In fact, many. They were surprised that he hadn't seemed more agitated, but the amount of information was surprising. It would have baffled anyone. Yari shuddered at the question, but good luck, Amaya replied. Not exactly, she said, gesturing with the hand. More precisely, you're the last candidate for clan leader, he explained. In any case, we're here to make sure no one tries to kill you while the clan arrives. Wait a second, Iruen shouted as she jumped to her feet and leaned against the desk. What? Ikari scratched his cheek. Didn't we mention it? He asked shyly. Old man Keisuke will bring. The Uzumaki clan will return to Konoha in a few weeks, he said with a smile. Everything. Irusen couldn't help but notice the girl's expression, the way she'd added that last part. It unnecessarily made him think that having the Uzumaki together was a rarity, which made no sense unless that he had it, wanting to flagellate himself for having overlooked such a possibility, the third Hokage. He finally managed to connect the dots, theoretically solving the question of how the Uzumaki had gone so many years without to be found, if they were still active. In short, they had split up to avoid being detected, a brilliant plan in its simplicity. And knowing that Keisuke had been the one to order the vanguard to infiltrate Konoha, so it didn't surprise him. He had heard of Keisuke back when Yuzuga-kur was still thriving. Although he didn't know why they called him Keisuke the Great, he was aware of his reputation. And he was quite fearsome. Even so, if he was still alive and kicking, he'd have more than 80 years, which would help prove what these children claimed, since the Uzumaki were notoriously long-lived. So Dane Noki-sook is still alive, he murmured, reflecting on this new turn of events. Why not? Are you sending us a letter to inform us? He asked Ikari, who shrugged. We were supposed to hand it over before we get distracted, he admitted, pulling the letter from his battle uniform and offering it to her. Greetings from Koro-sama, taking the letter with a nod, the Okaji. He silently read its contents, which for the most part confirmed what the teenagers had been claiming. However, Erwin's mouth filled with sweat as he read the passage that warned him about the tendency of certain members of the group to exaggerate, which usually resulted in massive collateral damage. A somewhat belated warning, Irusen reflected. It's authentic, she judged. As he read the letter, Keisuke wasn't stupid, not even at his advanced age. He had apparently included fragments of incriminating evidence to verify his identity, including several anecdotes about the Nirame that only a few knew. So you're serious, rebuking the Uzumaki clan in Konoha? He asked the group in general, though he hoped Ikari would answer. It is, she confirmed. She ruffled a smile in agreement before reflecting about the consequences of such a decision. For starters, he knew he would have his former teammates hounding him for months. Danzo would be unbearable. Ironically, however, he knew it wouldn't be because he had failed somehow, in his distinguished opinion, but to expedite the integration of the Uzumaki into the ranks from Konoha. Koara and Omura would be delighted to get Konoha a new clan, especially one so powerfully renowned as the Uzumaki, whatever their feelings were for the Jinchuriki of QB Danzo, on the other hand, would be someone to watch out for, since the War Hawk would undoubtedly be looking for to pressure the Uzumaki into revealing their precious techniques. Iruin doubted he would succeed beyond. From simple seal masters and a noisy bunch, the Uzumaki were a proud clan, and I couldn't think of a single traitor who had been born into that clan, although, of course, that could mean they killed those people before they could do any harm. Even so, it would be a masterstroke if he oversaw the arrival of another clan. Ancestral, although rumors persisted that the second Hokage had been chosen as such due to his success. Recruitment into the Yuga clan was something only those old enough to remember knew. True, while Iruin knew she didn't need any more validation of her position, she couldn't deny that a large increase in popularity would do him a world of good, especially since Omura and Koha sided more with Danzo than with him. It sounded cold, but Irusen had long since resigned herself to that part of the job. The Okaji could impose his own. His interests were aligned to a certain extent, but the needs of the village outweighed his personal philosophies. He lacked advice that would displease him or make his life impossible like Suna, true, but a vote wasn't needed to make life difficult for a leader. As Omura and Kohara had discovered, he still remembered how they had supported him together with Danzo miraculously when he rejected the civil proposal of a governing council composed of clan chiefs and prominent civilians. After all, it was a military village, and the civilians were only allowed to reside there because they served the ninjas. Furthermore, they could leave at any time. At that time, considering that since the arrival of the first immigrants, the ninja clans had learned many trades, some even becoming practically self-sufficient. In fact, most civilians ended up opening shops or restaurants. Very few remained civilian artisans, if any remained, who could justify the transfer of some kind of power. In short, that this meant that while their services were invaluable, they were merely intermediaries, easily replaceable, and not crucial to the mission. At most, I could only recognize their usefulness as future breeders of shinobi. Nodding to himself, Iruin folded the letter and put it in his uniform. Very well, he nodded. Please, someone from your group should come to my office tomorrow afternoon, and I'll have an answer ready for Isaac-san, he declared. That means we can leave? Takeshi demanded. Fortunately, what seemed to be a mark of pain was calmed by Maki's sweet smile. Irusen. He made sure not to upset that girl, considering her ability to make seals with amazing speed and subtlety. Ignoring the profuse swearing, Iruin nodded. Yes, she confirmed, while taking a drag on his pipe. This has been a long and confusing night. For my part, I want to go back to sleep, he declared abruptly. Looking at Naruto, he gave the young man a smile. Paternal. As for you, Naruto, thank you for returning the scroll and defeating Mizuki. You were very brave. He sincerely congratulated the boy. Naruto, still somewhat dazed by the revelations of the meeting, managed. She resumed her usual hyperactivity, smiling radiantly and giving a thumbs up to Lakeji. No problem. Gigi almost shouted, that bastard couldn't beat me. That's not what I saw, he complained. Ikari, remembering how the boy had run away after Iruka fell, sure, Iruin said, laughing, much to the disapproval of some Anbu, although the Uzumaki group seemed encouraged by the kind treatment he received. Boy, I also understand that it's appropriate to congratulate him, he asked with a smile. She looked on, complicit, as she watched the dirty headband on the boy's forehead, that seemed to dispel any concerns or. The boy who jumped with excitement was feeling sleepy. Yes, I'm a genin now, Iruka said it. Iruka-sensei, the teacher said, coughing correctively. Anyway, that means I passed the exam, right? He asked, half pleading with Okage. The old man chuckled teeth and was about to confirm his statement when Ikari raised his hand. Wait. Almost immediately, the atmosphere in the room became less jovial, although all the Uzumaki frowned at what was happening in front of them. Is there a problem? The Okaji asked, wishing that they let him confirm the boy's graduation and go back to sleep. The old folks needed to rest, that is. It's Uzumaki, Ikari stated somewhat redundantly, prompting some of his group to nod. We request that graduation is suspended until Elder Keisuke arrives with the other elders to preside over a new exam. Irusen frowned. That would significantly delay the start of the student's mission. That would be very irregular, he protested while grabbing an enraged Naruto, who would have insulted Ikari with every swear word in his mouth. Extensive profanity, if Iruka hadn't covered his mouth with his hand. Even so, the teacher seemed so annoyed. Like the boy, although he managed to remain calm, Naruto has met the minimum requirements to graduate, and his education is governed by Konoha's educational charter. I cannot make exceptions of this kind. Ikari put his hands to her hips, swayed, and she stood firm. That boy will become the chief of our clan, he retorted. Therefore, we are those most interested in their education and well-being, and from what I saw during today's fight, their skills. Ninja warfare was underdeveloped and relied desperately on pure luck and last-minute improvisation. At this point, he noted, based on what we've seen during our investigations, it appears to have been regularly mistreated during his time at the academy by his teachers and classmates, excluding those present. He nodded towards Irika, who looked away in embarrassment at the mention of his colleagues. We have reason to believe, therefore, that your education has been sabotaged, and this must not happen. No. We will allow our future Tsu to unleash himself in the ninja world with the most basic skills at his disposal. Hiruzen remained silent throughout Ikari's rant and had to admit that he was quite impressed for her courage in approaching him. Furthermore, her impassioned plea made him respect her even more, since very few they were willing to stand up to him when it really mattered. Besides, he was right. Even so, he made a note of it so that the Academy's teachers will be investigated for possible child abuse or neglect. Ibiki would certainly enjoy it. Very well, he conceded, much to the surprise of Irika and Naruto, her expression quickly reflected feelings of betrayal. Hiruzen, with a grimace of pain, stood firm and he nodded to Ikari. All student graduation notifications will be revoked in the interest of justice, and a new graduation exam will be administered, personally designed by Irika and me under our supervision. Direct in 2 weeks, will that be enough? Ikari asked. He watched Maki, who performed quick, almost imperceptible hand seals, before activating her Uzumaki tattoo and doing it, blinking in code. After stopping when it finished, they saw that the tattoo blinked in code again, relaying the clan's response. Okay, she confirmed, extending the Hiruzen gladly took her hand, and they shook hands in agreement. I suppose you all. They will be in charge of Naruto's education then? He asked, having deduced the reason why they wanted him. Postponement. Yari smiled as Naruto's eyes widened. Of course, for when we're done with him, he'll beat the crap out of your best friends. Alright, shorty, let's see what you've got. Takeshi announced the next morning while facing off against Naruto in one of the empty training fields. Following the events of the night, the Uzumaki group had crowded into Naruto's apartment, which in turn, it almost sparked a revolt within the group, outraged by their living conditions, which, although modest, were to be expected. Fair enough, good enough for an orphan, though not for a future clan chief. However, he had managed to calm them with humility, which seemed quite unusual for the usual loudmouth, hyperactive bundle of energy. However, after a restless night's sleep, Natsu and Takeshi practically kicked him out of bed at 7 a.m. Tomorrow, while Sora and Amaya set the table and Ikari cooked humming. It was surreal for the boy. Having lived alone all his life, he could barely to understand that he now lived with others, much less that he would live with an entire clan, and for a moment he felt the urge. He wanted to shout at the suspected intruders in his apartment. Only the memory of the previous night's events stopped him. She even smiled radiantly at Ikari when he mentioned that she was the one who discovered him and protected him from the thugs who almost killed him. That said, he tried to disembowel her with his fork when he heard they had destroyed ritually his beloved monkey. However, based on the reactions of the others, she quickly realized that this type of violent interaction was common in her family, Natsu and Takeshi. They rushed to burst into laughter, and even tried to challenge each other before Makusiera put his foot in the floor, literally, and seal everyone in place, when the owner approached to yell at him. Takeshi opened the door and glared at him until the man cried apologizing and almost got dirty as he left. Running, laughing together at the crowded table, Naruto smiled happily as the group interacted like a lost family, which was true. That said, I really wish that Natsu and Takeshi hadn't eaten more than half of his bowl of ramen during breakfast. After a few more hours trying to organize a schedule for showering and find privacy to change, the group headed to one of the training areas where they now sat watching the confrontation between Naruto and Takeshi, while Keisuke. He considered Natsu more powerful than the pierced boy. Takeshi was, however, a master of hand-to-hand combat. Body, even more so than Natsu, who was good at everything that didn't require much intelligence. Don't call me a dwarf, face. Metal, Naruto replied, prompting Takeshi to raise an eyebrow and smile. Good spirits, I like it, he said. The pierced boy put on his gloves to make sure they fit properly. Let's see how it goes. You're up for a fight. He opened his arms and gave Naruto a slightly unhinged smile. Come on, try it. Hit me only once, and if you manage it, you win. Naruto smiled arrogantly. No problem, he said just before lunging at Takeshi, who? She frowned, seated to one side were the rest of the group, except for Yuki, who had. He went to deliver the official letter to Keisuke, and saw Naruto heading straight towards Takeshi, who didn't. He seemed impressed. Well, he's nothing if he's not consistent, Ikari reflected as. He rested his chin on his palms. However, Takeshi Kuno seems very happy, Maki said before wincing in pain as she watched the boy simply step aside and. He completely evaded Naruto's attack, causing him to stumble and slide several meters along the ground. Oh, Takeshi won't let himself be hit so easily, Natsu said apparently. Serious, for the first time, he's taking the fight very seriously, so we can't expect him to give the dwarf any chance. Obviously, her non-dwarf corrected Maya absent-mindedly as she filed her fingers. Have some respect, Sokit, you wanna fight, bitch? Natsu roared at the carefree girl, leaned to the right. Maddie ordered, and almost instinctively, Ikari did. Just as Naruto flew past thanks to a punch from Takeshi, Takun is being very rough. I'll heal Naruto-sama, Sora offered as she stood up. She started running toward the fallen boy, only to be stopped by Takeshi's shout. Leave him alone, the boy ordered. Pierced with arms crossed, if he needs healing after that little touch of love, he's not worthy of being a ninja. And much less as clan chief. Hey, Maya murmured as it fell on him. A drop of sweat, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Naruto, however, seemed revitalized by that challenge. Fuck you, Metalface, he yelled as he stood up. I will become Okage and clan chief, even if it's the last thing I do, he roared before charging forward against Takeshi again, causing many in the group to groan in anticipation of their next beating. What they didn't know, however, was that. Naruto wasn't known as Konoha's #1 unpredictable prankster king just because it sounded cool. Right. His tactical sense, though underdeveloped, was still remarkably brilliant in its natural state. After realizing that a frontal attack was useless, the boy fainted until he was only a few steps away from Takeshi, who began. He twisted his ankle to deliver a roundhouse kick that would undoubtedly have sent him flying again, this time, without. However, the boy lunged forward and slid along the ground until he reached Takeshi's back, and then he leaped toward the boy, his arm poised to deliver a solid blow just as his opponent turned to look at him. Unfortunately, Takeshi wasn't the third dragon for nothing. Takeshi. He instinctively grabbed the boy's arm in midair and roared as he used it to pull the boy away from him, which caused Naruto to make a deep cut in the ground upon landing. He reiterates that Takeshi wasn't the one. He was the only one surprised by the turn of events. All his spectators stared at him, wide-eyed, and Natsu was even left speechless. He had never seen anyone adapt so quickly to a fight against Takeshi, nor to seize an opportunity so quickly. Not bad, kid, Takeshi praised him, still in his pose of launch. I almost made it, liar, Naruto coughed as he got to his knees. You're just playing with me, impressive, Takeshi praised him again. Okay, do you want to try it again? He asked, half-mockingly, as he gestured. To Naruto's credit, he smiled excitedly as he stood up. Of course, he said. You said one hit and I win. I won't give up until I do. Believe it, hee, good spirit, Takeshi commented as the boy attacked him again. But you know, if you fool me once, it's your fault, he said as Naruto dodged his initial counterattack again and aimed at his back. If you fool me twice, shame on me, she shouted as she spun around. He quickly punched her in the head, pinning her firmly to the ground, where she then exploded in a cloud of smoke. What? He shouted in surprise, just as he sensed a hostile presence behind him. Leaping quickly, he managed to dodge Naruto's kick just in time, connecting instead with a punch. A powerful roundhouse kick to the blonde man's back sent the Jinchuriki flying again. Kai Bin, he mused, amused. Nice trick, but we're fighting Kenjutsu. Naruto groaned as he stood up, but still managed to smile at Takeshi. You said that he had to strike. You never said he wouldn't use ninjutsu, he pointed out. Takeshi blinked before looking at the group for confirmation, which made them and Naruto sweat. Sighing, Ikari nodded wearily. Yes, you're right, he confirmed, scratching himself. With his head furrowed, Takeshi turned to look at Naruto again as he pondered. Technically, the Kage Bunsen could allow the boy to develop a fighting style more suited to him instead of those strict tastings that Takeshi had learned. After all, given his penchant for improvisation, the predictability wasn't something that excited him. Okay, he nodded as he adopted a fighting stance with a furrowed brow. Kage Bunzens are allowed, but no other jutsu, he ordered. Same rules as before, but with one additional rule: if you hit me once, you win. However, this time I'll fight back, so if you manage to avoid getting knocked out in 10 minutes, you win. Hey, he grumbled. Ikari, don't get too carried away with him. Takeshi showed no sign of having heard the team leader, so when Naruto. He smiled excitedly and approved the new rules. Takeshi smiled as he disappeared. Immediately, reappearing in the middle of the attack in front of the blonde, who only managed to dodge it at the last second. Holy crap! Naruto shouted as Takeshi emerged from a small crater where he used to be. What the heck, man? Takeshi looked at his prey with a mocking smile. I said I'd fight too, remember? Don't disappoint me now and back down, dwarf! He yelled as he lunged at Naruto, once again, the damned blonde. He quickly dodged the next punch, kick and combo, but almost cursing, he realized that the Takeshi's blows were perfectly synchronized to prevent him from using the Kaibun. Curiously, it reminded him how Sasuke was fighting. With wide eyes, Naruto realized the comparison was apt, just like against Sasuke, he couldn't find a single opening in Takeshi's movements, which often left him in trouble. Ultimately, the constant retreat led to his defeat, which meant he had to find an opening quickly, or a. The idea brightened Naruto's frown. Leaping back to avoid another kick from his trainer, he extended his feet for greater leverage and, unlike the other times, did not move as soon as Takeshi appeared in front of. He was ready to knock him out. Instead, Naruto quickly crossed his arms over his chin, just as Takeshi landed a precise blow that sent him flying again. Judging by the older teenager's expression, he felt disappointed at having succeeded. Are you giving up already, shorty? Takeshi asked. Frowning. I know you could have dodged it. Lying on his back, Naruto smiled at the sky. Damn it, metal face, he replied, raising his arms. Hands to form a family seal. I just needed time to do this. He shouted, Tahuij Bino Jutsu. Oh my! Takeshi cursed as he lunged. About Naruto to stop him, too little, too late, some appeared. 50 clones due to Naruto's inexperience with the technique. Although intimidating at first glance, the Uzumaki group knew they had no chance against Takeshi, especially if they all fought like this. Naruto at that time, even so, it was an impressive achievement, although Ikki had already done it. I had seen a larger-scale version of this technique executed, with a collective battle roar. Deafening, the tide of blondes surged toward Takeshi, who smiled as he broadened his stance and felt a surge of adrenaline from fighting so many opponents, at the same time, attacking with short punches and with agile kicks. Takeshi faced all the clones at once, managing to land a blow with every strike. He managed to grab one of the attacking clones by the feet and began using it like a flail against the others. The group had a lot of fun. Finally, the constant burst of shadow clones. He confirmed that most of Takeshi's immediate neighborhood was covered in smoke, even though the teenager. I couldn't say for sure because I had fallen into a battle frenzy while thoroughly enjoying going all out. To the horde of blondes. Meanwhile, Ikari sighed knowingly as Mac continued recounting the events that took place within the cloud of smoke, with one hand on the ground, forming a spiral seal. Takeshi. He's going to lose, Ikari judged. Because time is running out? Sora asked. Curious, the team leader shook her head while resting her cheek on her palm. Holding hands, she has lost awareness of her surroundings. The members with the most battle experience made them nod gravely at the statement, including Natsu, who also noted that Takeshi. He was starting to get lost in his fight. As for the pierced teenager, he had to admit that he was doing. It had been a while since he'd had so much fun, with the Kajbunans all around him, giving him a veritable horde of practice dummies. He had to loosen up a bit to deal with the increased numbers, although individually they were still terrible at taijutsu, yet the increasing unpredictability of their attacks. He remained alert, sensing another clone approaching from behind. Takeshi did A gesture with the leg and a reverse heel kick, only to blink in surprise when this clone in. He dodged it with a smile, just as the clone was falling on his head, courtesy of being thrown by two others. Clones, realizing that his tactics were finally evolving, Takeshi smiled as he jumped in time to dodge the attack of the inferior clone, twisted in the air, and threw him to the ground with a devastating blow. As he turned toward his new target, Takeshi was surprised to feel something solid against him. He struck the leg, blinking. He stopped mid-attack against the clone, and looked down to see that the clone that had been whipped hadn't disappeared. Instead, that clone. He had extended his arm and lightly struck him on the leg, realizing he had been tricked. Takeshi was. She was about to smile with admiration when she felt another solid blow to her cheek, staggering. Then, a kick to the ribs, another punch to the face, a sweep to. He knocked him down, followed by more punches and kicks. Soon, Takeshi was on the ground, being beaten to the bone by a wave of furious blondes, determined to avenge the beatings they had received. Delivered, needless to say, the Uzumaki group sweated profusely at the sight. Natsu said, "Ikari, it's your turn." The pink-haired dragon smiled excitedly and slapped his palm with his fist. "Finally," he declared as he was heading to the place of the beating. "Hey, shrimp, time's up, now I'm your opponent." And so began another round of taijutsu training, while Ikari watched Sorak heal the stain on the ground called Naruto's wounds after an exhausting session. Against Natsu, he reflected on the results of that hour's training session. Teaching the boy theory was definitely a bad idea. Anyone with half a brain could see that the boy was. He was dedicated to learning with his body. Sitting him down and trying to teach him theory would only result in an exercise of futility and frustration. Yari wasn't masochistic enough to try. On the other hand, there was a series of topics that were purely theoretical and that I would have to learn, even if only to have them on hand in case. "Perhaps I've seen enough," he declared as he stood up and lay down again. Slung over her shoulder were the straps of the summoning scroll. Amaya, Natsu, and the bandaged woman named Takeshi looked at her, while Max sat with her head down and her hands still inside the set of seals to watch over the around the training grounds, walking towards Naruto and Sora, who? They were chatting happily with the blonde while she treated him, and Carrie frowned at his afflicted body. Frowning. "You're useless," he told him bluntly. "Hey, shut up, it's the truth." He interrupted immediately, also casting a withering glance at Sora to cut off her defense of the blonde. "Virtually the only impressive thing about you is your stamina, that we all have your enormous chakra reserves and your planning on the fly. Beyond that, you're terrible." Naruto lay there, staring at her. She dismissed it. "Luckily for you, we can fix it," she declared, but he dashed their hopes just as quickly. "Unfortunately for you, we're not the best teachers in the clan. So you probably won't get the best grade on the exam. That said, you won't come in last either." "Well, at least you're honest," Naruto complained. "Get used to it," Ikari said before pointing at Natsu. "See the idiot? I see him. I took care of him while he was growing up." She ignored Natsu's indignant roar and his attempt to strangle her, a failed attempt. Maki sealed it with instinctive ease. "Now, until Keisuke Koro arrives, I'll be in charge of you, so? Which expects you to push yourself to the limit until you reach an acceptable level. We only have 2 weeks to achieve this. So unless you break a bone, I expect you to work with all your might, understood?" Naruto nodded. Ikari obediently left with a satisfied smile. Shortly after, Natsu approached Naruto and sat beside the distressed boy, offering him a sympathetic smile. "He must like you," he said. The pink-haired boy pointed. "You think so?" "He just said I'm a disaster." Natsu smiled. "He told me that too when we first met," he remembered. "He used to say it affectionately when he and Yao were children. He doesn't mean it, she's just that direct." "Crazy bitch," Naruto muttered, causing Natsu to laugh and Sora to scold him for his language. "She's a bit of a pain, yeah, but Karine has a good heart," Natsu remarked. "And she's strong too." "Stronger than you?" Naruto asked mischievously, which made Natsu shrug. "Sometimes, yes, they didn't choose her team leader just because she's cute, you know?" Natsu reminded Naruto with a smile. Keisuke Koro wanted to make her a field agent even before she was assigned the mission that started all this. "How strong?" "So is that it?" Naruto asked curiously. Natsu shrank back again. "Shoulders, not nearly as strong as Akam Kimikon, not even the old one. Irokyo Keisuke, you idiot," he calculated, "and he's probably not even as strong as me in general. but if he has his invocations will be difficult to defeat, he surmised, since he had never before encountered them. Daring with Ikari, even so, his summoning ability was admirable, and even Kimiko had praise for his talent. I suppose that's what you call Tokubetsunin. Naruto's eyes widened at that estimate. The Tokubetsu Juningan, or Special Jounin, were those who, while not as skilled as a complete Juner, excelled in one or more fields. Specific to the honing level, most Tokubetsuing were not usually combat officers, as the village. It required a large number of expert researchers, interrogators, torturers, and cryptographers. Available at all times, in fact, Naruto couldn't say he knew any Tokubetsu Onin. Even so, the idea of their training being in the hands of one of them suddenly didn't sound so bad. The two heard a snap of the fingers sounded, and when they looked up they saw Ikari stretching his neck from side to side with one arm resting on his enormous summoning scroll. Suddenly, Natsu and Naruto felt a strong lurch in their stomachs. Well, you've had your fun with that pair of idiots, he said with an increasingly mocking smile. I heard. Two idiots shouted with indignation, although one of them was muffled by the amount of bandages wrapped around his head, courtesy of Naruto's revenge beating. Shut up, sit down. With the others, he ordered. As expected, Natsu shrank from his anger and joined the others in the crew. Then he turned his attention back to Naruto and Sora. Sora, are you okay for another round? The fourth dragon looked nervously at his patient before giving him an apologetic look. Yes, he confirmed. I'm sorry, she whispered as she stood up and ran out, muttering at the traitors. Members of the clan, Naruto slowly stood up, vowing revenge on Natswara for leaving him to Mercedari. The witch smiled maliciously as she watched Naruto strike a pose. Good, you're learning, she praised him with lightness before advancing his parchment and placing it vertically on the ground. But this lesson isn't going to be about fighting, what? Naruto asked, confused. For the next half hour, I will attack you like a man. Do you have that much time to survive? He explained, ignoring her the question and the general grimace of pain from the members of his clan. Without warning, he grabbed the edge of the parchment, and he pulled hard, revealing to Naruto the most complex sets of hand seals he had ever seen. Knife it! He shouted, causing a good number of bursts of smoke to appear out of nowhere around him. When the smoke settled, Naruto swallowed audibly as he watched foxes, eagles, and wolves of all kinds, shapes and sizes materialized, all of them ready to cause him great bodily harm if he wasn't careful. Time to train! Ikari shouted. Get to it, guys! To the chorus. Amidst howls and screams, Ikari's summoning focused on Naruto, who screamed hysterically as he fled from the horde of invocations. A week and a half passed like this, the mornings. And by mornings, Ikari meant the mornings. They were entirely dedicated to taijutsu, where Takashi, Natsu, and Kuri. They took turns beating Naruto up, while he rapidly improved his fighting stances and tactics. Under penalty of suffering serious physical harm, at first, he only mastered the tactics. Basic combat skills, but that soon changed when the group discovered the abilities of the shadow clones of Naruto for information transmission. The discovery was a complete accident. Naturally, Maki, who, along with Sora and Amaya, they took turns teaching him more theoretical concepts in the afternoons. He had asked her to recover a library book, but Naruto, beaten and bruised from the morning session, hadn't wanted to go personally, so he sent a shadow clone to do it for him. A few minutes later he grabbed He jerked his head in an involuntary grimace. When asked what had happened, he said he had received a blow to the head with something blunt. Knowing that the boy hadn't gotten out of bed, Maki sent Amaya. They went to check the place where Naruto claimed to have been attacked. It turned out that someone had tripped over his shopping bags, blowing up a large melon in the process, and hitting Naruto's clone on the back of the head, dissipating it. When Amaya reported this, Maki got a glint in her eyes that Naruto really didn't like, and proclaiming that this was for science, he ordered, summoning a dozen clones, reluctant. After arguing with the crazy woman, Naruto agreed and Maki soon began experimenting on them, making them leave the room and perform various tasks. After a few minutes, he ordered one of them to disperse and asked Naruto if he. Suddenly he knew something. After confirming it, Maki began demanding massive dissipations to determine the limit of information that could be transmitted. Suffice it to say that upon reaching 50 dissipations, he experienced a severe pain. Head, with 70 simultaneous dissipations that had left him quite exhausted to begin with, he fainted. Then he wanted to find out at what point the transmission of information began to deteriorate, which triggered another session of dissipations that gave him a headache. They finally managed to determine the optimal number of dissipations. Simultaneous in about 23, if they exceeded that number, some of the information was lost in the process, even. Thus, the Seal Master thought that if he simply staggered the dissipations, it would be fine. Unfortunately for Naruto, the remarkable skill of the Shadow Bunin opened a whole new world of pain, as Takashi, Natsu, and Kari. He was now ordered to train simultaneously with approximately 200 clones, all of whom would have to train in basic combat forms and battle tactics until Naruto could solve the problems in his style. As if the situation couldn't get any worse, Naruto also saw his daily ramen consumption plummet when Amaya and Sora, who were in charge of her general health and certain areas of study, began to buy ingredients on the market to prepare much healthier meals. With tears in his eyes, the blonde man had. "I've been forced more than once to eat disgusting vegetables and seaweed, both of which I passionately hated, at least not." He was alone in his suffering. After introducing Takeshi Yanatsu to Ichiraku ramen, the two boys. They had become addicted to drinking and were equally outraged when Sora and Amaya stood their ground and they convinced him to follow Naruto's new diet. Suffice it to say that Maki's immobilizing formation and the threat of invoking Ikari's wolf summoning in his genitals had been enough to intimidate the two warriors. However, it wasn't just Takeshi, Natsu, and Kari who abused their clones. Sora, Amaya, and Maddie, when they weren't using him as an experimental guinea pig, ordered him to use the Kage Bunsen. While studying to accelerate his studies, after a week and a half, under the demanding and impossible schedule of the work that the group had assigned him was finally deemed acceptable by Naruto, in the worst-case scenario. Well, at best, he still wouldn't be named Rookie of the Year, nor would he. He considered himself a genius, but for once he wouldn't be last in his class, which was more than enough for him. Coaches, at least for now, on the other hand, they were hoping that Kimiko and Keisuke would be caught. Damn, the evil smiles added to the malevolent laughter they directed at him every time the subject came up was enough to make him nervous and develop stage fright. Even though he knew they were family, Naruto couldn't help it to think that perhaps he would have been better off alone, at the western gates of Konoha, Izumo, and Kaksu, the so-called guardians of Konoha, for no other reason than the fact that their pranks forced them to take on that task time and time again. Once again, they remained half asleep as the new day dawned in Konohagakure, as expected. No. They had a lot to do, since most of the registration process took place once inside the gates. In reality, the guards were only there to provide armed support in case the situation turned ugly or if an invasion was taking place and someone had to hold off the enemy forces while the gates were open. Closed either way, it wasn't the most glamorous job, and Izumo blamed one after another. Thanks to Kotetsu for getting them this job, the more stern of the duo was perhaps a fraction more awake than his colleague, but even so, his rigid code of self-discipline compelled him to maintain at least a facade of alertness due to his opinion that the first thing visitors to Konoha should see was the professionalism of its shinobi. Unfortunately, Kotetsu disagreed, which made it a rather strange sight indeed as the visitors arrived at the enormous gates. On one side, a rigid, professional soldier, while on the another, a sleeping, hunched over, and snotty-ridden shinobi. Honestly, it was strange that the other shinobi countries were there. They considered Konoha a giant village, __B, Kotetsu, he grunted and juiced for. I lowered it after a couple of visitors laughed discreetly while pointing at their companion. Asleep, grabbing one of his patented devices to wake Kotu, namely a rock, he threw it at him. Discreetly stabbed his colleague in the forehead. Sanif! Roared the victim, as she woke up startled. Shut up! Izumo scolded her friend and Barbuddy, and try not to embarrass yourself any more than you already have, he grunted seriously, a good shinobi. He started ranting before realizing that Kotetsu had fallen asleep again. Hee hee! Kotetsu muttered pervertedly in his dreams, provoking laughter from a couple of cute girls entering Konoha. Yeah, that's fair. There, Mrs. Anko, I've been naughty. Kotetsu was suddenly muttering a completely new reason dawned on him when Izumo struck him on the temple with his guard staff. Stop sleeping! He roared, his entire body roaring. drowsiness now completely banished and replaced by good old-fashioned rage. "How strange!" he muttered. Kotetsu on the ground. "I should be tasting the earth. Oh, wait, there's blood, ouch!" Izumo sighed as he watched his companion writhe in pain on the ground. Ignoring the astonished and amused looks of the passers-by, "You see? Now they'll look at us funny and report us to Lockage for acting foolishly," he accused Kaksu, ignoring that he was the one who. It had caused a mild concussion to his friend. "I don't know about you, no, but I hate the guards, I hate them, sorry." "What?" Katsu muttered, his face still pressed to the ground. He was busy counting the points. "I see now, how beautiful," Izumo sighed again. Finding it was strangely depressing that this act of exasperation was rapidly becoming his characteristic habit. Damn, I knew some among the Chunin ranks had started calling him Izumo the Sighing One. It didn't matter that the nickname was horrible, but it was also terribly accurate considering his mental state lately. It was at that moment that something caught Izumo's attention. At first, he didn't think much of it, but it became more cautious, realizing that there might be more than met the eye, especially considering the way he walked. That is, there was a large group of people heading towards the door. Normally this wasn't a problem since Konoha thrived thanks to the street vendors and immigrants. However, this group was larger than it appeared. It was not usually a commercial caravan, given the lack of good goods. At first glance, Izumo could make out about 70 people in sight, but the cloud of dust that subtly rose behind him. The group told him there were more that he couldn't see. "Hey Katsu, stop playing around," he growled at his comrade, who. He quickly got up and assumed a fighting stance as if he hadn't just been hit on the head with the hard cane. His friend's guard. "Trouble?" the hairy Chunin asked cautiously. "Pointy, I don't know," Izumo admitted as they both tensed, "but be prepared to call for reinforcements just in case." A grunt of recognition greeted him. He replied as the group approached the entrance. As they did so, Izumo noticed several things. First, it definitely wasn't a commercial caravan. There were no wagons with goods for sale, although he could see some covered carts, and none of the travelers seemed to fit the role of a street vendor, and those were fairly easy to recognize by their opulent taste in fashion. Secondly, if it was a force of the invasion was a terrible attempt, ignoring the fact that attacking one of the 5 villages head-on was a complete disaster. Stupidity, oh how little those poor, naive souls knew. The truth was that the carefree and noisy way in which the group moved simply negated any possibility that their approach was undetectable. Even so, there was something about the way they approached the door that made it noticeable. He felt uncomfortable, and from what it seemed, Kotetsu had noticed it too. In short, it was in the way they walked. Years of active ninja service had taught Izumo that civilians and trained warriors walked differently. Civilians, who rarely or never they needed to be cautious about the noise of their footsteps or their ability to adopt a combat stance. They tended to walking heavily, usually with the heel first, and so on. Warriors, however, were the complete opposite, needing to be constantly ready for combat. At any given moment, the warriors trained to advance with a firm, flat step or with a glide, generally causing the toes to land first and then the heel. Various art schools. The female warriors argued various reasons for the different way of walking they advocated, but all conveyed a visual signal that any trained warrior could observe if they needed to detect enemy agents, and in a way, revealingly, the entire approaching crowd moved with the gait of a warrior, making subtle signals to the guards. Knowing they were watching from the battlements atop the imposing wall, Izumo prepared his free hand to give the guards the proper signal to close the door and alert the entire military force of the village. At the same time, he exchanged a glance with Kotetsu and then advanced a few steps that his friend soon joined. Points lowered the arm that held the stick was held horizontally so slightly that the two weapons crossed in a poor, but obviously quite symbolic gesture of obstruction. "Stop," Izumo ordered the group as they approached within 6 meters of the couple. "Please, state your names and intentions," he declared seriously, almost ready to adopt a fighting stance if challenged. Luckily, she kept her crib and a paper stamp that she always had on hand. To her shame, she also kept the. From Kotetsu, however, to their utter confusion, the group didn't seem to be absolutely intimidated. Not even bothered by their presence and Kotetsu's. In fact, some seemed to be exchanging some grumbling and complaining about banknotes, while others laughed out loud at their newfound wealth. "I told you they'd get scared," One of the men muttered to the other, who simply grumbled and stared at the two guards for making him lose money. Hey, what the hell is going on? A deep, gruff voice interrupted Izumo and Kotetsu's surprise at the group's nonchalance, practically. Suddenly parting ways, they let pass a tall, blonde teenager with a lightning bolt-shaped scar over his eye. Left, followed shortly afterwards by a blood-red-haired teenager wearing a gold and white applique and looking quite terrifying, with a familiar inscription over the heart. Raiden Izumo heard several people murmuring his name was spoken as they looked at him with equal parts respect and fear. Apparently, despite his age, he was someone whom he had to be careful. However, judging by the looks he was giving the redhead, he was more than willing. I bet she fell into that category too, Kimiko. Raiden, retreat, one of them growled. Old voice, and to Izumo's surprise, the two did exactly that, leaving their battle-ready positions. And parting to let a tiny old man pass, Izumo blinked once, then twice to make sure I didn't see anything. No, it's still there. Walking toward them was a tiny old man who seemed quite comfortable with his surroundings, his attire. It was a standard black shinobi uniform with a sleeveless bulletproof vest, in short, what appeared to be a standard Chunin/Unin attire in Konoha, with one exception, where the Konoha bulletproof vest had two large pouches on the front. This one had almost 6, which looked too much, in the opinion of the Konoha Chunin. However, it was a clear sign that they were outsiders. Please state your name and intentions, Izumo demanded sternly. Once again, outnumbered or not, I would continue. Clinging to protocol. The old man looked at him curiously before taking He put his hand to his chin, confused. He mused. Those brats didn't hand it in. My letter? Izumo and Kotetsu's unyielding stares soon made Kimiko burst into laughter, and Raiden. He slapped his face in exasperation. Behind them, the crowd began to laugh. Teeth. I knew it, groaned the blonde teenager. It was too much. Hoping Natsu and the others remembered, Kimiko nodded. Hey, is Yari-chan in charge? No, Natsu. It's not that boring, said another teenager as he pushed his way to the front. Wait, did you hit Natsu? Katsu asked with a flash of recognition in his eyes. Turning his head towards his friend, without losing sight of the crowd, Kotetsu headed towards Izumo. Wasn't that the guy who sent a bunch of Chunin to the hospital during his time there? You know which incident reminded him of it. Euphemistically to his friend, uncomfortable about revealing sensitive information in front of strangers. Now that you mention it. Izumo nodded, observing the strangers. To his surprise, they all sighed in exasperation. I suppose it's the same guy, pink hair, black vest. Is he wearing a scarf? He asked. Raiden remained expressionless as the two guards nodded. Yes, that's the idiot, he confirmed before. He looked at the dark-haired teenager. I thought you were joking. The teenager shrugged. You should have thought about it better, the little man coughed, attracting attention from Izumo. Anyway, if all goes well, your boss should know we're coming, they told him. He said before slowly smiling. If not, please tell that old monkey that the Uzumaki clan of Yuzio Gakakure has arrived. If someone had told the third Hokage that one day he would sit with some of the Uzumaki clan elders were having sake in their office, and that person was immediately committed. However, there they both were, well, sort of. One of them had made an excuse to stay with the rest, making sure they didn't get into trouble in their office, sharing a cup of sake while the rest of the remnants of the clan waited in the anteroom, the hallway, the library, or outside the building, since there was no one enough space to hold the Uzumaki numbers. For a supposedly extinct clan, there certainly seemed to be a lot of them. I still can't believe that after all these years, so many of. I am grateful that you managed to escape the destruction of Yuzu, Iruen said sadly before taking a drink from his cup, thinking she would need liquid courage for this meeting. Wow, I was right about that call, so many. Keisuke reflected with the same gravity. You don't mean to say that either. Yuzagakure had many clans, but the most were related to the Uzumaki family through marriage. Very few of us escaped. He corrected, what you see outside is approximately half of the survivors of Yuzu. That's still quite significant, Uzumakian noted. Irozen, the Itaga, the largest of our clans, represent at most a little more than half of your survivors. They weren't a country in themselves, he replied. Keisuke stared sadly at his cup. Even as he spoke, he could still see so many faces of beings. Dear departed, too many. It was fortunate that some of us escaped the great destruction. Iruen, seeing how the conversation was affecting his fellow shinobi, decided not to insist, however, both. They had something to discuss. Your vanguard made a great impression a couple of weeks ago, Iruen said, smiling at the man had a sense of humor. You've taken over 100 of my men out tonight. That worked because... Keisuke snorted before gulping down his cup. Yeah, Yuki told me, he said. Idiots don't have self-control. To be fair, they were preventing a mob from lynching a small child. Well, about that, Keisuke's expression darkened, which made Iruen Tensera, I trust it's clear that any further attacks against our clan leader will be met with a brutal retaliation, he stated rather than asked. Iruen observed the old man calmly and... There was silence for a moment. He didn't respond calmly, and just before Keisuke could explode in anger, he raised a hesitant hand. There's a reason for that. What reason could there be to leave that? A boy outside his family's protection? Keisuke demanded. They're not a clan from Konoha, Irusen pointed out. Crossing their hands in their laps, they have no authority here, either as a clan nor even as individuals. If they wish to exercise it, they must first join the village to which their clan belongs. That's no big deal, Keisuke grumbled, though the anger seemed to lessen. It was part of our plan from the beginning. Ah. Yes, but that has its drawbacks, Irusen commented. If Konoha admits what would happen to your enemies? Kiri asked. Jumo, Iwa, Umi, these 4 nations joined forces in an incredible way to wipe your home off the map, an event without unprecedented and unrepeatable, and 3 of them now make up 3/5 of the great shinobi villages. Konoha cannot afford to let 3 of the world's greatest powers try. Irusen hadn't wanted to play this letter, but after having descended from his high position as Okaji to preside over the resurgence of the Uzumaki clan, had begun to realize the inconveniences of having the seal masters nearby. Could bring Konoha. Keisuke, for his part, couldn't blame Lokage for point this out. Any village that claimed the Uzumaki clan among its ranks would soon face fear and hatred. Combined forces of the alliance that had destroyed Yuzio Gakure. Are you saying you won't allow us to live in Konoha? He asked seriously. Irusen raised an eyebrow. Not at all, he replied with softness. I only have one question. If the Uzumaki joined Konoha, what could they offer us to counteract the terrible possibility of a 4th ninja war breaking out? Negotiation. Keisuke was very familiar with this game. He had had to play it with the other elders at their last meeting, and throughout his entire life before the fall of Yuzu, and yet, only one had sided with him, the other 2. The elders, for all intents and purposes, had lost hope of rebuilding the clan and were not convinced by the Keisuke's assurances regarding the new clan chief. It was far from a lost cause, but Keisuke knew that the clan chief would have to find them personally and prove his worth before the family could to truly meet. Okage's question, however, was well-founded. What could the Uzumaki clan offer Konoha? Naturally, sharing the clan's Fukinata techniques was out of the question. Of the matter, he knew, for example, that the Yugen never shared anything of theirs with the village, and he wasn't going to be the only one going out of his way to please the village leaders. The Uzumaki weren't the nobody's lapdogs. I suppose the best solution would be manpower, Keisuke declared. Our clan can. They may have diminished in size, but not in power. To the few who have chosen to follow me, I'd bring doctors, teachers of seals, summoning specialists, interrogators, torturers, combat specialists of all kinds. Konoha's military strength would increase considerably with us. I already know. I was expecting it. Irusen nodded as he lit his pipe. But what else? Without a considerable increase in military strength, this would hardly put us on par with 3 of the largest world military powers. Keisuke knew the Okaji wanted something, but he didn't. She knew what. Narrowing her eyes, she decided to reprimand him. What do you want? He asked bluntly. Irusen smiled, finally getting to the point. I don't doubt the fiery will of my ninjas, he declared, placing his pipe in his mouth. They would all gladly fight to the very end, to protect their homes and comrades, just like me. However, there is nothing. It's not so bad to tip the scales a little, he said, smiling wryly as he thought of his Awaf colleague offering a boost to our side. No, there isn't one with. Disa came cautiously, so this is what I propose. Yuan continued. In exchange for full citizenship, clan status, and the land on which to build their homes, Konoha will require. Next, first, have the Uzumaki clan help our sensor and interception divisions strengthen and improve the detection barrier and provide reinforcements to the interception team. Second, we will ask them to develop new patented seals to help monitor activity within the village and its surroundings. In any case, his infiltration team managed to highlight just how woefully ineffective our barriers have become. If anyone, he proposes it and would appreciate it if you would consider providing a basic Finjutsu teacher for our academy, since it's a declining art form here. He stated. Third, we would also gladly accept your efforts to strengthen our walls and gates with your extraordinary seals and, finally, any cooperation they can offer the hospital, of course, he said with a smile. Keisuke. He had years to practice how to show neither relief nor anger during negotiations, therefore, upon hearing the proposed terms, he couldn't help but sigh with relief. The terms were reasonable, and in no instance was mentioned of the Uzumaki having to give up their valuable techniques. This is acceptable to us, he stated, knowing that his only counterpart who dealt with clan members in the outside world would agree. Irwin smiled sincerely as the negotiations concluded. She opened a drawer and took out a sheet of paper. Excellent, he said with a smile as he placed the paper on. He sat down at his desk and took out his personal stamp. May this be the beginning of a wonderful new chapter in the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan, he declared before sealing it, showing Keisuke that he had everything ready for the Uzumaki clan's entry into the ranks of Konoha. Naruto was going crazy. Upon waking that morning, after getting used to Ikari's insane training program, he almost expected that his teammates would burst into his room and drag him to the training field. When they didn't, he thought they would. After a few minutes, Naruto frowned, wondering if something was happening, or worse, if they were attacking him. Preparing another prank, I didn't think I could stand being Maki's test dummy much longer. Little by little, he became hysterical, but that feeling only worsened when he left his room and found the group in a deathly silence filled his living room. Looking around, he almost asked, waiting for them to jump on him, "What's going on? It looks like someone died." Maki shuddered. Hearing that, Sora sobbed a little. Amaya placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and the boys glared at him. Only Ikari, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, seemed to care. Calm enough to answer him, sighing and turning away from the wall, she still didn't look him in the eye. "Someone did it," a clan member told him. The words pierced Naruto's heart more than anything he could have imagined. I expected, although she'd never had a family, she'd connected with the group remarkably quickly. Even so, given how little time he'd been with them, he almost expected to feel somewhat detached from their problems. The experience. He taught her the opposite. "What?" he whispered. "Who?" "No one you know," Takeshi murmured as he leaned forward and looked at the ground. "Anakoka," Ikari replied. Ignoring Takeshi's rudeness, Uzumaki Anoka, she was killed on a mission, Onokan. Sora wept silently. Amaya's comforting gestures did nothing to ease the girl's sadness. Maki also. She sniffed. "Yuki came to tell us," she continued, Yari speaking through Sora's sobs. "She died a week," another name for the tablet. Natsu grunted and quickly left the room, causing Naruto to. He looked confused. "What's wrong with Natsu?" he asked. "His parents are on the plate too." "Commemorative," Takeshi said. "He gets like this every time they mention it." Ikari returned. He sighed. "Well, the clan has arrived," he told Naruto. "Keisuke will meet up with the Okuji, but it should be over soon. You should prepare yourself," he told his future clan chief, "if you want. If you're going to take something to your new home, you might as well bring it with you. This place is too small for all of us, Naruto." She blinked a couple of times before smiling. "Are you here?" she asked, and her. The previous sadness quickly faded. "My family is here." Despite the tragic news Yuki had given them, Ikari couldn't help but smile when she saw the blonde boy react with genuine happiness. Looking at the members of his clan, he saw that they too seemed uplifted by his change. In a humorous tone, "Yes, get ready," he blurted out, reverting to his usual attitude of instructor, pointing at him. "Seriously, you want your first meeting with the clan to be in your pajamas?" Naruto squealed. Before running back to her room, the tension in the room broke and was replaced by laughter. Naruto wouldn't admit it, but it hurt him to see his family suffer so much. The news of the death of a clan member, he had only spent 2 weeks with them, but in that time he had known and liked. He knew that Akari only acted as he saw fit and that Takeshi was rude to everyone, but both. They had good intentions. Sora had a beautiful heart, incapable of hating others. Maki was a little crazy, but extremely protective. Amaya was somewhat distant, but affectionate. And Natsu was an idiot, but strong and fiercely real. However, in that instant when he saw them cry, none of them. They had all appeared to be the clan members he had come to know, and that frightened him. Was this what? What did having branches mean? Would he react the same way to the death of a member of his clan? Up to that point, I had only seen others cry, but since I had nothing, I had never experienced it myself. He knew that the closest he had come to that point was when Iruka almost died at Mizuki's hands, but even so, his master had improved, and so had Naruto as a result. Suddenly they formed a. His family seemed far more terrifying than he had thought possible, and just as quickly, Naruto crushed those feelings of fear. Family was family. It was the only thing she had wanted for so long, and she wasn't going to give it up. That those ties would slip from her grasp, if that meant experiencing such terrifying feelings, so be it. I would overcome it, just as I had overcome 13 years of solitude. In fact, I would give it my all. To earn the respect of his clan and protect each and every one of them so that they would never have to cry. Again, it was a childish promise, no doubt, but it was enough to give Naruto a newfound willpower when he suddenly started running like a man and began packing everything he could. He considered it valuable, which wasn't much, since he rarely or never had the opportunity to acquire effects. Personal. Hey, what the hell is that noise? He heard Akari shout from the living room. There was no Uzumaki clan complex yet. However, when the group of Naruto arrived at the place of land where the Okaji, discreetly of course, the Mizuki incident had not yet had a chance to end, so the third Hokage had wisely decided. Minimize Naruto's public presence until he did. He had deemed it appropriate for his use. They could already see. Several tents were set up, and there was some construction scaffolding here and there, where they assumed they would be set up. The first buildings for Naruto, even if there weren't a huge number of buildings waiting for him, the experience was incredible nonetheless. While, as he and his escorts approached the open field, he saw many figures walking back and forth carrying materials. Construction site or children running and playing, and the sight made him smile enthusiastically. They were members of his clan, his family. Once he had the displeasure of encountering a group of Yuga in the village, and there had always been. They thought that large clans like theirs would act in a prim and proper manner, but their family shattered that notion. The image shattered into 1,000 pieces. In any case, they were more like what Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru had told him about their families and loved it. Hey! Natsu shouted with a wide smile, forgetting. He had almost completely recovered from his previous pain as he enthusiastically greeted his clanmates. We're back. Some of the older men working on a construction scaffold turned around to see who was yelling at them, and they smiled at the approaching group. Hey, Natsu's back with the others! One of them shouted, quickly transforming into a chorus of similar shouts and clan members approaching to greet them. After all, there was no one else in the Uzumaki clan who were unaware of the group's mission, therefore, their return meant only one thing. Look, it's the clan chief. A shout was heard as clan members gathered with impressive speed and disorganization ensued until the group was practically surrounded by eager clan members. Meanwhile, Naruto. I was somewhat disconcerted by the sudden avalanche of positive people, since my usual encounters with so many people usually ended up fighting or insulting each other, but Natsu and the rest of the group had a blast. The pink-haired boy. She bumped arms with an older man who smiled at her, while Maki and Amaya chatted animatedly. With some older girls and girls of a similar age, Sora blushed at the praise from numerous members of the clan, while Akari and Takeshi simply enjoyed the attention they received. So this is the new clan leader, he heard one of the men ask, which prompted a reaction from Naruto. Deep anxiety about performance. Would they accept it? Would they even like it? He was so close to getting his family back. He was terrified of losing them. Natsu responded by resting an arm on Naruto's head, jerked in irritation at the pink-haired boy's amusement. Of course, he confirmed. It's a brat, but I think he's got what it takes. What a terrifying thought, cried another clan member. This caused laughter from the rest of the clan and a vein to throb on Natsu's forehead. What was that, you idiot? Roared the pink-haired fighting marvel. TCH, that's tough. Amaya snapped her fingers, tongue with obvious annoyance. Where could Yukikin be? Please, no. Don't start any fight, Natsui. Sora practically begged the second dragon. A futile attempt, but I couldn't stop trying. A fight, huh? He reflected. Takeshi, with an ever-widening smile, said, Sounds good. Who wants a piece? He challenged. Here we go again, and Carrie sighed in exasperation, hitting her forehead. What? Is that it? A fight? Someone shouted, I'm in, let's go! Shouted another, I will face them all. Natsu roared above all the others. Inevitably, soon a punch was thrown, and soon someone was hit, and just as quickly as the crowd had moved closer to the group to give them, the welcome quickly escalated into a massive brawl in which only Naruto, Kar, and Sora didn't participate. However, it's worth noting that it should be noted that the only reason they didn't was because Naruto was a little surprised by the sudden. The violence started and Carrie knew that someone had to explain things since Sora simply didn't like to fight. Even Mac was involved, much to Naruto's surprise. Hey, is this normal? Naruto asked Ikari, gesturing to the ongoing fight while sweating. Unfortunately, he confirmed. Ikari, please everyone stop fighting. Sora tried in vain to calm them down. The mood? Consider it a family tradition, Ikari and Naruto told her, ignoring the 14-year-old girl's attempts. Years to calm the situation. Some clans like the performing arts, too. Some like to eat, others like to write, we like to fight. Well, to the majority, he corrected himself while looking at Sora. Naruto tried to process that idea. The idea of a family tradition, of course, I'd never had one before, but I knew that Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba were talking about some activities that their families enjoyed doing together. So, this was his. Watching the struggle unfolding around him, he couldn't help but notice that, as Ikari had said, none of them seemed to be fighting maliciously. He even saw some silly fights. No one seemed bothered by the rampant violence. It was then that Naruto felt that something strange was taking hold of him. Nothing bad, really, just a feeling of exclusion. A smile spread across his face as he raised his hands to form a family seal. Watching it, Ikari's mouth filled with sweat as she guessed where he was going. Hey, she murmured, taking a few steps away from the blonde. Tahuage Bunin no Jutsu, Naruto shouted, and suddenly dozens of clones appeared all over the makeshift battlefield. Let the party begin, he shouted. With jubilation and abandon, throwing himself into the fight somehow, he knew that I would. Ikari groaned to herself as she watched the new clan leader and his army of clones to face any rival, although momentarily surprised by the sudden incorporation into the anarchic. The fight, the clones, and Naruto were soon welcomed with open arms, well, with fists. There they stood, on the only island of tranquility amidst the sea of mixed battles. Ikari and Sora did not. They had to wait a long time before a rather familiar voice interrupted the fight with a single sentence. What, __. What's happening here? As expected, the fighting abruptly ceased when Kimiko's voice cut through the din. Only Naruto tried to press on, but was quickly overpowered by Natsu, who was nearby and paled at the sound of the voice of the dreaded disciplinarian of the Uzumaki clan, standing before them, wearing what appeared to be an orange jumpsuit, construction and helmet, which in turn caused him to sweat profusely. Kimiko carried on his shoulders an impressive load of wooden beams was carried while he stared at the crowd. Do you think this complex is going to build alone? Enough nonsense, let's get to work, he shouted. The crowd didn't lose. She took a while to obey the redhead's orders, too frightened to contradict her. However, upon doing so, the disciplinarian noticed 3 people who hadn't moved, a risky decision, according to everyone. Squinting, she recognized Sora and Ikari, who had approached a blond young man wearing a gray shirt and he wore black pants and had 3 mustache-like scars on his cheeks. Hey, are you visiting yet? He asked calmly. As he approached the trio, he asked, Ikari, Sora, who is your friend? Do you know that you still? We didn't receive any visitors? Well, no one had ever accused Kimiko of reacting quickly when topics arose that had nothing to do with arguments. Ioria humbly sensed something. This surprised Naruto, who had never seen her act so differently in the short time they had been together. as he placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm here escorting our target, Keisuke Koro, he explained with a nod. She bowed in respect. Kimiko's eyes widened as she immediately understood what he wanted. You mean this guy is? He asked, without having participated in the exploration mission that had caused this whole situation. Ikari nodded as Sora smiled with the teeth. If Keisuke Koro approves his application, he will become the next candidate for clan head, of course. Things weren't that simple, so this is him, Ayako reflected. Another elder from the clan watched the young blonde woman. Her long, faded red hair swayed gently as she swayed impatiently from side to side. Her long, elegant lines gave her face a dignified, maternal air. A little young, isn't it? Keisuke sighed as he exhaled a little smoke from his pipe and also examined the boy. I told you at the meeting, he reminded his counterpart. I thought you were exaggerating. The two old men remained silent as they watched the restless boy. The blond man seemed uncomfortable having to sit on the grass, as there was still no clan temple for him. To hold the meeting, then you'd better start with this, Ayako suggested, earning a nod of approval. Keisuke, there's no point in keeping everyone in suspense, Keisuke observed. A small army of men from the Uzumaki clan, all kneeling in perfect formation behind the blond boy, with the oldest and most skilled sat in the front. Seeing them gathered there made Keisuke smile. For many of them, they were acting quite unusually. Kimiko, normally the disciplinarian and rigid, she was practically on her knees, restless, her fists clenched and her eyes wide. Beside her, Raiden seemed genuinely interested in what was happening, while Akemi to his right seemed more serious than anyone remembered. The adorable young woman, even Natsu and Takeshi, the two battle-enthusiastic idiots, were unusually. They were quiet and serious. Naruto, for his part, wished there was no audience. It was hard enough as it was to meet these two veterans, who, if I remembered correctly the previous conversation between Kimiko and Ikari, they could determine the course of her destiny. Now she also had to deal with stage fright, and if did it bother him? What if they hated him, damn it? What if they found out about Kitby and did they reject him as the village had? He didn't think he could endure any more rejection, especially from his family. Let's begin, Keisuke announced, which made Naruto tense. He didn't know it, but the gesture was replicated by almost all the members of the Uzumaki clan behind him. Makshan, please take note of the meeting. The red-haired specialist in the corner nodded as she rose from her place among the clan members and he walked to one side of the meeting, quickly summoning a scroll and some writing tools. Meeting to establish the legitimacy of the claimant's status as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Ayako said in a voice monotonous, with the old protocols instilled in her since her youth still in place. She presides. Uzumaki Keisuke, an old man. Uzumaki Jako, an old man, with half of the old men. A quorum is reached, he announced without even bothering to check if Maki was following her, which she was. In fact, while this bureaucratic procedure was taking place, Naruto swore he heard. He heard snoring behind him. The temptation to look back and confirm it was strong, but something told him he would get into trouble. There would be problems if he did. Either way, a resounding thud was soon heard, followed by a cry of pain and some stifled laughter. First thing, Keisuke grunted as he sucked on his pipe, without taking his eyes off the room. The blonde guy never noticed. Your name. It took Naruto a moment to realize that they were finally addressing him, but he quickly stammered a reply. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, Millstrong, eh? Good name, she remarked to herself, although Maki noted it down anyway. Where were you born, Naruto? The old woman asked, maintaining her posture and image as a clan elder. Severe, which clashed horribly with Keisuke's almost casual, cross-legs pose. Here I mean Konoha. Naruto quickly corrected himself, thinking they wouldn't want such ambiguous answers. Normally Iruka would have had to threaten him with chores and no ramen for a month to get Naruto to do something. He responded with such caution and obedience, but the blond man so desperately wanted to get his family back that he would have. Keisuke fought the 9 big ones with a roll of toilet paper and pure luck if they'd asked him to. He nodded. Parents? He asked immediately. Naruto looked down. No, I don't know. I've been an orphan my whole life, he admitted, a little embarrassed. Iko and Keisuke exchanged glances. At least it holds up there, Keisuke mused to his colleague. And your last name? Iko asked, refocusing on the boy. How do you know if you don't know your parents? Naruto blinked before. Thinking about it a lot is quite an achievement in itself. The old man, Okujizuma. He said it was on my birthday. You know that thing that says when and where I was born? She insisted, forgetting the term. Birth certificate, Maki replied. Discreetly, earning a gesture of thanks from Naruto. Yes, that's it. He confirmed it. There was a pause before Keisuke hit his knee with the pipe to clear an obstruction. Beside him, Ayako folded her hands in her lap and stared intently at Naruto. Are you Kikbino's Jinchuriki? He asked bluntly. Naruto felt his insides freeze at the question. They knew. Suddenly, all the uncertainty vanished. The thoughts that had begun to jump through his mind since the Mizuki affair attacked him with the force of 1,000 explosive tags. It was the end. It was the moment when he would be rejected forever and would be alone again. No, he couldn't bear it. Why again? Why did it have to be him? He was about to run away and cry alone in his state. A self-induced wave of pessimistic despair washed over me when Keisuke grunted. It seems so, too. His mother, 7 words that froze Naruto. Instead, tears barely formed in her eyes. I had heard correctly. Kyuk, she stammered. From what you've told us, you're the son of Uzumaki Kusina. Keisuke explained distractedly while smoking his pipe. The second Jinchuriki of the Kikri, that makes sense. Yako agreed. Jinchuriki are always chosen, even if by chance, because of their proximity to the Kage. In our case, because of our lineage closely related to the Senju and their will of fire, Lady Mido and Senju Asarama. Kusina and Sarutobi and Ruin, pupil of Asarama and Tobarama, which means you're probably also the son of Namikaze Minato, Keisuke concluded before adding thoughtfully. Then Kusina and... He was really serious. Wait a second! Naruto suddenly shouted, dropping to his knees and about to charge. Against the elders, are you kidding me, the son of Namikaze? Almost. He squealed, is that so hard to believe? Keisuke asked, bored the answer. Naruto's first thought was to point out the distant Okage monument. You're absolutely right, it's hard to believe, old man. Naruto shouted, a hint of despair in his voice. Namikaze was the damned fourth Hokage, the one who defeated the Kitbi. And he condemned me to hell. That's one way to look at it, Yako nodded. She seemed indifferent to the boy's swearing. Of course, being an elderly Uzumaki woman, she had had her share of experiences. Then dealing with much worse things, what other way is there? Naruto demanded. Tears streamed down my face as I began to think this was just one giant joke they were playing on me. I believed. He trusted you so much, a mere newborn, to imprison the Kikb, the most powerful big that exists, the Big C, the one everyone fears until the day you die. Keisuke added, paralyzing the blonde, as parents often do. He added, looking at Raiden, who looked away to avoid his grandfather's gaze. I, Naruto, stayed for the first time. Once speechless, I had no witty comeback, no challenge, no denial. To be honest, Keisuke's words served to dispel much, if not all, of the resentment that I felt. Resentment towards Yondaime for condemning him to suffer. I am Yondaime's son? He asked, still shaken. Most likely, yes. Keisuke confirmed, nodding his head before looking at Ayako and Air as well. Meanwhile, Iko turned to Maki. We others recognized the claimant's status as a member. The Uzumaki clan member informed the girl, who quickly noted it down before handing over the scroll. In a short time. In time, the 2 old men quickly stamped their personal seals on the parchment where Mikando. That's how the document was. Keisuke smiled warmly at the boy who was still processing it. The information overload. Welcome to the clan, kid. Soon they exploded. Cheers erupted among the crowd of clan members gathered behind him. Naruto had to admit it, his family did. He knew how to have fun. Not even the lack of a roof or 4 walls prevented the Uzumaki. They celebrated their integration into the family in a big way. An outdoor barbecue was prepared, the clan members with those with a greater musical inclination opened their instruments, and played several traditional Wapol songs, and the dancers performed to entertain the clan. Honestly, Naruto had never dared to dream of power. To participate in something like that, amidst the shouting, the laughter, and the total lack of without any inhibitions, Naruto felt more at home than anywhere else he had been during his short life. Even more astonishing, they had seated him between Keisuke and Ayako in the place of highest honor. To her delight, they were nothing like what she had imagined during the interview. They weren't tense or stern. In fact, Keisuke was already drunk and dancing with the dancers amidst the laughter of the clan. Iko, for his part, chatted happily with the members of the nearby clan, sometimes stopping to answer some of their questions or introduce the clan members who came to congratulate him. Ah, that Isoki, Nobuko-chan's father pointed out another clan member who had joined the drunken dance of. Keisuke laughed like an idiot. He's a very strong member of the clan. He's an idiot too, another member opined, smiling as he applauded along with the other clan members. The drunken duo performed amidst the professional dancers, to Naruto's surprise. Ayako. She simply sighed and nodded. Unfortunately, more introductions soon followed. Most of them are pretty normal. Oh, and that's Jinpachi, he owns the clan's candy shop. We have a candy shop, Naruto practically roared with stars in his eyes. Ha, I told you she'd love it, shouted the shop owner as he kept in his pocket the money that those who had bet against him had reluctantly given him. Oh, Iruka-kun is a very good tailor. Most of our uniforms are from him. The middle-aged craftsman smiled. He approached Naruto and bowed to him. If you need clothes, please look for me, Naruto-sama, he offered humbly. Clan members don't have to pay. Oh, that's Chan, one of our best shinobi, Ayako told Naruto, pointing to a red-haired girl who had joined Yoki Keisuke in his silly dance. However, unlike them, she was completely sober and apparently only doing it for fun. Fun, Junichi works as one of our shinobi trainers. Yoken is one of our clan's messengers, you know? He's very good at covering long distances quickly. Yomi-chan owns the E-store, our clan's restaurant. The old man had to correct himself upon seeing the expression. The boy was disoriented. The food is quite good. Is there ramen? He asked. Naruto's mouth watered at the thought, and I laughed happily. Sure, we can make any ramen you want, as long as we have the ingredients, of course, he assured her. However, Naruto didn't hear that part, as he was too busy kneeling on the ground and raising his hands were like those of a deranged survivor who had just seen a rescue team finally coming for him. He was proof of the clan's custom of having odd people. None of these pranks disturbed them too much. In fact, Naruto's comical reactions to the various presentations and diverse facts about the clan only contributed to the humor. To liven up the joyful atmosphere, of course, since it was the Uzumaki clan, eventually someone hit. He accidentally punched someone in the face. That person responded with a punch. Soon a small fight broke out. The fight escalated when someone accidentally bumped into Kimiko, causing her to drop her cake. Kimiko wasn't happy. In 5 minutes, the little fist fight was over. It turned into a fight to the death. Even the dancers joined in, throwing punches and kicks or grabbing each other, covered like weapons, all smiling fiercely as the celebrations lost all their chorus. To make the even more ridiculous things had happened, Keisuke had managed to fall asleep amidst the commotion. Dead to the world only. Naruto and Ayako stayed out of the fight. To Naruto's surprise, he even saw Ikari and Sora throwing. A few punches were thrown and both seemed to be having a great time, despite the second woman's usual aversion to the violence. This is something of a tradition, Ayako tried to explain, smiling peacefully in the face of the growing fight. Kari-chan told me so, Naruto interrupted. To the old woman before she could continue, the old woman blinked and nodded. Ah, good, she said with peacefully. Naruto watched the fight for a moment longer before deciding to vent. Tell me, Grandma, why are you? Have they been calling him a candidate for clan chief? Iko didn't seem irritated by the nickname he gave her, and the truth is, she didn't mind. She knew she was old enough to be one, and as in fact she was a grandmother, it would have been hypocritical of her to let herself be insulted. Clan leaders must unite the family, Naru-chan. He responded politely, giving her a nickname of his own and moving slightly to the side to avoid a stray plate. There are many of us here, but not all. 2 cells remain, and before you can become clan leader you must convince these 2 to return to the family. Naruto blinked and tilted his head, inadvertently avoiding the broken leg. From a now-wrecked chair, that was all. He just had to convince 2 groups to come to Konoha. That didn't sound so difficult. Before you think about running away, you should know that no. It's as simple as giving a speech. Alako interjected, looking amused. I came here with my group because I believed in Kusina and any children she might have. I believed Keisuke's word, and I'm glad to see what I see, he said, making. Naruto blushed at the subtle compliment, but not everyone is so easily influenced, Naru-chan. He recalled this as he fixed his gaze on the ongoing fight. A slight smirk on his lips betrayed his growing amusement. Seeing Keisuke snore and writhe in his sleep amidst the chaos, those who didn't come with us need more than words to make them believe in themselves. They need to see achievements, power, Naruto grimaced and he crossed his arms. It sounds silly, family is family, isn't it? Iko seemed surprised by the simplistic logic. She smiled warmly as she recovered. That's right. Naru-chan nodded. But remember, until we found you, we all lived in hiding, we have suffered. As a Naru-chan family, we're afraid to get our hopes up, please. Try to understand him. Naruto didn't seem very convinced, but Iko noticed that little by little he was beginning to. I'll accept the situation. I'll try, Grandma. I suppose that's all I can ask for. Ayako reflected before patting him on the head, which caused him an unexpected feeling of, honey, now why don't you join your clan? I'm sure it was hard for you not to jump in at first. Naruto's eyes. They beamed with excitement. May I? She asked with a smile. He had been holding back from rejoining the fight because of the presence of the elders, but only if she gave him permission. You go ahead, idiots! He roared as he charged into the fray, knocking down The eldest young member of the clan was in the process. Aya ran discreetly with her hand raised, so similar to Kusina, as he was. As expected, Keisuke was not happy when he woke up the next day. Of course, that was partly due to the terrible hangover he had and partly because at some point during the party someone had. He had elbowed him in the groin, thus, his pain was amplified in a way only a man could understand. Even worse was that his neighbors, the Atagas, had come to complain about the noise while he was still in bed. Recovering, needless to say, Keisuke wasn't in a good mood when he headed to the assembled clan. The meeting took place inside the roof scaffolding of the clan temple. So, according to our neighbors, it seems they had a lot of fun last night, he grunted as he lay on his back with a bag visible on the forehead and a hem on the lower part. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. To realize they were bags of ice, our neighbors even seem. They think we snuck into their compound to play pranks on them. Keisuke continued. He overheard some members of the clan swallow audibly. They were especially disgusted by the nudity that ran through their clan's compound. At this, the entire clan broke out in a cold sweat. None of them had the courage or the nerve to point the finger at him. The author of that maneuver woke up completely drunk in the middle of the Uzumaki party, and apparently had. He decided to run away laughing. It was lucky that no one had seen him clearly, since he had been using a signature technique for increasing its size, yes, both sizes either way. Seeing that no one wished to die, they all remained stoically silent, while he continued listing the damage and the pranks that everyone had apparently played the night before. It was at this point that Naruto realized. It explains why they needed a compound for the clan. It wasn't to keep people out, but rather to keep the Uzumaki inside, without a wall to keep them in, and that was easy to control. The Uzumaki were prone to unleashing savage attacks that caused massive collateral damage whenever their tempers flared, or a party was being held. Either way, Keisuke ranted as he listed every act of collateral damage that the clan had caused as a result of the party, which, considering the number of items I was reviewing, was quite impressive. Among the clan's front row members, Naruto bowed to Akemi, who had been the eldest sister. The perfect version I'd always imagined. Is this also tradition? She asked. Insecure, the redhead smiled at him and patted his lap, which ached once again, from being in sizes so much. Yes, he confirmed, much to his dismay. From the party, from class, don't worry, it'll be over soon. And Natsu, for the last time. You can't just walk into a village and proclaim yourself the super awesome Dragon Lord, wearing only your underwear and a scarf, Keisuke. He continued his sermon, making Naruto sweat as he saw that no one seemed surprised. He was drunk. The drunken exhibitionist defended himself. I don't care. Yuki, you won't get lost near a school again, Keisuke scolded the dark-haired teenager. I don't want the Parents' Association of the area should come and file a restraining order this time. It was an accident. I don't care, don't take your clothes off, whatever. Keisuke dismissed the excuse. From the boy Daisuke, stop hitting the villagers if they don't agree with you about what defines a man. He grunted and replied. What was that? Nothing. Keisuke nodded. I already knew. I imagine, finally, we must address the matter of Naruto's graduation exam, which will be in 2 days, he stated. Abruptly, The blond man stiffened when the topic came up, although Ayako took the. Keisuke took over now that he'd had a chance to rant. As you know, Naruto, Carry, and the guard. The advanced students gave you a 2-week break so you could prepare for the exam, Ayako stated. Then it has been reported that you are eligible, therefore, later today everyone who will be there to see you pass a preliminary exam to see how you do with the rest. Then we will proceed to train you as best as possible so that you reach the Uzumaki standards before the exam. Graduation, after which we will develop a more suitable training program for you, understood? He asked calmly. Naruto swallowed hard. It was bad enough knowing he had to retake the exam, but now he was going to have an even worse one. Even against her family. I understand, Iko smiled and nodded. Good. Then train a little, he suggested. It wouldn't be good if the Msuko of our clan acted carelessly. Although it had been a suggestion, Naruto had a distinct feeling that this wasn't the case. To say that Naruto passed the clan's preliminary exam with flying colors was an understatement. The elders had said so. I'd been watching with excitement as he barely finished the obstacle course, easily the hardest exam. Sadistic treatment she had to endure, all courtesy of Kimiko, who insisted that this was her field of daily training. He still refused to believe it. Upon arriving at the academy early the next day, the elders had insisted on it, and had even assigned a small. The squad was there to make sure he arrived early. Naruto then proceeded to completely surprise Irika and his teammates. He was in good shape in class because he didn't fight with anyone or even make noise. To be fair, the looks his classmates gave him were quite striking. The caregivers were a good deterrent to him doing it, in any case, knowing he couldn't. Unable to resist losing his temper if he sat next to Sasuke or near Sakura or Ino, the blonde had chosen the only place he knew he couldn't have gotten into trouble, between Shino, the creepy insect type, and Hinata, the odd one out, kept blushing and pressing her index fingers together every time he looked at her, as expected. Even as he trembled as he began to explain the special graduation exam, the poor man remained in. Naruto was shocked by his sudden personality change. It was impossible for him to make a scene. Shira was as pleasant as a brick wall covered in ice, while Hinata remained silent, although by a different reason, though he didn't know it, of course. Besides, he could swear that he felt Kimiko's gaze on him, daring him not to even try. As the instructor slowly stood up, causing the class to look at him seriously, they were notified who had to attend this special graduation exam due to extenuating circumstances that arose during the normal exam. Irika declared, now with more confidence and beginning to appreciate the absence of interruptions. As a result of the manipulation by a now convicted traitor, the impartiality of the exams he administered was compromised. Doubt about Uzumaki, he didn't say so, as he didn't want to cause problems for his pseudo-younger brother, and as such, Okujizuma has. He determined that, in the interest of fairness, a new examination should be administered under his direct supervision. Naturally, everything this caused groans from the class, with the exception of a few Yada, who was too shy to protest, Shino, who nodded in agreement with the logic used by the Okuji and Irika, Sasuke, who grunted and looked out the window, undoubtedly confident in which nothing would change, and Naruto, who had already been told the circumstances and had been present at the moment of the decision. In fact, if Yuka had to guess, Naruto. He seemed positively dizzy, which was odd considering that the child hated studying and, by extension, exams. Now the exam will be held. Next, Irika continued, a little disconcerted by the blonde's excitement. He took a piece of chalk and began to write a list on the board. First, there is a written exam which will account for 20% of your grade. Final, declared. Then, after the 3 basic exams, an exam of physical conditioning where their endurance and ingenuity will be tested in a simulated combat scenario, he continued. Finally showing the first real deviation from the standard examination process. This had been a point emphasized by the Okuji and accepted by Omura and Koha, although Danzo disagreed, arguing that it would reduce drastically their shinobi number. Unlike before, passing this section of the exam is mandatory. Otherwise, they will be immediately disqualified. Everyone has completed the survival exercises here at the academy, so there's no excuse if they fail. He shot a warning glance at the class that was about to protest strongly. This part of the exam will take place this afternoon after the exams of Genjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu, each of which will represent 20% of the. Unlike before, It's no longer necessary to pass the last 3 with the highest possible score, he added, looking at Naruto, who had been a clear example of how biased the regular exam was. Besides the mandatory passing of the physical fitness test, you will need to accumulate a minimum total of 75 points to be able to graduate, he emphasized as he finished writing on the board and circled the number 75 several times. Which he had written. When he finished, Iruka watched as his students squirmed in their seats, smiling as they watched them. He had no doubt that those who had graduated before the repeat were the ones who had done so. They would graduate again, and now that the exam had been rebalanced to be fairer, he had no doubt that Naruto. It would surprise everyone. The exam starts in 2 hours, he declared. This had been organized so that the children would have the opportunity to study and practice at the last minute, but also so that the Okaji could free up enough time in his schedule to attend the exam, while they are free to stay here. Under no circumstances may they use this time to ask for help, whether they are studying or using the outdoor yard for training. To their clans, families, friends or acquaintances who do not belong to the academy, nor to request or receive objects belonging to no one outside this class, understood? Usually a warning. That way he wouldn't have needed so much specificity, but Iruka had long since learned that when dealing with shinobi, any loophole left open would undoubtedly be exploited. He smiled as he saw the 33 students nod. Very well, see you in 2 hours, don't be late, he shouted as they ran out of the classroom toward their lockers or the courtyard, Uzumaki complex. How was it? Keisuke asked clearly as Naruto's squad of bodyguards knelt down before the Yako in the meeting room, still under construction. Notably the lack of walls made the whole thing seem much more ridiculous. Jean, a rather well-built man, muscular, with faded reddish hair, he tilted his head a little more, as he was. As expected, Keisuke Koro responded, people don't seem to know how to react. Upon our arrival and our complaint about Naruto-sama, he added. In general, we were greeted with looks confused along the way, although there were also the occasional condescending, suspicious, and disgusted glances. Keisuke frowned as he took a drag on his pipe and exhaled the smoke, while the initial exploration team. He had reported the apparent antagonism of the village towards Naruto, which allowed him to foresee the reaction of the population before the arrival of the Uzumaki, allowed having placed too much trust in memory. Collective memory of the Uzumaki clan and their past actions of aid to Konoha. Apparently it was too much to ask that the citizens of Konoha will remember their former great allies. We must keep in mind. He says that Naruto-sama's condition will undoubtedly cause many to express their feelings toward the clan, he noted. Ayako, though sadly, perhaps it was too much to expect them to see beyond her Jinchuriki status once it became known that we had claimed it. We were naive to think that clan status would eliminate that stigma, he agreed. Keisuke tapped his pipe lightly, dislodging some of the obstruction. The question now is, should we try to ingratiate ourselves or ignore the will of the people? I vote to ignore them, Ayako stated firmly, although she had always been somewhat of an isolationist. That. Think what you want, our actions will prove you wrong. I vote for flattery, Keisuke declared without hesitation after his fellow elder spoke. We need goodwill of the population so that our businesses can function properly. Letting hostility escalate will not help us. It will do no good. No one else in the room spoke, as was customary in Uzumaki tradition. Only the elders and the clan chief could vote on such decisions, although the clan chief could overrule the decision of the elders in case of a tie or a vote cast. Unfortunately, with only 2 of the 4 elders present, and without your clan chief to break the tie, the 2 elders were at a standstill. You haven't changed at all, Keisuke remarked, frowning at Yako. You've always liked giving second chances. And you've changed even less, Ayako replied calmly. The Uzumaki have. Everyone has the right to participate in the world. We shouldn't be so eager to give up that right. The world. They completely destroyed our nation and our family, Yako replied. They abandoned us without a second thought. Keisuke frowned. The past few days had been a wonderful reminder of both happiness and chaos. Benign that the assembled Uzumaki were capable of generating, but apparently he had chosen to forget the politicking, who accompanied a reunified council of elders, in particular, the abandonment of Yuzugio by the shinobi world. It had been an argument that, without the urgency of the imminent fall of Yuzugio and the subsequent decision of the Uzumaki, If they separated for security reasons, it would have threatened an Uzumaki civil war even while Yuzunokuni. He was under siege. We're not going to argue again, Ayako declared Keisuke with firmness. This council is incomplete, and we don't have a clan chief to resolve it, he reminded his counterpart. The faded redhead glared angrily at Keisuke for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Whatever their disagreements, the two elders knew that clan unity was now more important than anything else. Never, such an early ideological split in the clan's reunification would only have negative consequences. Catastrophic. Instead, Keisuke focused his attention on the redhead who was kneeling in silence beside Jean in a similar pose, silently waiting to be called. And you, Kaori, what happened to our attempts to contact the clans? That had been the second part of the plan proposed and accepted by Keisuke for the Uzumaki clan settlement in Konoha. First was to gauge the population's feelings towards them and simultaneously contact the established clans with a little bit of. Fortunately, shinobi professionalism would overcome any personal recriminations they might have towards Naruto. We've had partial success, Keisuke Koro responded with total professionalism, without showing a single sign of discomfort at having witnessed the disagreement between elders. The Nara and the Akimichi seem willing to negotiate and recognize us as friends, although the third branch of that family alliance, the Yamanaka, has opted for a more reserved approach. They claim to want to see our contributions before making a decision. And what about the others? Ayako asked as her counterpart. He nodded in approval. The Inuzuka seem to distrust us, Kori answered immediately, given her clan's inclination towards animalistic perspectives on life. The team has concluded that this is due to their need to know where we stand in a hierarchy. Canine, in short, whether we're alphas or followers, Keisuke snorted. It seems to me. Fine, he said seriously. I can think of a few clan members who would be happy to sort that out. Me too, Ayako said with a slight smile. Even so, she maintained her stern demeanor. What else? They are more troublesome, Kaori continued, frowning for the first time when she mentioned the clan's neighbors. Number, they are the closest to us, although there is still a big difference that is not decreasing rapidly, he explained. However, before we got here, it was enough to justify a significant share of prestige. Prestige that we have now stolen from them in their eyes. Furthermore, our actions during the feasts, as well as our general reputation as troublemakers, seem to have gone down badly with them. They are currently obstructing any preferential trade agreement with us and seem to have little patience with our presence in their compound. The two elderly people exchanged. They stared, unsure what to do. This was to be expected, really, Ilako commented with a small sigh of defeat. As for the clan's personality, we are a force to oppose to them, without mention that insufferable pride they have. Keisuke grumbled as he closed his eyes to reflect on the matter. Ayako nodded and turned to Kaori. What about the rumors about them? He asked. It's true, Kaori nodded. Yes, one of my men was able to take a look to the seal on the forehead of a branch member. He's not one of us, he stated with conviction. However, he seems to be a distortion of our work, specifically the arrest stamp added. As he took out a parchment and unrolled it, he let the elders see the reproduction of the seal. Two old men stared at the seal for a moment before disgust crossed Keisuke's face. Wow. Bastard. He growled, those pain parameters shouldn't be there, Ayako, for. On the other hand, she was more reserved in her opinion. She also noted that it seems to have incorporated elements of Urashish. However, it is specifically targeted at parts of the genetic code, Kaori. He nodded to both elders. Marui agrees, Koro-sama informed them. It seems. It's likely that what we've been told about the Ika's policy towards Tsukai is true. Iko shook her head. Isuke frowned, his face etched with sadness. The sealing arts are used to keep the family in check, he grumbled. Keisuke said with disgust. Shameful. Yako nodded. Absolutely shameful. Even so, unfortunately, it's completely out of our control. Keisuke sighed before. Take another drag and exhale the smoke, and the others have adapted well to their new tasks. It's too soon to say, Koro-sama, Jean replied, without. However, there seems to have been little friction between our clan members and the shinobi forces, overall. The animosity seems to be contained among the non-combatants, as already mentioned. At least there is some good news. Ayako grumbled. Remind the clan that we expect reports on their work every 2 weeks. If there's any sign of suspicious activity within the ranks of Konoha, cannot be ignored. Keisuke was prepared to object, but he had to restrain himself since he had already reluctantly accepted such things. Reports in a previous meeting with Ayako, the truth was that, however much she wanted to fully trust among the population of Konoha, there was an excessive risk that they would be sold to their enemies, in which case it was necessary that the Uzumaki were to be on the lookout for any sign of betrayal. This greatly depressed the old man, but it was something which she had to accept. Jean Kori, you may leave, she told them kindly. Two shinobi didn't even blink when suddenly they were out of sight. Instead, he turned to Yako and sighed. Now that we've managed to get that old monkey to take the survival test, do you think it's a good time to talk? What about that with him? Aiko's sly smile was all the answer she needed. The training ground was the epitome of chaos. They were completely nervous about the conference. After hearing Irika's news about the upcoming exam marathon, the students in Naruto's class ran around to digging up old notes, exams, heck, anything that had even a trace of information. Some girls, they even broke down in tears at several points, overwhelmed by the sudden stress. Sakura, for the approval of Naruto, along with Hino and Hinata, was one of the few who managed to control herself, although it soon became clear that it was solely due to her self-confidence and academic performance. Her physical appearance, however, she was devastated by nerves. In fact, most of the girls in the class seemed equally worried because of the addition of such a test. What the boys hadn't realized, except perhaps Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Kiba, it was because of preconceived perceptions of what was considered beautiful, regardless of whether they were barely there. Entering adolescence, most of the girls had followed very unbalanced diets that left them with very low protein in their bodies and therefore low muscle mass and endurance. The strongest girls of the class consisted, predictably, of Ino and Hinata, and with good reason. The Yamanaka clan was expert at psychology regardless of the patient's age. Therefore, Yamanaka Inoichi, the current clan leader and father, Ino quickly became aware of her daughter's psychological development and observed her slow progression towards eating disorders before putting a stop to them immediately. So, despite having spent months furious with her father, Ino was still one of the most wholesome girls in the class, although she still had a long way to go. More to muscular, Hinata, on the other hand, belonged to the IGA clan, and secondly, he didn't. She was overly concerned with impressing a certain short-haired boy. This meant two things: one, that neither her father nor the elders of her clan would ever allow her to follow the example of the other girls, and, in doing so, to weaken even more than they already thought, of course, and two, that he didn't feel the need to settle for the definition of beauty for others, especially because her mother, before dying, had always called her beautiful. In fact, in terms of her appearance, Hinata barely had any confidence issues. If anything, her shattered. His self-esteem was centered primarily, if not exclusively, on his combat skills. As a shinobi, his appearance, her ability to excel on the battlefield was always secondary, while her capacity to stand out on the battlefield was always paramount, which is why her clan considered her a failure, and why her self-esteem remained low. Unlike her Niji, the cousin from the branch family, simply lacked the intuitive ability for Gen. No, that wasn't it. That was fine, she did have the skill for it, she simply hated the idea of harming others. What this meant, however, was that both girls had an advantage over their competition in the test of physical conditioning, and that's why they were more focused on their own areas of weakness. Taijutsu Parano, Ninjutsu Parata. On the boys' side, most of their concerns, they revolved around the written exam and the Genjutsu exam, since the fine chakra control that the latter required was not something the boys were very willing to practice. Even Sasuke, the class prodigy, didn't waste a moment. He spent recess lounging around, because he started studying as soon as class ended. Call the boy whatever you want, he was a diligent student throughout. What surprised most of the class was, however, seeing Nara Shikamaru studying like a maniac was the living monument to stereotypes. The lazy bachelor didn't care about passing with honors, but the minimum passing grade was raised to 75 points. And the inclusion of the survival exam indicated that he had to get his act together for once. Initially, he hadn't bothered to calculate more than 75 points, but a whispered comment, "Read threat," from Ino snitching on his mother shook the pineapple-haired boy out of his laziness, and made him shout to his classmates that they left me alone while I studied like a madman, foaming at the mouth, only Choji stayed close to his friend during Shikamaru's collapse. Naruto, for his part, remained for most of time outdoors, knowing he was terrible at genjutsu, a whiz at ninjutsu, and acceptable at taijutsu. The written part, well, I had already learned quite a bit under Maddie's watchful eye. Amaya and Sora, thanks to their Kage Bunsen survival exam, no problem. Living alone for most of one's life guaranteed either top-notch survival skills or an early death, thus. He focused on the only thing he could improve during the brief break, Sujutsu. But who could he ask for help? Kiba would have been the obvious choice, but the rebellious boy quickly realized he was bad at too many classes. He'd started studying like Shikamaru, that lazy boy in turn, probably. He would find a way to frame him if he dared to interrupt his study marathon, and Choji was even more worried. Shino, not the written part, the insect boy. It scared Naruto, always silently watching you from behind those dark glasses, Naruto. She shuddered. She thought about confronting Sasuke, but the boy ignored them all while he studied. That left the girls, which didn't appeal to Naruto at all, since he hated fighting women. He found it cruel, on the other hand. On the other hand, she remembered that most of them seemed to be her equal in taijutsu, Ino, for example. For example, she was practically at the same level as him before being recruited by the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, she was very intelligent, and always got the best grades in the class along with Shino and Sasuke. If anyone, she could identify important flaws that her family hadn't been able to detect. That was her. Besides, you know what? She was practicing taijutsu. Why not take advantage of the situation? Approaching her blonde companion raised her hand in greeting and smiled. Osu Ino. He stopped mid-session to glare at Naruto. He didn't hate the boy in particular, but sometimes he found it annoying. That said, he had improved a lot in his studies after getting rid of that awful fashion faux pas, which he called a tracksuit. What do you want, Naruto? He asked rudely. Can't you see that? Am I training? Sweating from the hostile greeting, Naruto showed his stubbornness by not giving in. Ma tried to deflect the hostility with a gesture, but it was unsuccessful. She was just thinking. Oh, Kami, really? He sneered and gasped. Naruto shuddered, but kept his composure. Composure? Since you're practicing taijutsu, why don't you join me for a training session? I'm trying. I've tried to correct my flaws, but my family hasn't been able to completely fix them. Being part of one of Konoha's distinguished ninja clans, Ino, of course, had learned that the Naruto's estranged family had arrived and taken him in. While she was happy for the blonde boy, she thought no child. He should be deprived of the warmth of family. But that didn't make him any less of an idiot or a nuisance. Even so, he had reason. I could practice tastings until I was exhausted, but none of that would compare to the real experience of sparring. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Fine, but you have to help me, Naruto, if you're trying something weird, he threatened. After all, there was a reason why girls and boys trained in separate groups. The temptation was too great for the boys in puberty not to try something with his teammates. Naruto raised his hands in self-defense. I know, he reassured her. Quickly, I won't do anything, I promise. Ino kept looking at him suspiciously, but she nodded at his promise. She knew that would be enough. Okay, she nodded. Rules? Only taijutsu, no paralyzing blows, nothing that could put the other person out of shape for the exam, Naruto offered. Ino nodded, accepting the conditions. That sounds good to me, let's go. She led her. The blonde teammate joined the training circle and took her position. Naruto quickly followed suit. He stood right in front of her. Do you want to give the signal? Naruto asked as he adopted what appeared to be a version modified from the Heiken stance, greatly surprising Ino and shocking Hinata, who had. Ino took a short break from her martial arts training to spy on and observe Naruto, shocked Ino. She regained her composure, thinking that Naruto had seen Hinata train and that his fighting style was amazing. Satisfied with that conclusion, he nodded yes. On the count of 3, Naruto nodded. Trace vocalized her muscles, or what passed for muscles, in the thin girl tensing. 2, Naruto continued, his own muscles stiffened. 1. Neither of them spoke as their eyes narrowed. 0. In an instant, Naruto's eyes. They opened wide as he gracefully deviated, or what passed by grace, the 13 years on his heels, easily dodging Ino's sudden kick, which would have knocked the blonde down in one blow had he remained still, quick to grasp. Naruto pointed his open palm at Ino's ribs, only for the girl to He leaned forward and used his outstretched leg as a pivot to launch another kick at Naruto, who quickly. He jumped to the side, avoiding this one as well. With 2 moves, Naruto was already there. It had impressed Ino, who admitted she had never seen such a fighting style in her life. Judging by Naruto's stance, it was. He imagined he would be copying the Yuga's fighting style, which, while mostly offensive, was still quite direct. No one she had ever fought before had used circular movements. Making a face, as he returned to his starting position, he cautiously watched as Naruto began to move in circles around her, movements she tried hard to match so as not to show him her exposed areas. Unfortunately, she wasn't used to moving around so much in the same place and finally tripped over herself slightly, which was all Naruto needed. With a grunt of effort, Naruto launched another barrage of attacks to Ino's exposed side, which she quickly dodged, cursing as she realized that now he was on the defensive. Where on earth had the kid learned to fight like that? Every time he trained against Sasuke, he simply charged at his opponent like a bull, quickly returning to. From her position, she lunged at the blonde boy, determined to regain the momentum of the fight. She threw a punch and he was surprised to see Naruto deflect it and use his momentum to close the distance until he was too close for that any attack would be effective. Uzumaki! She shouted, extending both arms. Forward, Goten Kuso. What seemed like a really extravagant was simply for this fight that Naruto punched Ino's stomach with all his might with both open palms pushing her back. However, despite her condition, although incomplete, the technique, reinforced by Naruto's natural strength, was enough to leave the heiress breathless. Yamanaka, who landed hard on his back and gasped in pain, Naruto remained in an attack stance. For a moment, he realized what he'd done, suddenly worried he wasn't going to get his ass kicked. For having hurt her like that, he ran to her and bowed deeply as he apologized. 2 things that no male opponent would have ever seen him do that. I'm sorry. A lot. Ino apologized repeatedly as she helped the blonde to her feet. The attempt failed, leaving her simply sitting on the floor, which was a vast improvement, as they both imagined. What? She gasped, still trying. Control your breathing. What the hell was that? Naruto asked, his eyes wide. Very open. She could hardly believe how easily she had been defeated by someone who, according to her, he had a similar level of skill in taijutsu to his just 2 weeks ago. Naruto, on the other hand, was scratching his. He looked at the nape of his neck with a nervous smile. He laughed nervously. It's something my partner taught me. Your clan knows Gen? Ino shouted, catching the attention of some students before Shikamaru's hysterical shout of "Shut up!" was heard from inside the building. Ino and Naruto both sweated as the lazy boy's collapse continued, and Nada, who had given up on his during his training to investigate this apparent leak in his family's fighting style, he also broke out in a sweat. Nara's frantic study session, though he quickly acknowledged that whatever it was Naruto had been doing, it wasn't Gen wearing it. The troublemaker confirmed their suspicions by denying it. Head and smiling. No, according to my cousin we can't use that, she said, crossing her eyes. Hands behind the head and looking towards the sky. This style is called the Uzumaki style of the 8 trigram palms. He corrected himself. Instead of using chakra to destabilize the chakra rings, we use chakra manipulation to increase our strength, he stated, although it didn't seem to him that he was reciting a memorized lesson. Without either of them knowing it, Inada was left breathless as he quickly grasped the potential of such that style in the hands of a completely offensive, powerfully built warrior, and he couldn't have pulled it off before. It was because she was unaware of how the soft fist worked and had to take the words of her blonde companion. Exactly, but why the circles? He asked, sounding a bit pressured. Naruto? He shrugged. Did you realize how hard it was to land a hit on me? He remarked, turning a. Ino nodded in agreement. Yes, my cousin gave me a terrible fright with this style. If you think I was slippery, it's practically untouchable. Ino's mind worked quickly as she absorbed the information. Her instinct was to gossip about this new style like crazy, but her ninja training and her father's teachings stopped her. They immediately ruled it out, given that Naruto, for better or for worse, was a citizen of Konoha and therefore a ally. Allies don't betray their allies. On the other hand, he felt that his respect for the troublemaker increased a little, fighting under a discipline that truly required, well, discipline. It must have been hell for the hyperactive boy, It spoke well of his character that he was capable of persevere and learn the style, although that raised another question, one that annoyed both Ino and Hinata. How had he learned to master that in 2 weeks? When asked, Naruto dedicated. Ino gave an apologetic smile and a bow. I'm sorry, I can't say it yet, she excused herself. I gave them my word. The elderly Ino was about to protest, but she couldn't. She knew what it was. When the clan elders, in the absence of the clan chief, gave an order, they did so without question. It was something which both she and Hinata identified with, although both were deeply disappointed by the lack of answers, however. Looking at her watch, Ino noticed that only 10 minutes had passed since training ended, which had lasted less than that. That meant they still had more than an hour and a half before the exam. A large part of her was furious at having been defeated so easily. But his competitive streak refused to subside. Ready for another fight? He challenged him as he stood up, and she dusted herself off. She gave Naruto a confident smile. This time I won't fall for it so easily. Quickly, Naruto smiled, happy that he hadn't pushed the girl away. Meanwhile, Hinata. She felt a great weight on her heart when she saw Naruto happily accept Ino's challenge. Why couldn't it be her? Who was she training against? Why couldn't she trust her to improve? Of course, there was a reason, girlfriend. All of this, her self-confidence was so low that Naruto rarely saw her in action, therefore, he didn't. I had no idea how strong she was or could be, so there was no real reason to look for her. Train her, in the end, Hinata had to settle for watching Naruto's fights, taking mental notes on his posture and opening errors. Although I couldn't tell him in person, perhaps a written note would suffice. The moment soon arrived, and the exams fell upon the 33 students, all. They infiltrated the classroom like prisoners on death row, even Shikamaru, who had been expelled by Iruka to prepare the room for the Uzumaki guests and the Okaji. The 33 students made a bowing to the distinguished guests in the room before taking their seats. They whispered amongst themselves about the newly arrived from the village. As expected, the arrival of the Uzumaki had this provoked all sorts of reactions in Konoha. There were those who were thrilled by the survival of the former allies of Konoha blood, who showed skepticism towards the newcomers and their commotion, and who showed they harbored silent hostility due to ancient feuds between their ancestors and the Uzumaki. Not that any of this it would surprise the clan of crazy redheads. After all, there wasn't a village under the sky that didn't have one. A pair of feuding families. Most of the time they simply buried the animosity and were assigned to different squadrons, so there weren't many reasons to intervene beyond that. Upon entering, Naruto gave the customary bow before looking at the elders of his clan and, with a broad smile, greeted them. He greeted them cheerfully. Even with the support of a distinguished family, Naruto couldn't avoid some of his more typical behaviors. To everyone's surprise, the elderly returned the smiles and greetings too. Despite their high status as Okaji's guests, stop waving and move. Shikamaru hissed behind him. That crazed look still present. A drop of sweat trickled down Naruto's face when the boy. He bowed in record time and ran to his seat, looking at his clock as if it were his eternal enemy. Damn, if Nara wasn't careful, Naruto would bet he'd break the pencil he was holding, with that much force. He grabbed it. Apparently, the boy took the threat of a scolding very seriously. Part of his mother. Noting that for his later use and abuse, Naruto sat down between Shino and Hinata, who greeted the blonde as usual. Shino nods, Hinata stutters. Hinata then, when the rest of the students were seated, Iruka went to the center of the room and told them. She smiled, holding a stack of papers in her hands. It's good to see you all. On time, even you, Shikamaru, said the scarred Shunin with a chuckle. He'd found it funny to see the Nara's heir went crazy over the exam after having to endure the boy's laziness during so many years. As I said before, this will be the first part of your exam, he reminded them. Students, this part is a written exam of 34 questions. You have 2 hours to finish, he announced. Please don't start answering until I've finished handing out the exam. 5 minutes. That was all the announcement lasted, but in that time Shikamaru looked like he was about to suffer several dozen blows. Heart attacks and cerebral aneurysms. Smiling at the various reactions of his students, Iruka looked at the guest in the room, nodded. He raised his hand while glancing at his watch and waited for the second counter will strike 12. The exam begins, he announced. No sooner had she finished saying that than the sound of pencils being scratched wildly could be heard coming from all sides, smiling. Irika took a seat to the left of the Okaji, who looked down on the students like a proud grandfather. Together, the two guests, Okage and Chunin, settled in to wait, while the students diligently filled their exam sheets. While doing so, they took note of various incidents during the test. At minute 30A, the girl suddenly burst into tears and ran out of the room, causing a few worried glances, but otherwise, no one else seemed to be deterred from their task. Irika had to go out to make sure the girl was safe. Okay, even so, she admitted she wasn't ready for the exam and agreed to stay another year, not even reminding her that she didn't have to get a perfect grade, which discouraged her. Then, after 45 minutes, Irika and the others began to notice that Shikamaru was singing something to himself in a low voice. Straining their ears, they almost fell asleep. Laugh when he realized that Kiri was singing over and over again as a show of determination. When the time was up, other girls apologized before bursting into tears as they left the classroom. They, too, decided to stay another year. A few minutes later, the first of the boys left the classroom. After expressing his frustration by repeatedly banging his head against the desk, shortly after, another child left the class after laughing uncontrollably and then imitating a cow. Suffice it to say, when it was over, only 25 students remained for the exam out of the original 33. However, those who remained were satisfied that they had held out. Interestingly, the exam itself, it hadn't been as difficult as the number of deserters suggested, rather, because what Irika had deduced was the pressure of performing under the scrutiny of the clan elders and the Alokaji. Pressure, we added the fact that they also had to perform well in the survival test. Where not everyone stood out, we had the perfect recipe for weeding out the weaklings, of course. There was no way another rerun could be aired for those reasons. If any parent wished to object, the Okage, I simply had to inform her that her children would have to perform under even more pressure, if they couldn't handle the pressure of taking a simple written exam in their presence. Then they weren't ready for shinobi life or not. They were suitable for her. The next 3 exams, meanwhile, went smoothly since these had been quite similar to those they had presented 2 weeks earlier. The remaining students, they felt more at ease, even with the presence of special spectators. However, it wasn't until the taijutsu exam that the class began to witness some changes after having he barely passed the genjutsu exam, which didn't disqualify him from the competition, especially if he obtained the Naruto had passed the ninjutsu exam with a grade he himself estimated for the written part. He performed excellently, to the delight of his clan's elders. However, when it came to taijutsu, the elderly were more than satisfied with his performance. They were ecstatic, although not. They would outwardly demonstrate it, for once, with acceptable training in taijutsu, which put him at the level of most of the boys in his class. Naruto held his own admirably against Kiba, who won. Although it was close, even after it was over, the Inuzuka simply stared at him for a moment before smiling, and he extended his closed fist towards the Jinchuriki, who smiled back and bumped his fist against his own while Akamaru howled happily. He may have lost the battle, but at least he had earned respect from the clan elders and Kiba. Even Sasuke looked at him with pleasant surprise, though with equal speed. He reverted to his melancholic personality. However, after training ended, the students, they finally got nervous, as the survival test was approaching. This was the real mystery of the exam, and everyone had to admit they felt a little intimidated. Taking the children to a secluded area a mile from the wall, although the students were unable to determine that, thanks to an ingenious genjutsu applied by the Okaji, Irika turned to his students with a wide smile, which belied the nervousness he also felt about having to put them through this test. Now that the break is over, it's time for the survival part of the exam, he said cheerfully. The test is quite simple. Over the next 48 hours, a squad from Chunning will comb the area. They're searching for you. Your task is simply to hide and survive on land. Maximum points will be awarded to those who manage to remain hidden for 48 hours. Approval is granted after 36 hours, if no, I'm sorry, but you're not ready to be a genin yet, he apologized in advance. Any questions? Sakura immediately raised her hand. Irika nodded, waiting that she had something to ask. Isn't it dangerous for us to do this outside the walls? She asked fearfully after. They weren't even genin. Irika nodded. You're right, Sakura, he responded with a smile, which prompted her to return the compliment. The answer is no, thanks to the With the help of the seal masters of the Uzumaki clan, he pointed to the two elders, who nodded or made a reverence for the students. The testing area has been located within very sturdy barriers that will keep unwanted people away long enough for Kono to come and rescue you if needed. Furthermore, with the Chunin by your side, you'll be safe in case of unexpected problems. Sakura nodded, still a little hesitant about the safety of the test, but calmed enough to let it go, seeing no further questions and seeing several anxious faces. Irika smiled before looking at Lokage, who nodded again, turning to his students. Irika raised his hand. Very well, from the moment I say so, you will have 1 hour to hide. After the Chunin will then begin searching for them. Remember, you must remain hidden. To be able to pass, the genin candidates looked at each other cautiously before fixing their gaze on Irika. With the enthusiasm barely diminished, Irika nodded with a smile. Okay. Cha, in an instant, the 25 students vanished from sight. Irika sighed. As she turned to face Lokage and the two elderly Uzumakis, she said, "Well, that's all." Irasan nodded to her old friend. He nodded. "Please inform Izumo that he has his team ready in 1 hour." Iruka-kun ordered politely with a nod. The Chunin disappeared from sight, already. On the way to Konoha, the Okaji smiled at the two Uzumaki. Well, someone's betting on who passes at 5:05. Naruto had never felt so. He was more excited than ever to take an exam. His academy exams had usually been routine, monotonous, to show up, fail, or barely pass, and then return to their usual routine of causing havoc and chaos inside and outside the classroom. This time, however, he was in his element. Swiftly swinging from branch to branch, Naruto finally stopped in a small ditch near a river. After I noticed a slight crease in the edge of the ditch that opened up just below a large, old tree. Judging by it, he would have guessed it was some animal's lair, but the lack of freshly turned earth told him it was something else. Long abandoned, with some effort and by waiting to avoid using chakra so as not to give himself away, he carved the crease with his kunai, slowly digging a tunnel beneath the tree. Finally, realizing that the hunt hadn't even started yet, he hit his forehead and began feeding on chakra with his hands, which served him well to speed up the digging until soon he had a narrow but spacious enough hole where hiding. It wasn't the most glamorous hiding place, but the nearby river gave him quick access to water and the smell of earth. The covering would ensure his trail remained masked, both crucial lessons in his classes on survival. Just as he was about to settle in, he heard someone approaching. After accidentally breaking a tree branch with one of his steps, cursing, Naruto guessed that he'd lost track of time and realized the hunt had begun. Cursing even more, he realized he must have a location near the searcher's starting point was chosen, unfortunately, having had no, as it was time to seal the entrance to his small cave. Naruto prayed that no one would look over the edge of the trench. However, their hopes faded when they heard a somewhat familiar female voice say, "She's in a hole next to the ditch." An even more familiar sigh followed that statement. "Damn it! Naruto, a real hole!" Blinking as he recognized the voice, he climbed out of his hole and slowly poked his head over the edge of the ditch, only to see Shikamaru Inada rising up. About him, Shikanada. "What the hell are you doing here?" he asked, oblivious to the girl's shudder at his confrontational tone. "They should be hiding." Shikamaru sighed as he slapped his face in exasperation. "Idiot, no. We can pass this exam if we hide by ourselves," he told Naruto, who blinked. "Hey, look, our opponents are Chunin. Chunin means they are good enough to go on missions. Real-life tracking of rogue ninjas or bandits. Do you really think we can hide from trackers? Experienced?" Shikamaru pointed out. "Especially if they have 47 hours to look for us," he added, only to see Naruto squirm a little more as his logic destroyed Naruto's. Pepero and Ruka-sensei protested. Naruto would have said something about what he had previously achieved. He was hiding from honing-level shinobi, but Hinata interrupted him. "Hey, Iruka-sensei never said anything," she said. "That we couldn't team up, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, though unable to meet his eyes due to the intense blush she was wearing. "That's just because we had to stay hidden." "You're wrong," Shikamaru said with a. He sighed. He, unlike Naruto, noticed the shudder, of concealment. "Yada didn't say we had to remain hidden," he said. "So they wouldn't catch us." He emphasized the word. Naruto's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh. And Nada also quickly understood what Shikamaru was saying when she saw that his audience was supporting him. Surprisingly, even Naruto, Shikamaru nodded. So this is what I propose, he declared as he crouched down, mimicking. Hinata quickly went over. Naruto was left peering over the edge of the ditch. We teamed up and built a suitable hiding place. He emphasized the word while looking at Naruto, who had the decency to blush. Your idea was good, but flawed, Naruto. The ditches are the first place they would look, as well as the treetops. Where do you suggest we go? So? Naruto asked, having assumed everyone had agreed to work together. Shikamaru. Nada noticed, which earned Naruto a nod from Shikamaru and a happy smile, some would say. Even euphoric about Hinata, I explored several places that I think are suitable with Hinata's help, she declared. Shikamaru said seriously. She was the only one I could find in time before we scattered like crazy. The boy had a minor nervous breakdown just a few hours ago, but I know Choji and Ino, they'll be alright. Damn it, I have no doubt that Choji is already connected with Ino. Why don't you look for them then? Naruto asked. Shikamaru stared at him. If we could, I would, he declared with some irritation. However, we've been at it for half an hour, and the Chunnings are going to take their sweet time, so hunting down our comrades will take too long. In fact, I suggest we head to the designated location and begin working on the hideout, he stated. Realizing that the Nara heir was right, Naruto and Hinata nodded before the three of them jumped. Hour 1. Hinata had never felt so embarrassed in her life, after having found Naruto and gotten him to accept Shikamaru's plan. Much to their delight, the trio jumped into the hideout calculated by the Nara heir, quickly discovering that he had chosen a rather flat clearing. Naruto immediately began to lash out, accusing him of trying to set them up for failure, until Shikamaru glared at him and told him to shut up so he could explain. It turned out that Shikamaru's idea was brilliant, while everyone else would naturally overlook a clear. As a hiding place due to its exposed nature, this same characteristic made it one of the places where the trackers would probably investigate less, judging that no one was sufficiently as to stay there. This would buy them some time. Since Shikamaru had calculated that the Chunin would know the area and therefore would overlook the clearings at first, he quickly explained the second phase of his plan. An underground hideout. Normally such a feat would have taken weeks to build, but Shikamaru, having seen Naruto perform the Kagebunin during the ninjutsu test, quickly realized account of the boy's extraordinary potential as a survival partner. With Hinata keeping watch using his Suyakugan and Shikamaru directing the effort, Naruto and his clones dug a fairly deep hole. Which then expanded into a small cave. Fortunately, the exercises of the chakra required by the Uzumaki style had also served to erode the soil as a kind of pneumatic hammer. While Naruto finished the cave, Shikamaru went to look for sturdy branches. Then he built a piece of thick, removable peat to block the entrance to his hole. It wouldn't hold if someone, let's say, could jump on it, but if someone simply walked over it, it would keep their hiding place safe, without. However, just as they were celebrating the completion of their impromptu project, Hinata cried out in alarm upon seeing a tracking team was heading towards them. Luckily, there didn't appear to be any dogs or gas among them. Even so, it allowed the three teenagers to quickly enter the hole. Unfortunately, the hole. It wasn't designed for quick entry and exit, so the three remained in somewhat awkward positions. Uncomfortable, pressed together, even as Shikamaru closed the hole, just in time for the Chunin appeared at the edge of the clearing. This is the current situation in Hinata. After being practically pushed into the hole by Naruto, who thought he was being chivalrous, she clumsily entered and stayed trapped right at the entrance to her small cave. Unfortunately, Naruto entered after her, squeezing her against it. Fueling his imagination and his blush, Shikamaru put the icing on the cake by stretching Naruto, making him. He pressed himself even closer to her, which caused her to let out a small squeal. Shikamaru hissed as he plugged the hole. It's Naruto. I swear on the kami, if we get caught, it's not my fault. Blame! Naruto protested loudly before receiving an elbow to the ribs. An irritated Shikamaru, look, I did it the way you wanted, okay, and Naruto-kun. And Nada tried to say that he was pressing himself against her chest, which for a 13-year-old girl. It had been developed beforehand for years, though not by much. Even so, it embarrassed her. A lot, almost as much as the sensation of having my lower back and butt sticking out of the cavern. Next time. Don't throw people into holes, Shikamaru continued arguing with Naruto, whistling. As if I had time to think about it, Naruto replied. Guys, he tried. Hinata intervened, hoping that the end of the fight would mean less nervousness on Naruto's part. Me. Shh! She interrupted. Shikamaru suddenly tensed and alert. He paused before whispering. Hinata, can you use Tokugen to see what's going on? He asked, using only his name. Kek whispered to Jinkai, and the girl answered. Soon she heard a sigh of relief. They're moving away. Hinata reported. 10, 20, and 30 have already left the clearing and are heading north, both. Naruto and Shikamaru collapsed in relief, but that didn't last long, as the argument resumed in full force. Strength, see? You almost caught us, you troublesome idiot. Hey, if you wanted a hole bigger, you should have told me while I was digging, and Nada sighed. Only 47 hours remained, hour 5, after it began. Despite the accident, Naruto had finished a wider and more accessible entrance to the cave while Hinata kept watch with her. Lineage activated, they had managed to escape the narrow hole, causing Naruto to use his enhanced palms with chakra to carve them around themselves, finally causing Hinata to fall into the cave, followed by Naruto, and then Shikamaru. For almost the next hour, Naruto and Shikamaru argued about what had happened. Things had gone wrong with Hinata trying to pacify the situation. Without much success, Shikamaru was unusually nervous because of the exam. And Hinata knew she should blame Ino. Even so, after realizing he acknowledged his part in the Bako massacre, from which they had barely managed to escape, admitted his share of the blame, and bowed his head. The designated place in the cave for thinking. Moments later, his eyes opened. Again, he devised a more detailed plan to test the exam, which inadvertently caused Naruto to lose the bet. Hinata told Shikamaru that he had fallen asleep. Now he owed her 2 hurdles. In any case, the following hours passed relatively well, all things considered, with the opening more. As Shikamaru expanded, he was forced to create a larger cover than he had complained about throughout his work. In addition, Shikamaru had pointed out the need for water and food in order to survive. Naruto was in charge of that, given his ability to use shadow clones. After creating about 12, he ordered them to. They moved to look for food while he stayed with Hinata, who watched over the clones from the safety of her base camp. That way, if he saw that any of them were being followed or tracked, he could warn Naruto in time so that he would scatter them. Meanwhile, the blonde man dug an even smaller hole in the cave. Deep, because Hinata had told him there was an underground stream of water just a few meters below the surface, while, as she did so, she reflected on the great help Hinata had provided during this exam. After all, she had helped explore this place, she had kept watch when he dug the hiding place, and now, as they went out to look for food, they had. I found the water source. To be honest, I was a little puzzled. After all, before this test, I knew very little about Hinata's abilities. I had always thought of her as a shy and odd person, incapable of speaking much or at all. He also seemed intelligent, given that he had no trouble. She followed Shikamaru's train of thought, although she'd never seen her participate much in class. Overall, she was challenging his worldview, and Naruto didn't quite know what to make of it. Well, maybe that sounded a bit of an exaggeration, but not for Naruto. Living alone for 13 years hadn't weakened his determination to search for the recognition from the people, but it did help him consolidate some profiles he had built of the people. Over the years, for example, once Ino recovered from the shock of the new taijutsu of Naruto became a good challenge, something I wouldn't have expected at all because of the rumors. Shikamaru apparently. He was a phenomenal brain when he put his mind to it, something he now understood was possible under the threat of gossip. Hinata, for her part, was an incredible lookout and an intelligent girl, although little shy also. Hinata had a very pleasant laugh, something she discovered when he finally reached the stream and managed to get his face wet. He couldn't help but laugh, which made Naruto blink before smiling and giving a thumbs up. Water, just like you said, Hinata-chan. Good job. He praised her, though he didn't understand why she had suddenly blushed. Shikamaru stared at them. He looked down at the earthen roof and sighed in exasperation, muttering, "How troublesome!" Before. Close your eyes and take a nap. Shortly after, his 2 companions imitated him. 43 hours remaining, hour 13. Hinata ordered Shikamaru. Yes. The shy girl acknowledged before making a hand seal. Yakugan. He murmured instantly, the veins around his eyes bulged. They swelled up, giving him a scowl that always frightened Naruto. At least the frown was only the first. I would have to step away from those furious eyes. A break then? Naruto asked impatiently. Waiting wasn't his style. Strong, the girl blushed. There's no danger. She reported, the team's nor? They're not even close. Is anyone else around here? Shikamaru asked. A certain irritation. Upon waking 2 hours ago, Naruto had complained that it wasn't fair that no one else would benefit from their teamwork, not even Shikamaru's assurances that the smartest in the class would. They would realize they had convinced the blonde man to give in to their demand that they help their companions. Damn him. The blonde man's instinctive sense of justice, nos aspera, was corrected. He quickly focused his gaze on an area where he could have sworn he'd seen a shadow. This allowed him to see with much more clarity, made her gasp. Dodge couldn't. Shikamaru groaned. She simply imagined it. What is her condition? The girl nodded, it seems. Exhausted, he reported. He keeps looking around. Akamaru is with him. Shikamaru nodded. They're definitely after him, he concluded before clicking his tongue in irritation. Damn it! This isn't good. Why not? Naruto demanded. We can climb up, catch him, and bring him back and risk being tracked back to our hideout. Shikamaru replied. Even if we covered our tracks, what about our footprints? They're cool, not amateur. So, what do you propose we do? Leave Kiba hanging? Naruto retorted heatedly. Shut up for a moment. Shikamaru ordered as he formed a circle with both hands and crouched down in his area of the cave. Let me think, Hinata. Let me know if Kiba's trackers are getting close. Hi. 5 minutes passed before Shikamaru opened his eyes, and by then Naruto was about to lose the head. I've got it, declared the Nara heir before looking at Naruto. Naruto, create 13 shadow clones and send them to Kiba. There, have 12 of them go in different directions while the last one masks the tracks. And bring Kiba here, have Kiba help you, and remember to take the longest possible route here while masking your fingerprints and your scent. With a bit of luck, the Chunnings should pick up the fingerprints and scents of all 12 clones. Why don't I go myself? Naruto asked. Shikamaru glared at him. Did you think Kiba would it fit perfectly in this hole? The boy asked sarcastically. You will dig Kiba's place once. Having done this, prepare a secondary exit for us in case we need to leave, and the Chunin. They find the main tunnel. Hinata, keep an eye on Kiba. If the trackers, they're getting too close, we'll have Naruto send some more clones to distract them in a more offensive way. Okay, Naruto said with a smile. He already liked Plan B. I acknowledged. Hinata, alright, move along, ordered the Nara heir. 5 p.m., fortunately. To Shikamaru's relief, Plan B hadn't been necessary, unfortunately, to his dismay now. He was stuck with the 2 biggest loudmouths in his class. Worse still, they all had to share a cave, and when 2 of its 4 occupants had the attention span of a squirrel on a sugar rush, Shikamaru. He had to do everything he could to avoid strangling them in their sleep. He had considered that plan, but discarded it because it was too problematic. That said, if the 2 didn't stop alternating between fighting over food and fighting over cramped space, he could not be held responsible for his actions. To one side, Hinata looked at her leader with concern, fearing that he might really snap. 31 hours remain. Time 20. Shikamaru stared blankly at Naruto. I hate you, Naruto. It's important to me that you understand. She told the blonde man in an expressionless tone as she processed the situation, and nada. He laughed to the side as the newest addition to the cave, Ino, hit Shikamaru on the head. Come on. Shikamaru, I couldn't let them catch her, the blonde argued. No. You hear it, la 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 la. Shikamaru shouted loudly, covering his ears. Once again, Ino punished him for his rudeness with another slap. Kiba stared at her. Shikamaru bowed to Hinata. This happened often before I arrived. Eris Yuga laughed. He muttered under his breath and nodded. 28 hours left, hour 25. Are you doing this to purpose? Shikamaru accused as Naruto shyly scratched the back of his neck, while Sakura felt right at home. Among the others, chatting animatedly, there are 23 hours left, hour 28, __be it. Akamaru, I'm not a chew toy. Naruto roared for the 7th time that night as the puppy bit him. the leg dreaming it was a beautiful, soft bone that he had to bite too hard on. His companions, led by an increasingly crazed Shikamaru, but excluding the timid Arasataga, they proceeded to beat him, until he almost killed him for interrupting his sleep again. 20 hours remain. Time 36. Oh, thank goodness we're in the home stretch, Shikamaru muttered, as he woke up tired after having a horrible night thanks to Akamaru beating him up. To Naruto, thanks to what? Sakura asked, sure she'd misheard. Kami, yeah, thanks to Kami, almost. We're done, that's what I said. Shikamaru replied quickly, incredulous that he had made such a slip-up. Sakura glanced at him for a moment before shrugging and returning to her breakfast, a lot of wild berries that Naruto's clones had collected. Shikamaru, for his part, sighed in relief. 12 hours remaining. Hour 37, well, at least it's Choji, Shikamaru declared, earning himself another beating while Sakura and Ino angrily asked why he had protested their presence, but not that of his older friend. Naruto sighed before welcoming Charge to the cave and quickly summoning some clones to help him. To finish off enough space for him, Inada, still in charge of watching the trackers, smiled at the boy as he greeted everyone politely. Hour 40, Inada watched as Naruto and Shikamaru and his wife were discussing their new addition again, although to be honest, he was also somewhat curious. Why did you seek us out, Shinnekin? He asked curiously. I was following, and they weren't chasing you. The taciturn boy shifted in his coat in what she assumed would be the equivalent to an Aburame-style shrug. I didn't want to be excluded, he finally muttered. Inada's mouth filled with sweat, while Ino and Sakura attacked Shikamaru again after calling the old gossips. 8 hours remaining. Hour 46, Shikamaru stared at Naruto. The blonde boy shifted uncomfortably under the Nara heir's gaze, but otherwise remained with his shy smile. What? No more surprises? Shikamaru asked with impatience grew as the group began preparations to leave. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Of course not, Shikamaru. He defended himself. Only 2 hours left until the finish line. Shikamaru grunted at that. She made the claim, but kept her suspicious gaze fixed on the blonde man. From what I know, you're about to go on a mission. Rescue right now to save a damn puppy. What damn puppy? Ino asked, sharpening her gaze. Sakura, who was surprised by the unusual swear word, also looked at Shikamaru suspiciously. Damn you, I said, damn you. Shikamaru corrected himself with a hint of hysteria. Meanwhile, Naruto watched his friend with concern. Ever since the test began, Shikamaru had been acting very strangely. Moms really do give so much fear. 2 hours left. Finally, the moment of the test arrived. It finally came to an end, under the leadership of Shikamaru, who was one factor away from going crazy. 8 of the graduating candidates emerged from the tunnel and smiled at each other, realizing that the 48 hours had passed. Completely out of sight and undetected, Kiba and Naruto bumped fists. Choji, she ate some fences. Sakura and Ino high-fived, and Nada blushed and pressed her index fingers together. Shino buzzed. Nobody really felt the courage to ask how the hell Yamaru did that. She was thanking the deities that they were there because the troublesome test was over and he could return to his peaceful lifestyle. Guided by Hinata, they skipped towards where the adults were waiting, although everyone was surprised, or not so much in the case of Sakura, Hinata, Ino, Shino, and Shikamaru when they saw Sasuke waiting there. Judging by his appearance, he seemed that he'd had a rough time the last 2 days. The look he gave to the other 8, the rookies, who seemed well-fed and rested, were priceless. The air. Yukiya opened and closed her mouth slightly several times, as if trying to formulate a question that wouldn't come out. Finally, he settled for just one word. What? Shikamaru shrugged. We did. Team, we dug a hole in the ground, you know when you say it like that. It began. Naruto. You shut up. Shikamaru snapped reflexively, after having to deal with the hyperactive blonde for 2 days in a row in a confined space. As expected, Naruto pouted and chuckled. Both of them had been near the crazy Shikamaru for longer during the test. Someone cleared their throat. And the rookies turned to look at Lookage, who seemed puzzled by the interaction between the 9 students. Well, this is a very pleasant surprise. Exactly 9 passes. He pondered before observing them one by one. Beside him stood the Uzumaki elders. They nodded as Saruka approached with a proud smile. Good job. He praised the boys. As Okajizuma mentioned, you are the only ones approved for their class, she informed them with a happy smile, and furthermore, the 9 managed to complete the 48 hours. Well done, Naruto wasn't the only one who. He looked at Sasuke after that announcement. If what Iruka said was true, then the boy had managed to survive on his own. During the 48 hours without being caught, judging by his appearance, he also didn't. It had been easy, which made it even more impressive. Yes, congratulations, Iruin repeated with a. He chuckled, raising his pipe and smiling at the future generation of ninjas. It's truly extraordinary, normally. We have about 18 graduates, they should all be proud of what they have achieved and of setting a standard of such high success for future generations. The 9 rookies beamed with pride. Yes, even Sasuke momentarily abandoned his scowl to show pride in his work, although he disappeared just as quickly at Okaji's praise. Well, if you follow Iruka's back at the academy, I think his new forehead protectors are waiting for him, Irusen added with a smile. He thoroughly enjoyed the sparkle in the eyes of the newly graduated students and watched them quickly run Trasuka. Alone with the 2 elderly Uzumaki, Iru took a deep drag on his pipe before exhaling a small amount of smoke. Observing them cautiously, I think they're right, he stated. Perhaps the suggestion has merit. The 2 old men simply smiled. It wasn't often that the Okaji could anger his honing devils, they were trained to withstand that kind of things, but every time I did it I enjoyed it immensely. This was one of those occasions. The exam, devised by him and Iruka with occasional input from the Uzumaki elders, had been a resounding success, to the point that it virtually eliminated the need for the teamwork test for graduates of this year, except for one particular prodigy. But it was too much to ask for a perfect score in that aspect in the first attempt, although in the end he decided to drop that requirement for now. However, with exactly 9 graduate students, after a grueling 2-day survival mission, eliminated the inexperienced ones from the beginning, considering that the only other village that could boast of it was Kirigakure, and even more so because the fact that those who graduated during the years of the Bloody Fog did so because they had the highest number of casualties was no small matter. The problem now was the teams and therefore the current situation. 3 of the honing instructors he had chosen for this year's graduates were outraged, his advisors told him. They had wisely warned that this would be her reaction, although, like them, she had accepted that it was her problem, not his. Okaji was leading and the Jonings were following, regardless of their own feelings about it. The source of discontent was quite simple. No. There would be teams this year. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. There would be teams, but not in the classical sense of the word. The idea arose from a conversation between him and the 2 old men, Uzumaki, who told him about their old times while drinking sake, something that in retrospect was becoming a common occurrence among the 3 veterans. In the process, they revealed that Yuzio Gakure had rejected since the cellular structure of 4 men from Konoha, including the team leader, was the first thing Iruin admitted. Unknown, the problem, as they discovered, was that it hyper-specialized the teams to the point of to such an extent that they became useless if certain missions arose or if, for example, a team's mission reconnaissance suddenly turned into a pitched battle where retreat was inadvisable or intolerable. In that situation, the team was in trouble, so Yuzio Gakure, not exactly having with the same numerical strength as Konoha, they instituted what they called the Genin Reserve. In effect, it was no different from the Chunin or Jonin pools, which were also common in Konoha. However, Yuzugio had extended this structure to the Genin to facilitate the assignment of the right shinobi to the right team for the corresponding mission. Furthermore, this ease of changing teams allowed the Genin to become accustomed to working with diverse partners and they forged bonds with their fellow shinobi. This, in turn, meant a shinobi community far more united than even that of Konoha, and strongly encouraged its shinobi to look out for one another, regardless of team affiliations. In addition to possession by Yuzushi or powerful masters of stamps, this had been one of the secrets of the village's success, allowing it to gain enough fame to justify the concern and subsequent fear of 3 important shinobi villages and their allies in Konoha. However, the idea had not taken root due in part to the opposition of Danzo and the old Okages, and the lack of need due to their enormous number. Senjuto, founder of the cell system of 4 men, he had especially opposed the Yuzugio structure, since he considered that system to be difficult to manage in terms of individual education, a major concern in villages as large as Konoha. After all, How could a limited number of senses manage more than 3 times their number of students? Who would they focus on? How would they allocate their time? Danzo, for his part, simply echoed these sentiments, although he actually opposed the idea that had already been proposed. It had been raised by the fourth Hokage, who argued that prolonged exposure to other shinobi would erode. He quickly implemented the emotion suppression training regimen that his sister had to follow, despite his age. The old warhawk was no fool and was well aware that the more a person interacted with others, the greater the likelihood that his conditioning would fail, the greater it was. That was why he almost never sent more than one person broken at a time on a mission, unless extenuating circumstances required more manpower. Iruin, however, believed he had a solution to the problems the Nida was experiencing with the Yuzugyo system. In summary, he decided to combine the genin structure of Konoha and Yuzio. More specifically, a base would be maintained of 3 Honin instructors, each with a mastery in a specific field of study as honing instructors for the group. However, for every 3 genin over the age of 9 who graduated, 1 instructor would be added. Additionally, as a consultant, full-time professor, or substitute teacher as needed, which would allow a system of rotating teams on C-rank and higher missions, however, to avoid a massive shortage. John's incompetent mission leaders, this new structure would only come into effect with the new generation of genin. Indeed, this generation would be the test generation, if the system. If it worked, it would stay; if not, they would revert to the previous system. However, their 3 designated senses and Jonin were perplexed and somewhat reluctant to commit to a system so new and untested. This is the best, Irusen assured the trio as Amura and Koha, who had arrived at there. From that point of view, they nodded to their flanks. The conversations with our new allies have shown us that the genin classification system is very flawed and, in fact, has no relevance whatsoever to reality. They will face becoming Chunin, where it is very likely that their teams will disintegrate to adapt to the mission needs, Koha pointed out, nodded, and the old woman glanced stern to the 3 Jonin. Okujizuma is right, he nodded. With the system implemented, we have determined that our shinobi will receive much more effective training, since none of you are experts in all areas of shinobi training. Omura nodded gravely. Attack-sen, you are a world-class shinobi, but while your strengths lie in ninjutsu and taijutsu, your genjutsu and they are inferior to those of Yuyin. Likewise, Saratobian masters elemental chakra with greater skill than any of you. He's much more skilled with weapons and excels at battlefield tactics. Except, perhaps because of you, the attack, San and the Nara, granted it, knowing that Kakashi was not only a war machine, but also an excellent strategist. With this new agreement, they will be able to address each other's weaknesses and thus give their students a better chance of survival, thus strengthening this village, he affirmed, although from the way he spoke it was clear that this last point, more than the others, was what mattered to Omura. From his firm assent, Koha. He agreed. No one could accuse Omura and Koha of disloyalty to Konoha. They simply turned out to be more collectivists on the subject. Couldn't we simply, I don't know, organize sessions? Joint training? He asked Suma, scratching the back of his neck irritably, a cigarette still lit between the lips. That is to say, I know that Inoichi, Shikaku, and Chuza were eagerly awaiting a new combination, Shikacho, you'll have to swallow your expectations, Koha snapped, making the Jonin shuddered. The genin system is not here to fulfill your dreams, but to train and develop a new generation of defenders of Konohagakure. Koha intervened, and Ruin, directing him to her former classmate, gave her a stern look. The old woman clicked her tongue in irritation, but yielded to the Okuji and he remained silent. Iruzen sighed as he turned his attention back to the 3 Jonin, although perhaps he didn't say so himself. The most diplomatic way, my advisor is right, he told them, dashing their hopes that the Okuji would convince anyone otherwise. The traditional Ino-Shikacho combination is an extremely effective team combination. Useful if the mission involves capturing and interrogating targets. But what about escort missions, missions of assault? What about missions where Naruto's shadow techniques or Shintensen are useless? But the Akimichi's amplification techniques would be invaluable. He already established a level even more basic. Under the old organizational system, each of them would have at least 1 kunoichi, he reminded them before looking Kakashi and Asuma, with some amusement. What could they teach them about using their feminine abilities that Kurenai didn't? Could I do better and with much less embarrassment for everyone? Then she looked at the Genjutsu master of red eyes, and he also looked at her amused. And you, Kulinai, what could you teach them? The boys about their own skill and physical needs that Kakashi and Asuma couldn't do better and with much less humiliation? The three Jonings had the decency to look somewhat embarrassed, even though it was difficult to notice with Kakashi because of that. Mask, chuckling, the Osage placed his hand on a small. She took the stack of papers in front of her and slid it to the side, leaving 3 sheets separated. In any case, already? It's official, these are your tasks. He told them. You can, as every year, administer the basic teamwork exam. He assured them, giving them at least one familiar resource from the old system. However, the teams that will participate will be randomly selected for greater fairness and to create tension. Realistic, after all, we can't always afford to know who we'll be paired with. The 3 Jonin approached to receive their orders and took them from Ukaji's hands, looking at the paper as it's like some kind of explosive tag. You have your orders, withdraw. A similar scene was unfolding at the academy. What do you mean there are no teams? He yelled, and hadn't waited so long for this moment, only to have Irika's announcement ruin it. TCH. Problematic, yes, what's wrong? Kiba shouted in protest. We passed, right? This is really something unusual, said Shino, who didn't usually speak loudly, never with a buzz of irritation around him. Why? Because it is the Konohagakure system to establish 4-man cells to carry out level missions. Genin, dude, stop being so picky. Does this mean we all failed the exam? Sakura asked, her eyes wide as she clutched her forehead protector. Irika sighed. Less pleased that Naruto seemed too shocked to express his outrage. No, that's not it. Irika assured Sakura, listen. Guys, it's very simple, the Okage has. Reforms have been decreed in the shinobi structure of Konohagakure, and his generation is only the first to benefit from them. Them benefit? How? Shikamaru asked cautiously for once. Genuinely interested, after his small, rather substantial meltdown over the graduation exam. He had managed to calm down the next day, quickly becoming a quiet slacker. Even so, the idea of the lack of equipment intrigued him, as he had never heard of Konoha doing anything like that at the genin level. Irika looked at the young man. Genius, assuming he'd already tied some pieces together, if not most. The reason there won't be any teams is because now they're all one team, just as I expected, Shikamaru. He nodded as only someone in the know could. The others, however, seemed surprised in various ways. Degrees, this ranged from silent surprise to shouts of surprise, followed by Kiba's insistence to that Ino should stop doing it. Irika sighed as he checked the Okaji's letter attached to his clipboard. Okage-sama has. It was decided, after due consideration, that our old genin team system was obsolete, as well as. That's the exam. He explained. He looked at Naruto, expecting the boy to shout that he didn't understand. To his surprise, the boy. I was following up. I'd have to look into it further later, to give everyone the best chance. Having the potential to become an elite shinobi of Konohagakure, he has decided to establish, starting with his generation, the genin group. What does a swimming pool have to do with this? Naruto asked, confused. Irika sighed slightly. I was surprised that it had taken Naruto so long to lose track of the conversation. This isn't that kind of group, Naruto lectured. The scarred chunning, a drawing group, in this case, essentially, everyone. For now you are genin, however, as missions arise. They will be divided into teams according to mission requirements, not according to predetermined selections. This time Naruto nodded along with the rest of his teammates. So, for a mission, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and let's say. They couldn't be paired up, however. For the next one, it could be Shikamaru. Hinata and Naruto, he didn't see the absolute horror on Shikamaru's face at that prospect, although Hinata laughed gently at his friend's expense, while Naruto gave Shikamaru the sweetest and most innocent smile he could muster. To sketch, or maybe Sasuke has allied himself with Hino and Sakura. Seriously, everything. It depends, Irika continued, oblivious to the interactions between his students. In fact, he was so focused on his own mode of sermon that did not notice the hearts that appeared in the eyes of the 2 girls at his suggestion, nor of the expression of horror was evident on Lukia's face. It was truly the nothing more touching than any of his classmates had seen him do since he was, 7 years old? In any case, Irika soon noticed the giggles in the room and frowned, having missed the expressions of the victims. Instead, he cleared his throat to regain his focus and continued, however, given. Even without teams, everyone will need training. 3 Jonin have been assigned to the Genin Reserve. 1 per team, ready for the mission, continued. During their free time, these sense and honing will collaborate too. I'm training them in the shinobi arts, so I expect all 9 of them to behave as well as possible towards them, understood? A chorus of voices responded to Irika-sensei, though he still doubted his sincerity. In any case, they were now genin and therefore technically out of his control. Very well, sensei. He should arrive in about 15 minutes, he calculated, glancing at the wall clock. In the meantime, I suggest that you make productive use of your time. With that, Irika went to his desk and sat down, taking out the applications for admission for the following semester. Even after graduation, the professors still had lots of work to do. An hour, that's how long they had to wait. The genin from the graduating class, not 15 minutes, as Irika had said, but a full hour. Honestly, if Shikamaru had assured them that it was impossible that all the sensei and jonin would stand them up, the new genin could have gone home. However, they were forced to endure each other's company, which quickly became more of a task that becomes a pleasurable activity due to the growing boredom and the inability to cope with it, so much so in fact, several of the rookies would have sworn they heard Shikamaru mutter something about the log again when Naruto started asking him random questions. When the sensei and John arrived, they were met by a class full of disgruntled freshmen who glared at them. The 3 of them had the decency to. They seemed a little embarrassed by their lateness, but it was the one with the tilted headband who really stole the show. Palma, since when she asked if we weren't late, she asked timidly. The students had to do their best not to kill the man where he was. Kakashi laughed. He nervously watched as 9 rookies glared at him. Arriving late, though earlier than usual, Karina and Asuma paradoxically stared at each other for a split second before deciding to throw him to the ground for his own good, so to speak. The result of that the plan was so disastrous that now all the students blamed him for the hour's delay, even though all 3 had been accomplices to a certain extent. In short, they opted to have a drink at They went to the local bar after Okaji's brief briefing and lost track of time. Of course, that didn't stop them. That the other 2 jonings used him as a scapegoat, since they had no intention of working with children who they hated each other from the start. Kakashi, on the other hand, knew he had to be calm enough so that if he was truly angry with them, he would take revenge. If not, and this was much more likely, then they would get away with it. It was a bet with good odds anyway. Having passed in the initial stage of becoming a murderer, the students had followed the 3 jonin instructors to the rooftop, where the students, in a show of unanimous disapproval of the work habits, thus far, proven by their sensei, they gathered in a group along 3 rows clustered together, while the 3 jonin stood still, awkwardly in front of them. There was no mistaking the angry glares the students were giving them. Well, Kakashi started it, at least having the decency not to pull out his pornography to read, considering the atmosphere is tense. I suppose Irika already told you, but we are your 3 instructors. I could have sworn I'd heard a boyfriend among the Jinin, though most of them just looked at him as if they were asking a question. Seriously, idiot. Okay, as a first exercise I propose, let's introduce ourselves so we can get to know each other better. What do you think? He tried to sound excited in a vain attempt to encourage. To the children, he failed. After an awkward pause, Kakashi. He coughed into a fist, and a drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. Very well, I suppose I'll go first. And so began a long chat of pseudo-introductions of sense and honing that only served to increase the gazes of the henin, followed by more informative presentations were given by these graduates, although these seemed more geared towards their classmates. It seemed that the honings had caught Shino's habit of holding grudges. Kakashi watched his colleagues for a moment as the 3 of them silently deliberated on the best way to deal with the situation. To be fair, the genin had good reasons to be angry with them, but if they wanted to overcome the next obstacle on their path to genining status with all privileges, they would have to overcome that anger and focus on the mission. After a couple of glances, Kakashi. She sighed as she straightened up and stretched her neck to relax the tension. Once she had done this, he watched the genin waiting for him a split second before unleashing the full power of his killer instinct. It was, without a doubt, the most horrific experience the newly created genin had ever felt. Suddenly, it seemed to them that their lungs refused to continue functioning, and an invisible, unbearable pressure was imposed on their shoulders, causing many to collapse, even those forced to sit down. One couple, Ino and Sakura, but to everyone's surprise, Kakashi, Nada, even fainted. Even the surviving Uchiha and the Uzumaki boy were sweating profusely. And they did everything they could to avoid fainting, and according to the profiles the Jonin had received, these two were by far the most likely not to faint in such circumstances due to their hard lives, and all this. It happened in the span of exactly 5 seconds, the moment Kakashi gave in to a flash of ki. The 3 Jonin heard collective inhalations as the genin suddenly began breathing more heavily. With ease, Sakura and Ino, both unconscious, were slowly revived by his teammates before everyone nervously looked at Kakashi. "That was your first lesson," he declared. Jonin, masked and completely indifferent, watched as his single visible eye closed. "Murderous intent, abbreviated as AK in our profession," he added. "Consider it also your first and only warning." Kulinai, although she hadn't enjoyed the effect Kakashi's killer instinct had on the genin, nodded in agreement. "Gravity. Kakashi-senpai is right." He nodded as he took a step forward and crossed his arms under his chest. "Now everyone is a genin. Learn to control your emotions. This isn't about misbehaving with a teacher. Behave. The problem now is being without subordination, and that's a military offense." While the Janaba, salivating, suddenly realizing the dangerous game they were playing, Asuma intervened, though she managed to maintain their carefree attitude. "They are all soldiers, whether they like it or not, from the moment they pass the exam." "Academy," the smoking John said indifferently before taking out his cigarette and exhaling some smoke. He looked at the genin, still trembling. "You're very lucky we're so calm. Any other teacher would have. He would have stripped them of their rank and sent them back to the academy for that attitude. So, is it supposed to be that? Should we accept your bad habits?" asked Naruto, who never let himself be intimidated and kept quiet. "Yes," said Kakashi, with the same disinterest he had shown before, and no, the genin. They blinked in confusion. If Kakashi was late, Asuma took the initiative, knowing Kakashi's habit. Kakashi, for irritating the rookies with his cryptic explanations, so, deal with it. Perhaps he has something better to do, or perhaps he's performing some task for the Okaji. Have you ever thought about that? He asked. The genin, who slowly shook their heads. "We are their teachers, yes. But we are also Jonin," Kurinai reminded them. "We train you at Lokajizuma's discretion. If his orders prevent us from somehow our commitments to you, you must learn to deal with it constructively and not ways that are considered subordinate. However, that does not apply to the missions," Kakashi added, suddenly losing his disinterest and becoming serious, instantly grasping the attention of the genin. "If a team leader acts with bad habits on missions, it's no longer a matter of contradicting orders or mitigating circumstances. It's negligence and danger," she informed them, noting distractedly that the girl. He seemed to be whispering something to the Kikbi's Jinchiki, who appeared confused by the explanation. "In that case, sit down. Free to react, understood?" he asked, knowing from their looks that had managed to get inside. As expected, the genin nodded slowly in agreement, and the 3 Jonin shared a mocking smile. "Good, because now it's the final test," Kakashi said. Suddenly filled with good humor, even Karina and Asuma seemed to cheer up, as if they were also joining in of the joke. Unfortunately for the genin, they were final test, he repeated. Kiba, surpassing both Sakura and Naruto, becoming a genin, explained. "In short, what the hell?" Naruto shouted, jumping to his feet and pointing at the trio of Jonin. "We're not genin anymore. What the hell was that speech for then? Are you a genin?" "Yes," Kakashi said lazily, observing the blonde boy. "But you are not yet fit for service, at least not in the eyes of the Honin. To ensure this, the Okaji institutes a second final exam after the academy exams to test all the genin to the fullest. Graduates. In case some just got lucky on the graduation exam or are more focused on the theory than in practice." None of the Jonin missed the brief glance the Hennings gave to the pink-haired girl. Turned her attention back to her 3 potential teachers. Although right now they are all 4 genin candidates, the final test will be conducted in teams of 3, thus simulating the conditions of a real mission. Karina informed them sternly. "Please note that the teams have been chosen randomly, and do not reflect. Absolute future missions, Asuma urged his colleague, who nodded and took out a piece of paper. He pulled a short, folded piece from his jacket pocket and began to read Team AO. Almost shuddering at having to do without the traditional numbering of gen in teams, Arino Sakura, Abura Mishino, Akimichi, Choji, he recited, noticing the discomfort of the three as they realized they knew very little about the one of each other. Good, that would serve as proof, if his father was right then. At least, Team B, Yamanake no, Inuzuka, Kiba Uchiha, Sasuke, a squeal and a roars of disapproval echoed in the air and were silenced just as quickly by a sudden outburst of Kakashi's killer instinct was on full display as he opened a hole in the two girls with a stern look, grateful for an immediate solution to the hearing attack. Asuma nodded to Kakashi before finishing Team C, Nara Shikamaru, Yuga, Nada, Uzumaki Naruto, while Asuma had been too busy reading. Kakashi and Kurenai had been paying close attention to the genin's reactions to the assignment. Of the team, Sakura had collapsed in defeat at her team's naming ceremony before roaring at the Ino's appointment, although, as mentioned before, Kakashi put a stop to that immediately. Shino seemed a little uncomfortable with the team assignments, probably due to the fact that he hadn't managed to deduce a coherent and logical reason for such a grouping. Choji, for his part, seemed uncomfortable and that's it, she kept looking at Shikamaru, who had given her an apologetic and comforting look, reassuring her. Somehow, the burly young man, for now, Ino, as mentioned before, has gone into fan mode. Kiba's shrill and swift victory cry assaulted everyone's ears. He shuddered at the abnormally loud shriek his new companion had let out, which was assaulting his enhanced hearing, and Akamaru also seemed annoyed. Both vehemently expressed their displeasure at this undeserved attack on their audition. Sasuke simply opened his eyes comically and adopted an expression of manifest horror for a moment before returning to his melancholic pose. However, the ones from Team C were interesting, upon realizing the team assignments once Asuma finished with. On Team B, Shikamaru fainted after correctly deducing who his two new teammates were. Seeing this, Hinata let out a stifled giggle, much to Kurenai's surprise, before realizing the same thing as Shikamaru and blushed like a tomato when she looked at Naruto, who simply smiled mischievously, having also deduced the pairing. Finally, observing this scene, the three Jonings couldn't help but think that perhaps this would be an interesting task. After all, the next morning, oh come on, Shika, say something. Please, Shikamaru glared at his tormentor, it's not my fault. Naruto protested, raising his hands defensively, to one side, Hinata couldn't. They tried to avoid laughing when they saw it. To the fascination of both teenagers, a vein began. A throbbing sound was visible on Shikamaru's forehead, indicating how irritated the young genius was, with a sudden, sharp gesture of his hand in a specific direction, it soon became clear what had angered him so much. Then at least do something for your fans, the Nara heir practically yelled at the boy while pointing towards the small crowd of people gathered at the edge of the training field. Naruto-sama! A roar of support was heard, followed by the sound of trumpets and drums. Win! A huge banner. She was held aloft between two members of the clan that Naruto could barely recognize, which caused the teenager, his makeshift teammates, and supervisor Joning sweated as they read the message. Uzumaki's rather hasty behavior always wins. There were even some who caught improvised drums and horns were used to make as much noise as possible, while others seemed to simply enjoy it. Shouting with joy and encouragement, that's quite a commotion, Asuma commented. Distractedly with an amused smile, Naruto smiled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, the elderly people warned me that something like this would happen at some point during the exam. I'm surprised they didn't realize it. During the graduation exam, the look Shikamaru gave her at that moment could have melted the ice. Is that everyone? Suma asked aloud. Naruto dismissed him with a gesture of disdain. There aren't like 40 of them, we have maybe 200 in the clan complex. The blow, both Asuma and Naruto turned to see Shikamaru on the ground. Fainted, and Nada's giggles redirected their attention to Yuga, who instantly blushed and he lowered his gaze timidly. Shikamaru-kunin had said something more about them before fainting, he explained. Timidly, although the tick at the corner of her mouth was unmistakable, for once she was glad that she wasn't the one who was on the ground. Naruto gave Suma a shy smile, who sighed in exasperation as he looked at him. He looked at her intently. What did you do to her during the exam, Naruto? He asked sincerely, quite puzzled by the actions of the supposedly calm and lazy Nara heir. As he himself would say, Shika, we share a hole. Asuma blinked. Me? But how? He began. Looking at Shikamaru for 2 days. Oh, Naruto nodded wisely. Asuma looked pityingly at Shikamaru, who was unconscious. Yes, the Jonin chuckled at the circumstances he had deduced from Naruto's brief explanation before. Hinata nodded. Anyway, wake him up, it's time for the test, I suppose. They followed the instructions. Both teenagers looked dizzy as they clutched their stomachs. Although Hinata managed to disguise it better by squatting down and gently shaking Shikamaru to wake him up. That answer was enough for Sua, who nodded with a slight smile. Okay, understand that you won't always be there. Fully rested or fed, he told the three as Shikamaru recovered. Knowledge, that's why we're here this early in the morning for the test. The 3 Genin candidates nodded. Faced with this information, Asuma was prompted to continue. Fortunately, the Uzumaki fan group had fallen silent. Now the test is simple, he told them as he took his hand out of his pocket, revealing 2 bells. I have 2 bells in my hand, the goal is to have one when the timer goes off. The old man pointed out. Kitchen timer on a nearby rock outcrop, ring. Whoever doesn't ring will be tied up and forced to look while your colleagues eat the lunches I brought, she added, making the 3 of them pale and their stomachs growled even louder. Now, this test has had an average of 66% failure rates in the past, Asuma told them seriously, which means that we could have only 3 new genin this year, all 9, or even none, he added, smiling to himself as the 3 of them paled even more. So when I say they should try, take the bells from me and keep one, understood? Trembling, the 3 genin nodded, causing a smile to Asuma. Okay, then, mission begins. 3 blurs leaped away from him into the forest. Asuma smiled as he leaned against the rocky ledge and gave a. He took a long drag on his cigarette. Now let's see if you were smart enough to catch my indirect, he mused. Naruto was sweating nervously as he watched the Jonenti from the deck. From the tree where he was hiding, before the Uzumaki clan arrived, he would undoubtedly have attacked head-on from the beginning, but many training sessions with clan members who were on par with the Jonin of Konoha had defeated him. He knew there was no way to beat Asuma in a one-on-one fight, it simply wasn't feasible. His power was not even tested by the techniques he knew, unlike Kakashi, who seemed extremely calm. Asuma, he was simply calm in both senses of the word. He was serene and someone Naruto could respect for his behavior. Not once had the Honing looked down on him since who assigned him to their team. On the other hand, the blond man fervently wished he had to quit smoking. His nose itched and his eyes watered. There was also the question of the bells. Naruto frowned as he pondered his situation. If he got one of the bells, Shikamaru and Nada would have to starve to death during lunch, and if Asuma's comments about the exam were correct, then whoever didn't get a bell would also be in trouble. Would suspend the genin classification exam, which he naturally did. Reflect on Naruto, he really could save himself and let one of his classmates return to the academy. Grumbling softly to himself, Naruto clutched his head as the whole thing gave him a headache. Had it not been for the intensive training instilled in him by his teammates, he would never have been seen. Caught in this dilemma, I would have simply moved on and resolved the matter later, but now he was doubting himself, and boy, did he hate it. Part of him wanted to find Nada and Shikamaru wanted to ask them what they thought, but he thought that would go against the rules and so he suppressed that thought. Impulse, seriously, I just wanted to pass this stupid test and make his family proud. Clan, why did there have to be such a ridiculous test? But then the clan always emphasized looking out for one another, right? Naruto stayed. He froze, a smile spreading across his face. That's right, his clan. He had taught her that it was better not to try to move forward, regardless of how it affected others, the Uzumaki. They had always defended clan unity, so why dishonor them with this victory? A sound called to her. He looked up and saw Hinata dart out of the foliage, her expression a mixture of resolve and hesitation. It was obvious. Who had arrived at his own answer, smiling smugly, he raised the crossed fingers. Yeah, I guess that's the only way left, huh? He mused. Kajunsen Jutsu. Asuma watched the young heiress Yuga as she lunged at. He couldn't blame her. After all, the Yuga style limited her movements to frontal attacks, something he had never entirely liked. Even so, It was surprising that she was the first to leave. She had always imagined that Uzumaki brat would be the first to go out. To move forward outgoing, Miss Yuga praised her neutrally as she stepped away from the rocky outcrop just in time to dodge with plenty of time to spare, when the girl clapped her hands imbued with chakra that would have caused considerable damage had it hit, but not smart enough. When she turned to face him, he was already punching her with a calm and indifferent expression. In the face, however, it was about to hit him in the head when his instinct kicked in and he jumped towards. He backs away, skillfully dodging a flying kick to the head, or... He pondered with some interest now as he watched the blonde Uzumaki recover from his failed attack. What? Is this it? Attacking me in turns, Nutquin? Inada exclaimed, surprised by his. I was quite happy that he had come for her. Hello, Inada, Naruto greeted, though his gaze was fixed on Asuma. How about we teach this old smoker a lesson? Asuma arched a. She raised an eyebrow at the bold suggestion, though she couldn't help but smile at the boy's attitude. How interesting! Hinata, for her part, needed no further instructions and easily assumed the Hukin position next to her love. Platonic, with a nod that was both firm and hesitant, confirming his help. A Kaigebunin easily deduced Suma when facing the too clever Jining. I had checked his chakra levels before the test started, and it was impossible for the boy to have so much. Not much, unless it was a clone. Great, let's see what they have. He made them a gesture to draw them closer to someone reluctant to use their chakra knives. 1-on-1, 2-on-1, 1-on-1, give. Same here, he said, amused. Go ahead, how about a 3-on-1? He heard a voice, who was asking her from behind, which made her eyes widen. Instinctively, she jumped aside with her. Bells tinkled just as a shadow sped toward where he had been standing, smiling with. Saddened, he noticed that Shikamaru had managed to get behind him with the help of the foliage. If there hadn't been, Asuma had no doubt that he would have succeeded with Cage Mane. Lesson 1. Asuma said with a strained smile before disappearing. The shinobi are silent, he continued, as he reappeared behind Shikamaru, who simply gave his own smile before leaping forward, making that Asuma missed his shot. Lesson 2. He continued honing while using. He used his other hand to grab Naruto's foot. Shinobi are always aware of their surroundings, he said as he spun around and threw Naruto at Inada, who was approaching, knocking them down and causing the Bunsen cage to dissipate. Damn it! Shikamaru Inada cursed. Stand back. Lesson 3, Asuma said, appearing behind Hinata, ready to throw a punch. Shinobi never let go of their prey. Unfortunately, his punch missed. A blurry image appeared next to Hinata and took her away before she could immobilize the heiress Yuga. Nothing personal, of course, she just wanted to make sure all three understood what was at stake. Even so, it was a rather improvised plan. Asuma mused as she watched two blurry shapes returning to the forest. Perhaps they have the answer. Laughing, Asuma returned to the rocky outcrop and leaned back, waiting once again for his next move. Damn, we were so nearby, cursed Naruto, or rather Sakage Bunsen, as he punched a nearby tree. Then he glared angrily at Shikamaru. Why did you have to speak? You could have killed him. Shikamaru, for his part, glared at Blonde. No, I couldn't, he replied. Asuma isn't a rookie, Naruto, he's a honing. He would have. The attack was easily noticed as soon as he got close enough. Even if he had caught it, there's no guarantee that I wouldn't have been able to get out of the predicament immediately, and you two were too far away to arrive in time. To contain him even more, Naruto growled, damn it, if only the body. The main body was there. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Main body? He asked before narrowing his eyes. Aren't you the real Naruto? He deduced. He had his suspicions based on the surprise attack he'd seen the blonde boy launch against Asuma. Naruto used to be too direct to do something like that, unless I was in a situation where it wasn't advisable. Naruto shook his head, confirming the boy's suspicions. I'm a cage bun, he confirmed. My true self is in another place. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, remembering his friend's ability to use the technique. I hadn't given it much importance during the survival phase of the exam, but now I had the opportunity to do it. Yeah, about that. How the hell do you know Kaige Bunin? He asked suspiciously, having decided that, as he had decided not to. Instead of telling it during the graduation exam, I could do it now and minimize the number of people who heard it. Yada also seemed interested in the information, although she appeared to react differently. Specifically, he gave Naruto a look of admiration. It's a long story, Bakage replied. Naruto's bun, not to mention that Sunday is ranked 6 ways, tch, troublesome, he muttered. Shikamaru, before giving the blonde a calculating look, asked, how much punishment can you endure? Directly. Since they had never tried that aspect of clones before, nice hit. Shikamaru blinked. That was just one hit, he asked. Disappointed. If it helps, remember that everything I learn, the main body learns, he offered. Clone kindly. For the second time, Shikamaru blinked. That's incredibly useful, he muttered to himself. He bent down and clasped his hands in his usual thoughtful pose. Hey, not that pose again, he demanded. Naruto. Shut up, I'm thinking. Shikamaru was a little irritated by the. He was given a temporary assignment to the team, but he was by no means willing to risk their wrath. Of his mother deliberately failing, not to mention being a civilian in one of Konoha's prominent clans, was practically the lowest point one could reach, frowning as he delved deeper into his process of. He thought, gathered the variables he knew, the variables he could predict, and then what he called the factor X, those things he couldn't predict or plan for, all his plans had. Take that factor into account, even if only to help him stay calm in the face of the unexpected. The variables I knew were fairly simple. Asuma was a Hanin, Naruto knew the Kagebunin, he mastered the shadow techniques, and Hinata was an average Juken practitioner, if not an average one. The list she didn't know, however, was much longer. How calm was Naruto? Could Hinata endure a considerable pressure? How intelligent was Asuma? Could his own chakra reserves control him? A completely rested jockey if he caught him with the cage mane. These were just some of the questions she asked herself, and to her irritation, the most she had about them were guesses. Even so, we had to consider Naruto's beauty box. Okay, Shikamaru said, opening his eyes and looking. He stared intently at Naruto. The blonde boy was writhing with anxiety, as far as he could see. Disperse and bring back the main body. Naruto nodded and vanished instantly, at the same time. Shikamaru focused his attention on Hinata. Hinata, keep your Yakugan raised. We need to know what Asuma is doing at all times, he ordered. Oh, Yakugan. In a matter of minutes, Naruto arrived where they were, landing on a branch. What's wrong, Shika? He asked. I need you to prepare 3 Kajabunsen. Shikamaru ordered. In a second, his order was complete. Okay, now that. Do exactly as I say. Let's test Asuma's abilities before we do anything. Naruto grinned. I caught you. It was the noise that first told Suma things were about to get interesting. Looking toward the line of trees, he saw 3 clones. Well, he assumed they were all clones, running toward him, all of them. With a kunai in his hand, Asuma sighed, took out his used cigarette and threw it to the ground. Here we go again, he reflected as he skillfully dodged a right hook to the face. He kicked one of the clones in the stomach, then he would spin on his heels to strike the third one in the back of the neck, as expected. The 3 of them vanished. Kagebunin reflected again. Still, I can't believe that kid managed to get down from the tree. Then his instincts kicked in. She took action and carefully bent her neck to the side to avoid a thrown kunai, just as 6 clones. They were forging a path outside the tree line. Gee, it's getting more and more complicated. Right, the Honing mused, just like with their predecessors, the 6. The clones were quickly eliminated then, just as I was about to. He lit another cigarette to relax, but was forced to stop playing when 6 kunai hit the ground. Where there were 9 clones, this time there were even more. This kid has some chakra reserves. Incredible, he muttered to himself as he ran towards them to face them head on this time. Surprised by the sudden attack of the Honing, the 9 clones quickly saw their numbers reduced to halfway through before attempting a counterattack. Unfortunately, by then, Asuma. He had momentum on his side and the remaining clones were destroyed in minutes. Looking at the stopwatch, Asuma noticed that the boys still had perhaps half an hour left before the test ended. Unfortunately for them, he hadn't yet seen them truly cooperate, except for the improvised ambush they had set for him. Lying down, I suppose not even Nara, Ich, and Jinchuriki together could decipher the true meaning of the test. That disappointment only intensified as wave after wave of clones approached him, each twice as many. The previous one, by the time there were only 15 minutes left, he had already been fighting 96 clones divided into numerous waves. If the pattern continued, then the next wave arrived and Asuma was beginning to admire the Uzumaki boy for his chakra reserves. Even a honing like him would have had difficulties with only 5, but this kid was using them like they were normal buns. Finally, taking out his trench knives, there was no way he could face 40 Geno using only bare-handed taijutsu. Without receiving several blows, he ran to face them head-on in another attempt to cut off their momentum before they really got underway. As expected, it managed to make its mark from the start, despite not channeling chakra into their swords. Even using the blunt side of the swords was enough to obliterate a clone. Kicking, punching, and slashing, Asuma idly wondered how the boy he had managed to improve his taijutsu skills so much since graduating as a genin. After all, his scores on the pre-genin exam had been terrible. Nevertheless, there he was, receiving training. Lightly, a tinkling sound caught his attention, and he quickly jumped to the side, just when a clone almost managed to grab the bells. Well, he had forgotten. Sheathing his swords, he performed. He quickly stamps his hands before striking the ground with his hands. Doton! Yamanuma! He shouted just as the ground beneath a dozen clones turned in a muddy swamp, sinking them in its claws. It wasn't as big or conspicuous as the Jiraiya the Sannin, but it would do for this test. Even so, he had a little more of 30 clones to deal with. At that moment, a kunai whizzed past his ear, but that wasn't what caught his attention. Asuma's attention was drawn to the fact that the kunai had flown behind him. Upon realizing this, turning around, he opened his eyes wide as another wave of clones attacked him. That hadn't been the norm. Quickly dodging an axe kick from a Russian clone, he was forced to do a backflip. As the two waves converged on him from all sides, that kid was good, but he's not enough, he roared as he ran the manual stamps through again. Daitopa screamed before unleashing a huge gust of wind that gave him a few seconds of respite before a wave of clones attacked him again. He winced as one of them landed a blow that grazed his face, but he quickly dispatched him with a swift uppercut to the stomach. Another charged for the bells, but was incapacitated with the same speed with a swift elbow to the back. Even so, Asuma couldn't believe the amount of trouble he was in. These clones were causing problems. In general, the Kajabunin weren't made for combat, but for exploration. Their low resistance made them terrible combat companions, so the stone clones, they were the preferred ones in that respect. However, to use these dispensable clones in that way, the boy, he had everything it took to be a tactical genius. Wait, a small smile formed on his face. His face, even as he continued fighting the clones, Shikamaru. It had to be that, however intelligent the blonde boy might be, the idea of getting him used to wave after wave, just to be caught off guard by an early wave, it had to have been Nara's doing, and the only reason why. They could have known when to attack if they had kept a constant watch on him, and since he couldn't sense it, their chakra signatures nearby, I was going to assume that the Yuga girl was providing them with continuous reports. Intelligent, very intelligent, so that's it, he reflected as he. It was exciting, it was a good plan, wasn't it? It was a brilliant plan. Shikamaru, Naruto, and Hinata had pooled their unique resources to hastily devise a battle plan that made him sweat. Very well. Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata, go! He shouted his challenge with a smile, like if they could convey the feelings of their 3 companions. The clones around them suddenly seemed more eager to fight. They began to attack him with renewed determination. However, unlike before, they had abandoned their fighting style and settled for something resembling the Hyukin of the Ika clan. At that moment, he wondered if Hinata had used Ji on one of the clones, but many of them used similar strikes with the palm. However, unlike Hyukin, Asuma realized that these chakra-infused palms were not for precise blows, but to inflict intense pain, very similar to what I had heard about super strength-based in Tsunabe's chakra. The Aixoan of the Uzumaki clan thought with very bright eyes. Open, how about that, boy? He instinctively observed the curious and silent gallery of fans. Edge of the training field. As expected, everyone had fallen silent for the exam, but what else? What surprised him was the approval they seemed to have. Had they also noticed what he was using? Boy. So that's how it is. He mused, amused. He skillfully dodged another blow. He palmed his hand and rewarded the clone with a punch to the face, dispelling it. Another dodge followed, and another clone was left. He was crushed to the ground after trying to grab the bells. Man, they were just starting to coordinate. These attacks went pretty well. He spent 10 minutes fighting the clones, but almost seemed like an eternity to him. After all, fighting 384 opponents. Whether they were clones or not, whether they were genin or not, it was quite exhausting after a while, and as he got tired he would commit mistakes. The first was a grazing blow to the upper part of his bicep that it caused intense pain in his arm. Even so, he managed to recover instantly and dispatch the offensive clone, but then he received another grazing blow to the leg and almost collapsed, the real mistake. However, he arrived just as 5 clones attacked him simultaneously. While one went straight for the bells he dispatched. He tapped the bell on the shoulder and immediately turned his attention to the 5 clones that were. They approached and he dispatched 4 of them, while the 5th, instead of being knocked out by a punch to the stomach, he simply grabbed it and smiled somewhat breathlessly. "Not this time, Asuma-sensei," said the clone, now the original Naruto, with a mischievous smile. Meanwhile, Asuma, his eyes widened in surprise at his mistake. Naruto shouted, "Chika! Now!" Cageman Jutsu success, he heard it behind him just as his body froze. "Hinata, come on!" Oh, a female voice was heard to her right, although Asuma didn't. He managed to turn around to look, only feeling a sharp pain when the girl's juken hit his ankles and shoulders. Damn, they'd got him completely trapped. Even if he managed to escape the Cageman now, he'd be in too much trouble. To put up a fight, not even against a student from the Bell Academy. Now he heard that Shikamaru. He gave the orders, seemingly without forgetting the mission parameters. "I've got them!" Hinata's voice exclaimed. Just right. When he felt something tug and detach from his belt, Naruto, still clinging to his outstretched arm. He smiled. "We won, sensei," he declared smugly, just as the boy's relatives erupted in roars of congratulations, and Asuma chuckled to himself. 3 boys had tricked him, and rightly so. They deserved the pass. Damn, afterwards. After what they put her through, she immediately ruled out giving them the secondary, but optional, test to see if they would still try to save themselves individually. "That's what you did, Naruto." "That's what you did then, just to make sure I understood." The timer went off. A few hours later, Asuma found her colleagues chatting at the local dango shop, the agreed meeting point. Previously, they didn't even notice him until he was practically on top of them. "Oh hey, Asuma, how? What? What the hell happened to you?" Karina stopped short, noticing the Jonin's disheveled appearance. "You got into a fight with a bear and you lost." Asuma sighed. "I wish those brats beat me senseless," he muttered, as he slumped into a seat next to Kakashi and banged his head wearily against the table. "Those bras, did the genin do this to you?" Kakashi asked, surprised. It's not every day a genin could do that much damage to a honing. Hell, either he nor Kurenai had been left even remotely without. Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief after her own trials. She had to suppress a snort of amusement, which caused Asuma to. He looked weakly. "Hey, I want to see you try to take on over 100 shadow clones using only weak ninjutsu and taijutsu," he challenged them, causing both of them to freeze. "Open 100? Kurenai asked, shocked. At least he confirmed his desire to be home and in bed, be it necessity. To share notes with his classmates, to have a balanced study schedule. Did he use it? Kakashi asked. Carefully, all 3 knowing full well that the only person remotely capable of using shadow clones within the genin ranks at that time included Naruto. There was no need to ask what that was. "No," Alma assured them with a. His head was still resting on the table. "I didn't feel it at all. It was all his chakra." "That's insane!" Karina almost screamed, though she managed to hold it in. "What kind of? Does a genin have that much chakra?" You know," Kakashi reminded him with a meaningful look. He refocused on. "Assumes, so they passed. Excellent," the bearded Jonin nodded. A slight nod that the other 2 took as a poor attempt at agreement. "You too." Kurino shrugged, approved, although Aburame and Akimichi had difficulty integrating their styles. Aruno managed to devise the winning plan after Aburame revealed the purpose of the test. Asuma nodded. While processing the information, they both then turned towards Kakashi, who he had specifically requested to test the team with the Ukiya. As expected, he shuddered. "I passed, though just barely," he admitted after a moment of silence. "It was exactly as the report said." "Sasuke has trouble working in a team," Kiba stated. "He was completely Please ally against me, but Ino, well, there's a reason why her file had fanaticism in the notes. Of warning, Karina frowned upon hearing this, while Asuma shuddered. It wasn't. It was no secret that Karina hated two things above all else: men who looked down on kunoichi for their gender and the women who dishonored the title, particularly the fans. How did they achieve this? He asked in a threatening tone, if he discovered that Kakashi had surpassed them simply because he had surpassed Lukia. They would confiscate his genitals. Kakashi nervously rubbed the back of his neck. Well, you see, time ran out, so 8 went to the post and then I continued talking about the memorial stone and all that. I think Sasuke figured it out then because when I went back to scare them, he and they weren't sharing their food with me. Kiba. Well, lucky him. He grumbled at Suma. Why on earth had he been the only one? That he had kept the clever and aggressive ones? And also, I hate you attack. Just so you know, Kakashi laughed nervously, even while enduring the disapproving gaze of Karina and Asuma's pained groans. It was great. Did you see how he? Did we take them down? It was epic. Yes, Naruto was already gloating over his victory. About Asuma, __, hey Naruto, could you stop bothering me and shut up? Shikamaru grumbled as he tried to eat in peace. It was bad enough that his teammates were the same ones who had almost killed him. They drove him crazy during the survival exam, but now the loudmouth had to ruin his meal. They're lucky, we didn't even hit Karina and Sensei, Sakura murmured as she absent-mindedly fiddled with the chopsticks and the noodles on their plate. The 9 rookies, having passed their tests, had agreed to meet to a celebratory lunch at Yakinikuku, Konoha's most famous barbecue restaurant. To be fair, that wasn't the goal, Shino said, holding a piece of meat between his chopsticks. Why? Because the goal was teamwork, not physical victory. Even so, I agree with my colleague. I envy your victory over Saratobia Asuma. Why? Why, friend? Spill it. Kiba interrupted just before tearing off a piece of meat and throwing it at Kamaru, who caught it in midair. Shino. He frowned, though no one noticed, but remained silent. Oh, it couldn't have been that good. Ino interrupted the conversation after eating some salad. Not even. We were able to land a hit on Kakashi, but Kakashi used to be an ANBU, Choji pointed out. Dad always spoke very highly of him. Ikarina and his sensei are new jonin. Sakura informed her friends. They say Asuma sensei used to be one of the 12 guardian ninja, so he still is. It's impressive that they managed to defeat him. He added, smiling at Hinata, who had been content to eat at. Silence. The comment made the indigo-haired girl blush. It wasn't nothing. Shikamaru and Naruto did most of the work. He let out a squeal when Naruto. Suddenly he put his arm around her and smiled at the group. Come on, don't say that. Without you we'd be lost, right, Shikamaru? He asked his friend. Pineapple-haired, who simply ignored him. Come on, Shika, you can't stay angry. With me for the survival test, humph, the kid just grunted before he returned to his meal. Across the table, Sasuke looked respectfully at the Nara heir before returning to his food. Initially, he had rejected the offer to join the others for lunch, but after Shikamaru, when he pointed out that they would have to cooperate in the future, he reluctantly agreed. To be frank, he was surprised to feel so relaxed. But do you know what they think about this pool thing? Genin chimed in, Kiba, immediately interrupting any secondary conversation while the Genin silently reflected on the situation they had all grown up learning about and hearing from specific teams that carried out missions that they made them famous worldwide. It's unexpected, Shikamaru said first, and problematic, but I think I see his point. Seriously, why don't we? You're brilliant, great brain? He asked, not sarcastically. He knew Shikamaru wasn't as stupid as his lazy attitude made him seem, having grown up together. Even so, that didn't make it any less fun to make fun of him. TCH Blondes. Troublesome, he muttered before shuddering as Sino stuck a toothpick into his temple. Good, good. He finally nodded, looking at the others. Genin, look, we're all very good at something, right? What do you mean, Shikamaru-kun? Hinata spoke a little ashamed of her own audacity. Kiba, Shino, and Nada, you three would be perfect as a tracking team, right? Shikamaru suggested, earning several hesitant nods. Good. And what happens when your team is ambushed? How do they get out of a situation with a numerical advantage? Who's your heavyweight? Kiba would be the logical choice, Shino replied. Straightforward and without adding anything unnecessary. But Kiba's techniques depend on Akamaru, right? Shikamaru replied. Kiba's smug expression faded. And what if Akamaru is incapacitated? Hey, not everyone, he grunted. But the most powerful ones, yes. Shikamaru dismissed his objections with a gesture. In that situation, everyone is dead unless they have powerful backup. Without. However, if they had, for example, Sasuke, Choji, or Naruto nearby, instead of one of the three of you, they would have many more extraction possibilities and they would still retain a good level of traceability. The genin pondered that for a. Just before nodding, he asked, Is that why the teams were formed this way? Sakura squinted, one with great power, one with a tracking device, and one she hesitated, unsure how qualify. After all, what was she good at this point? To be right, it was a newly arrived gene. Shikamaru nodded, raising a finger. I think so, he affirmed. They say it was random, but the way the three teams were organized identically means it was a stupid thing to do. Look, guys, he said then seriously, getting their attention, the Jonings aren't stupid. Who are they fighting against? Did we put ourselves to the test? They were probably only using a tenth or less of their actual abilities. Don't think that. We did the impossible. Anyone can fight against a honing disability. Silence filled the room as they calmed their expectations about their Jonin sensei. So, basically you don't act like Naruto? Kiba asked carefully. Shikamaru nodded immediately and without hesitation. Exactly.